drones to see the adversary coming from afar, to discover targets, to discover where they're hiding, and save lives. Those are great machines. So they've been designed in cooperation by the Ukrainian army and some drone specialists in the UK, as well as our friends from MriyaAid. So donate responsibly, but do donate generously. Be generous. And for those of you who send more than $100, I've got a little present. If you send me proof that you've done it, don't worry, perfectly safe for work. All right, so it's been more than a minute. We're back almost to 400 people. One last thing: those drones, they need $100,000. $100,000. Once, and last time I checked, we were at 70,000. So there's 37 missing. You know what to do. You know what to do. The math, everything. Just go for it. We need those drones. They need those drones. Let's help them. So Gino is speaking, and I'd like to extend a warm welcome to Poppy and Fusiliers who have joined us. Gino, please go ahead.
Well, I am sorry for crashing the space. I just have a quick question. I noticed from Nexta TV, which I believe is a Baltics-based news network that follows Ukraine extremely closely, they posted a tweet that said a special flight has taken off from Moscow with the destination of JFK, and they posted the Flight Radar 24 tracking of it, and I see it's due in at 2:20, and it says Special Flight Squadron. I'm just curious, does anyone have any more details about what that might be? I mean, is it somehow connected to the Russian delegation at the UN? And I'll step down because I have to jump into a webinar, but I'll still be listening. So thank you, guys.
Yes, Gina, it is the UN mission, as well as embassy personnel typically designated to the UN mission and then transferring over to Washington. It's a regularly irregular schedule.
Well, that's not nearly as fun as I hoped it would be, but it's good to know. Thank you, Axel. Our friend from down under has his hand up, so please, Fusiliers, go ahead.
Good day, Ben. Actually, I was just asking for a sit rep from you guys. I woke up in the middle of the night and had a quick flick through my Twitter feed and saw that there was going to be an announcement from Putin in a couple of hours. But then when I woke up this morning, there was sort of nothing, and I wondered if anybody had an update on the situation. That's it. Thanks.
All right. I have to say that I started co-hosting at the moment when he was maybe speaking, so I have no idea. People were laughing because it was late, speculating. I don't know if he ended up finding the play button to air his pre-recorded interview. Poppy, do you hear it? Have you heard it, rather?
Bonsoir, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
I lost audio for a second, Ben, so you may want to just repeat what you just said, s'il vous plaît.
So first of all, good evening, and secondly, have you heard news? Have you heard anything about the Putin message that he was meant to air tonight, or has it not been aired yet?
I have heard what I believe most of you have heard, which is that the speech was supposed to be delivered at 8 Moscow time. Everything was prepared, it had been announced, and it got delayed first by 1 hour, and then 2 hours. Everybody was waiting, and at the end it was cancelled for some reasons that, of course, set the whole interweb is on fire on all sort of crazy speculations. So the latest information that I have, which I believe most of the people in this space also have, is that apparently the speech will be delivered tomorrow morning. I'm not sure how confirmed it is, because it was one single source that I was able to track down, which is a Forbes, which is usually quite reliable, but not 100% of the times. And according to this information, the speech will be delivered tomorrow, I believe at 9 Moscow time, with the official explanation that so that the Eastern regions can watch it, because it's easier for their time zone, which is a totally ridiculous thing to say, but that's what at least what Forbes is reporting, mentioning sources close to the Kremlin. So it's off the record. Take it with a grain of salt.
That's a pretty hilarious excuse. Can you imagine someone went like, yeah, 8 o'clock tonight. Sounds great. And then suddenly one of them goes, but Boris, we have very large company. People are sleeping. Yeah, they suddenly realize there were 13 time zones in Russia. That's quite pathetic. Okay.
I must say, so you have to allow me to say that your Russian accent is absolutely awesome. Mixed with a slight hint of a French accent, it's the best. And you should use it more often.
Спасибо большое. Talking about Bolshoi, a man who is qualified by many as the greatest dancer in Palma de Mallorca. Nick?
I didn't hear what you said. You said something Palma de Mallorca?
Yeah, I did. I passed the mic on to
you. Just regarding the timing of the speech, I'm surprised that the Russians don't have catch-up TV on their Orc player app. I just put my hand up to say I found Macron's speech with the UN English interpreter voiceover. So I don't have subtitles or a transcript. If you look at my latest tweet, it links to the France 24 TV, which is the English language, the service of French public TV, and they have the entire speech by Macron, but with the UN English language voice. So if anyone wants to have a look at that and see whether they think how it may or may not differ from what they have previously interpreted of what Macron said, it's there for you to watch.
Thank you very much.
I would like to take a brief interlude as the chief spokesman of the Atacams brand cigarette company to say that we are here to listen to what the people demand, and we heard a demand for an Atacams brand stuff product. So I went to the entire marketing team, and straight from the very responsive British marketing team, we bring you Atacams brand snuff. We, of course, being the completely mature people that we are, I posted it right up into the nest. So if you want to look up to the nest, it's the second tweet, I think, now. Up in the nest, you can see the joyous Atacams brand snuff product. Please do not use for the Russians, for just the Russian brand audience. We'd like to warn you, do not use this near a window. It does put the bush right in babushka, and it's the new mild recipe to make you strong as bull. And our new model, of course, is the Miss Russia 2022. Just so that all of you can appreciate fine demand for our product. The more you use, the better she looks. Please welcome the Atacams brand stuff product. Yes, with that, Dabiri, thank you for having your hand up and putting up with all of our shenanigans.
No worries. Can you guys hear me well? Hello, mic check, please.
Loud.
Awesome. Thank you.
Loud and clear.
I had a question regarding Lend-Lease. I know it probably has been discussed to death in these spaces, and it's probably a very repetitive question. The question is regarding when is it expected and what kind of help do you guys think it's going to help go, like in terms of vehicles, armored vehicles, is going to go towards the Ukraine forces. I know tanks are like one of the main things people focus on, but my thoughts are regarding the M113s or some things like that. If you guys have any thoughts on those.
So, as per what specifically the U.S. will send under it, we have no idea. The Lend-Lease does not specify any particular type of equipment. The U.S. could send a Ford F-150 truck. It could send, it could send a battalion of Abrams tanks. We truly don't know. Like most things, for OPSEC reasons, the U.S. tends to tell us exactly what they've sent Ukraine as pictures of whatever is blowing up Russians emerges online. So it's usually after it is going boom, boom, boom. So what's in there, we don't know. Basically, they haven't touched that money yet because they've allocated enough money for all the aid the U.S. has decided to send so far, which means that pot of money is still available. And it should be starting. We're told they're going to be dipping into that mid-October. So again, in practice, that's just sort of functioning as the next funding round for more military stuff to Ukraine. Here at the space, we'd love to see main battle tanks, especially IFVs. You hear us talk about IFVs. I think I hear the military men talk about IFVs and ATACMS as the two weapons they would love to see Ukraine have significantly more of than they have. Pretty much anything with armor that drives would be better than this Mad Max crap we're seeing the Ukrainians hook up and go. Like, as cool and crazy as it is to see them roll out Somali warlord style, it's probably a whole lot safer to have a nice modern IFV that if the Russians shoot a decal at it, won't get anybody killed. So I'm hoping that we get them some of that, because that's what I hear the military guys talk for. As to what specifically goes in, I don't know. We'll see when the Ukrainians start rolling it at the Russians, wherever the Russians are at by that time. Given the rate at which Ukraine is taking territory from the Russians, I'm not really sure where the line's going to be when the stuff gets there, but hopefully it gets there sooner and saves Ukrainian lives sooner rather than later. Does that answer your question, Dabiri?
Yes, it does. Thank you so much.
You got it. And that was a perfectly excellent question. Nina, nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Finance. ATACMS. Talking about ATACMS, what you mentioned just, I read, I think a couple of days ago, that Biden said no, no, no. And I want to know what your take is exactly on ATACMS, because you are the expert on ATACMS. Is that some kind of smoke, war smoke, this no, 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 or do you think that it's a no, no, no?
I mean, look, whatever hit Saki Air Base was beyond the range of a normal HIMARS rocket. Clearly, we have seen some evidence that some sort of long-range stuff appears possibly to have hit open source to be driving around in Ukraine, but that's sort of been questioned. I don't know. Every military person we hear on here of any level of military, professional knowledge seems to say that long range missiles, which is what an ATACM is, it is a heavy duty long range warhead that is able to really do damage to logistical and ammo depots. And we've seen how vulnerable the Russian ammo depots are, up to 300 miles. And that very precise, very long range missile, if you give the Ukrainians enough of them, the result would be absolutely horrific damage to the Russian logistical lines. And as we've seen, when Russian logistical lines degrade, eventually their entire lines collapse thereafter, as guys start doing things like trading their tanks for, a hot meal of lunch because they haven't eaten in who knows how long. So I'm gonna venture to guess that I hope they get there. Clearly some sort of long range missile has been used by the Ukrainians, but nowhere near the kind of volume it would take to cause complete logistical collapse of the Russian front. There are definitely enough of them in the U.S. arsenal to take care of that and still have plenty left over. So I couldn't answer your question since I'm told the number is somewhere between 30 and 60. And I think the U.S. has something like 2,500, but was refurbing them. So there's only so many, but they were only refurbing 1,800. So there's this delta of hundreds of them. There's a whole thing about supply of them, but I would need one of our military experts to go through that. Either way, there's a ton of Atacams. We could absolutely hand the Ukrainians a couple hundred of them. And even if we handed them the not quite refurbished ones, they could take care of business on their own. And a couple hundred Atacams, and this war would end much, much, much sooner, because then the Russians would have no rail lines to move any sort of supplies, not just like to the front, but I mean like anywhere near Ukraine whatsoever. So that would, shall we say, change the nature of the situation. So yeah, hopefully they get there. Certainly, I would love to discuss more Atacams branded smoking accents. Our company was created due to the great inspiration, because we here are very attuned to the Russians, and so when they said it was a smoking accent, clearly it was an Atacam, so must be an Atacams brand cigarette blowing up your airbase. I mean, that was the inspiration for our entire company. So hopefully more smoking accents will occur in the future, and that's about all I've got, Nina.
Thank you, thank you, Finance, and maybe it's better that just to keep it like we are just saying that no, they are not coming, because who knows who are listening here also.
Right. I mean, we don't know, right? Like, and it's the kind of thing that, like, once the Ukrainians get their hands on enough of them, like, we're gonna know, because it's you can't hide a 500 or 1,000 kilogram missile going boom. Like, that's not something that's a secret. That's not like we're not talking about an executive falling out a window here. We're discussing a massive amount of stuff looking like it got hit by a meteor. Like, these things go boom. That is what they do. This is the Russian space program circa 2022. It is sending stuff to orbit. So yeah, if the Ukrainians do get them and start launching them in their new natural habitat, by which I mean occupied Russian territory, we're going to know, because the firm's data, or as Yehuda likes to call it, the HIMARS data, is going to light up, and it won't be at HIMARS range. It's going to be way deeper, and you're going to see Russia start to look like a Christmas tree. So hopefully we do see that. That would be excellent. Before I get to Fusilieri, Rob Kramer, who I've never seen up here before, sir, welcome up. If you'd like to raise your hand, please press the heart button and go all the way to the right and raise your hand, and then we will call on you. Mr. Fusilier does have his hand up, so I'm going to call on him. But Rob, if you'd like to raise your hand, we will be happy to have you in order, and then get you in line to ask question. Fusilier.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Finance. I think I was just going to make a point that Ukraine's received sort of, in addition to ATACMS, open sources, I think, show that Ukraine's received quite a number of advanced missile systems that could have been used on some of those longer range attacks. Not that they have the range, but I seem to recall, and you can probably tell from my accent, that although I live in Australia, I'm originally British. I think the British supplied Brimstone, both 1 and 2. And whilst it's been shown as being used from a ground launch system, it can also be air launched, and it's a homing weapon. So they've also been supplied with some sort of terminally guided munitions, which could have had a similar effect. So I think the conclusion to draw from that is just how adaptive and flexible the Ukrainians have been in using the weapon systems they've been supplied. Whether or not they've been supplied ATACMS, I wouldn't know. But one can assume that they're very, very adaptable at using the weapon systems they have been supplied, and they can certainly affect or impact on targets at a longer distance using some of the kit they've already been supplied.
Mic check.
Yeah, sorry, that was my Twitter was acting up. I'm back. Yes, absolutely. Every military expert we have on here, and the speedy collapse of the Russian line, along with the brand new tactic of dropping all your equipment and running for the hills, would estimate that the Russians have been highly and massively ineffective, and vice versa. The Ukrainians have been massively effective with absolutely every piece of kit we've given them, as per every single military expert we have up here. So I'm going to trust them that the Ukrainians are very good at what they're doing, and in fact have used some of this stuff even better or differently in a very good way than originally expected to be used. So yeah, no, if we give it to them, they will find a way to make the appropriate things go boom. Always what we like to see here at the Maria Report. What we'd like to see even more is if the rest of the Russian troops would join their first compatriots and just head on back to the Russian Federation, where they have their own country and they can do what they like there. And in fact, in exchange for all those Russian troops, because they don't have so many anymore, so maybe they want the ones in Ukraine, they can just send back the Ukrainians to Ukraine. And that's sort of like what a peace deal look like, right? The Russians go back to Russia, and then the Ukrainians come back to Ukraine. And then we have two separate countries that can go on their very separate ways. And the Russians can go do whatever it is they like to do while they stay in Russia because no one wants them to come visit. And the Ukrainians can go through things like rebuild all their heavy industry, trade with Europe, enjoy nice walks on the beautiful beach of Odessa, enjoy a Crimean beach vacation, etc. So hopefully that sort of works out and happens sooner rather than later. Unfortunately, it looks like they're going to forcibly have to make many gentlemen try that new surrender tactic. But here's hoping that more Russians take that path as opposed to the Ukrainian fertilizer path, the other option for many of them. Nina.
Finance, a comment and a question. A comment about what you said, that even I will notice if when an ATACMS has come to theater, like it can't be like unnoticed. So okay, good. I will know. And I see Papi is here. What's up in Italy? Papi, are you there or?
I am here and listening carefully. What do you want to know, Nina? Nothing is going to change much until the 25th, when we have the next elections, and everybody is taking for granted the fact that the three Putin stooges will have the majority in parliament, and the discussion right now is more along the lines of whether they will have a 2/3 majority or not. And the reason why the 2/3 majority is especially relevant is because, according to the Italian constitution, with 2/3 of the votes in parliament, sorry, not 2/3 of majority, 2/3 of the votes in parliament. Nobody believes that they will have a 2/3 of the votes, but because of the way the electoral system works, as it works in several other countries, a slight majority, depending on how it is geographically distributed, could mean that those guys are going to get 75% in the parliament, which means, interestingly, that according to the Italian constitution, they will be able to change the constitution itself, which is quite a bit of a nightmare scenario. So we may end up with a nice urbanized country, urbanized with an O, in the Mediterranean.
Thank you. And it doesn't sound like a really nice scenario. Do you see that the people in Italy, like they just agree with all this?
Yeah, Italy goes dark with the polls very early, 15 days before the date of the election. So we've basically been dark for a week or so now. Difficult to tell what might happen in the last 15 days or so. major headline news in Italy has been the fact that, okay, let me back up a little bit. Roughly a week ago, Blinken, the U.S. Secretary of State, sent a memo to 100 or so embassies around the world with something to the effect of intelligence tells us that Russia has undue influence on a number of parties in the West. Of course, that's not the news in itself. Everybody knows about it, but it was a little bit more specific. It mentioned that Russia has invested at least, and at least is probably a very much lower threshold, $300 million since, I believe, 2014 was the date given. And it detailed a couple of things that might be recommended in order to limit the influence of Russian money. Interestingly, a couple of diplomats, including the former envoy to Ukraine, I have a brain freeze with his name right now, but the former US envoy to Ukraine gave a very visible, prominent interview to Corriere della Sera, which is the largest Italian newspaper, and explicitly mentioned that he believes that the parties that got money, Russian money, in Italy are ABC. And ABC stands for exactly the parties that form the coalition that is likely to win the next election. So he's a diplomat, a seasoned one. He's not going to, just throw things if he does not have good reasons to do so. It was a headline for a few days, but if you ask me for a guess, I would say that this was already priced in because nobody's surprised that a guy like Salvini, who was, posing for photo ops with a Putin T-shirt for all these years, is not connected with the Kremlin. It's actually official. I mean, so I am skeptical that this will necessarily change the vote of many Italians. I am very happy if I am proven wrong. I will be the first to celebrate, but I wouldn't hold my breath on that.
Thank you for answering, and it sounds like, in my ears, like a little bit of shitty situation. Sorry, my French.
Yeah, there is a French word for that I will not repeat, but yeah, it is, Nina, it is.
All right. We all know the appreciative French word for the situation. Hopefully, the Italians choose some politicians better than those described by said colorful French words. Speaking of French words that describe inappropriate Italian politicians, Ben, who is co-host and doesn't need to put his hand up, has his hand up. I would also like to note that it seems that Macron decided that the Ukrainians are kicking the living daylights out of Russia, and or that they keep uncovering atrocities. One of the two has turned his car around from Vichy and is sort of back headed towards Paris. Or am I crazy? Is that just he's saying it, but he's not going to do it? What do you think, Ben? Or as our token Frenchie?
I don't think he's. I don't think he will be seen driving anywhere, and he's hiding in the basement. But he will spring out on the day of victory, and will put on whatever uniform is required of him, and is in favor at the moment, and demand to receive the biggest medals and that people kiss the ground is walking on. That being said, if he sends the Leclercs, everything is forgiven. 186 of them. That could be very, very good. Finance. I'm going to say bye-bye very soon, but before that, I need to know about what you're going to do tomorrow. Specifically, what are you going to do first at 7 p.m. and then at 9 p.m. your time?
At 7 p.m. my time in the evening and 9 a.m. my time. Did I catch those times correctly?
No. 7 and 9 p.m. in both cases.
Why?
Well, because if you do nothing, you could do something worse than listening to the interviews and maybe participating and asking questions. The first one of Valenty Ninvachenko. He's currently a Ukrainian MP, but he's also one of the former director of SBU. So that's a man who knows a lot of things. Our friends from the Kiev Independent are organizing the interview with us. So that is really something to look forward for. And then at 9, so Kiev time. So it's 9 Kiev time, that's what? That's 8 Berlin, that's 7 London, 2 p.m. New York, and then you can make the calculation yourself. So at 9 your time, Maria Solkina will be there, and she's a fantastic researcher. She's written a lot about the war in Donbass, and she knows Ukraine and the current situation as well as the very recent history like the back of her hand. She is going to be a fantastic speaker. So star-spangled agenda. It's going to be great. I hope you'll join us.
That sounds excellent. Yeah, no, hopefully I won't have any work meetings and I will be able to attend one, if not both of them. That sounds quite fascinating. Always, it's hard even as a host to keep up with all the great guests we have on here. I was thrilled to hear Packet today and looking forward to who we have tomorrow. And then if you're going to head out, I wish you a great evening, Ben. I will probably be following you very, very shortly. Hopefully Daryl wants to come back up and help us host. All right, we're going to hands. Lisa, then the notorious BRP. Lisa.
Can you hear me? Is Ben still there?
We can hear you, and Ben appears to still be here for the very brief time being.
Okay. No, I just wanted to tell Ben that I appreciate his very calm sense of humor. He just cracks me up when you asked him about Macron, and I was just busting out here laughing. So he made me laugh today. Thank you, Ben. That's all I had to say.
Don't worry, I learned everything from finance. He's my master, and I hope one day to be half as smart and half as funny as he is.
Not in public, Ben. You can't call me that here.
Yes, sensei.
That's better. Sounds appropriate. All right, notorious BRP.
Actually, I had a question for Ben, but I don't know if you're still in the mood for answering questions, or you're already one foot on your way to the bed to sleep. Should I go, Ben?
Sono ancora qua e per te sempre.
Oh, mon cœur frappé. Okay, so I read a week ago this Le Pen speech where she made loud noises again against sanctions. And the talking points that she was using were almost literally the same talking points that Salvini is using every day on Italian media. And are, by the way, the same talking points that Tomio Okamura, which is the Czech version of Salvini/Le Pen, is using in the Czech Republic. I suspect the same is going on elsewhere. So, question is, have you you're familiar with the speech that I'm talking about? I presume the Pence speech. Is it a coordinated effort, or is it like a spontaneous effort?
Okay, I am not familiar with that one speech, but she's been saying pretty much the same thing for the past, well, first of all, for the past 6 months, and secondly, for the past 8 years. She's always been against the sanctions. They never work, and they're always hurting the French economy, which is the one she cares about, the Western economy at large, more than the Russian economy. She always says the same thing. Never changes, never budgets. So that's one thing. Regarding the coordination, I am of course incapable of saying where they get their talking point from. They're relatively simple, to be honest. So it's not as if it was very, very difficult to come up with them. There's nothing secret. There's nothing. They never bounce out of one another. So I would assume that it is not very well coordinated. They just received money and they understand what's to be done. If what's happening for you is that you're struck by the impression that it is all happening at the same time, I don't think it is the case. I just think that they just repeat the same thing again and again and again, and because they're constantly repeating it, at some point they will say it at the same time, and it might seem coordinated, but I would be doubtful about it. There. And the main reason ultimately is that they're too stupid to do something which would be coordinated over several European countries in order to help them, to help one of them. If anything, they hate each other, and they're fully aware that if one of them wins in one of the European countries, it will be a disaster for the others, because all those Kremlin stooges are idiots, and they will crash the economy they will be put in charge of, and as a result, they're gonna look bad for the others. So no coordination as far as I'm concerned. Not saying it's completely impossible, but I don't think it is.
Yeah, that's I believe it's called the Henlow's principle. Never try to explain with the malice what can be explained with idiocy. But I am a little bit more conspiratorial than you here, because it's really the same talking points everywhere in Europe that those people are using. So it feels that there's a little bit more than chance alone that can explain that. But yeah, it's probably just pure speculation that it's good for when there are no hands up. So
but for instance, what's gonna happen in the coming few days, I can bet, is the fact that the German numbers for industrial prices are not quite as good. Well, they're actually they're worse than expected by quite a considerable margin. And this is going to be a talking point that they're going to be able to spin to no end for days. They just need to open the papers, take whatever they want, turn it into something stupid, and then it's done. Again, those are not very smart people, and even the Russians can see through that, and they know they shouldn't trust them with anything that could be coming close to a conspiration. That I don't think that's even remotely possible. They could be speaking to one another, like Salvini could be speaking to Marine Le Pen, but that's as far as it goes. beside that, they have their headquarters in the street right next to mine. I see them all the time, and if there were Russians in their headquarters, I would see them, and I've never seen them.
Merci beaucoup.
Ti prego.
And folks, Ben has to get his sleep. So everybody give Ben a round of applause and say good night to Ben. It's a little bit late in France at the moment. So all right, Ben. They're showing you the love. So good night, my friend, my favorite Frenchman, the only Frenchman I know. And I have Bloke up with me. Good evening, Bloke.
Good evening. How are you, Daryl?
Doing quite well, thank you.
Yeah, I've been in a media blackout of my own today at work, so I guess everything's normal. Everything's going according to plan in Russia, and everything's going according to plan in their special military operation, and all is peaceful around the world. Am I right?
It couldn't get any better. Of course, they are looking at a possible annexation of Ukrainian territory.
Yeah, I saw that.
But of course we know. It's just sad. They're memeing us is what this is. That's about all it is. They want to give everybody talking points for tomorrow's news.
Exactly. Very silly. So we've got a hand up.
I'm gonna say, is it Jew or is it true? You.
It's you. Yeah, it's short for Jutta. Good evening. It's very late in Germany here as well. I was just going to quickly add something to what Puppy and Ben were talking about. It's just the same here in Germany too. So just tonight, I didn't watch it, but I read about it on Twitter. On one talk show, the head of the far right party was arguing against sanctions against Russia. And apparently at the same time, the head of the far left party on another program in a talk show said exactly the same. So now we've got the lefties and the righties joining together. That's actually quite interesting. But yeah, it's the same as in Italy, as in France, as in everywhere else. So they just keep repeating the same it. So that's what I just wanted to quickly add. So it's the same everywhere.
Yeah, we see the same phenomena where I live. You get the loonies on either side, and they come up with nonsense, right? So it's all over the place. But we should always remember that the vast majority of people in Germany and around the world support Ukraine. And in the question of when it comes to our parliament, at least, it's almost unanimous. Same with the US. It's quite, bipartisan. It's just certain politicians are a bit slow to listen to their people.
Yeah, well, and it's actually brought ours together after who knows how many years of dysfunction. They're actually doing something functionable, and they're agreeing on this. So it's phenomenal. It's a good cause, and I'm glad to see everybody's on the right side of it.
I have a question for you about Germany. If you've got a few minutes left before your bedtime.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm actually already in bed, but it's fine.
Okay. I was just wondering if you've seen anything change over the past month or two, and especially after the discoveries around Izium, if you've seen the mood change in Germany at all over the past weeks and couple of months?
To be honest, no, I haven't seen any changes. No. Things go through the news come and go, but no, there hasn't been really a change in the mood. No. But
Okay.
at least not in my bubbles. Not really. I don't see any big changes there. I mean, a lot of people support Ukraine. That's absolutely for sure. Other people worry about colder swimming pools and gas prices, which the gas prices and so on. I mean, some people do worry, and they have to worry about it because they can't afford things now already, and it's going to be tough for them. So I can totally understand that. Other people just freak out because of minor inconveniences. That's something that I cannot understand. Basically, Germany revolves around itself. Basically, that's my impression, but that's just my personal view. I think we could. I mean, we do a lot. There's a lot of help coming from Germany, but more in the medical help and the humanitarian help. We've discussed the military stuff and the tanks and so on ad nauseum. So we all know about that. We could do more. Germany in the political sphere should take on more leadership, but we've also discussed that. That's not going to happen anytime soon. But among the people, nah, I think also the people could do more, actually. If I look at my work colleagues, at friends, at the very start, I very early started helping Ukraine. At the beginning, it was relatively easy to quickly get some donations and to organize some help. Now it's very tedious. It's really hard to collect any money for donations. It's really, really difficult because people on the one hand try to hold their euros together, and on the other hand say like, well, but I donated something in early March. Yeah, so now it's September, nearly October. How about doing it again? Yeah, but Easium didn't really make a change. No.
Okay, thank you. I was hoping that it would have, but we'll have to see how these things go on. I mean, honestly, it's really hard to understand how people can't be moved by that, and you would think that it would change a lot of people's perception, but I guess a lot of people, like all over the world, they want to stay blind, and I guess one of the reasons we're here, right?
And I think some people.
Sorry, is that just me, or did we lose you?
I think we lost her temporarily. Are you still there?
And I think some just need to block that out. You see, we've had the pandemic.
I think we lost you. I'm not sure where you are in your house, but it's coming in sketchy here.
I'm sorry.
We lost the last parts of your sentences because it just cut out on you, like a loss of reception.
Is it better now?
Yeah, I can read you. We can hear you loud and clear now.
Ah, okay, that's all right. Yeah, I had to move a bit closer to the router, it seems. Now, but what was I going to say? Yeah, too many crises for some people. I think some people just need to block everything out or want to block everything out at the moment, and maybe that's why they're not moving. I don't know. I think for some people it's also too complex. Some people need to have the world pretty easy, black or white, right or wrong. But we live in a world that has become extremely complex, and you can't even trust the newspapers, like 40, 50, 60 years ago. If it was printed in the newspaper, it was true. It probably wasn't even back then, but that's what people trusted in. And now you can't trust anything or anybody. And I think that overwhelms a lot of people. But that does not explain why people do not help more or support more. The other problem, of course, here in Germany we have too many Russians. That's another problem. They're everywhere in society, and that doesn't make things easier. But that's also maybe too easy from my point, just saying we have too many Russians. But yeah, it's getting late.
Yeah, the one thing about having quote unquote too many Russians is the fact that they don't change from the way they were in Russian. Like a lot of people will adapt to the places where they move to. The Russians maintain that Russian attitude, and I think that's something that's a lot different. I'm not talking culture. I'm talking about the brashness of the manner, and when in public, that type of thing.
Yeah, and the other thing is, a lot of the people that I call Russians were even born here. So they were Russo-Germans. Yeah, that could come at the beginning of the 90s back to Germany, and it's their children and grandchildren that live here now. But so they were born here, they were raised here, they go to school here, they work here, they have their houses and everything, but they still worship Russia. Yeah, so Russia is the greatest, it's the best, everything is better in Russia. And when you ask them, well, then why don't you live in Russia? Well, life is easier here, but Russia is much better than Germany, but life is easier here. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, and I used to teach classes in companies, and in one company I taught apprentices, so young guys 16 to 20, and 80% of them were, so around about 20 to 25 were from this group. There was a huge group really, and quite a few of them had their grannies in Ukraine. That was quite funny. So in their summer holidays, they would go to Ukraine, but Russia was the best country in the world. And even after 2014, this is something that just doesn't fit together. But yeah, it's strange. There's no, I can't grasp this. I can't understand this.
And if I can jump in real quick.
Not yet. You have to put up your hand, right? So there's a heart-shaped symbol on the bottom, and then on the right-hand side, you put up your hand. We try to get to people in order. Were you just about finished with what you wanted to say?
Absolutely. Yeah, I was just rambling on.
All right. Well, have a good night's sleep. And then in order, I think it's Bertrand followed by Mimi.
Just it takes 7 seconds. Just confirming that while I don't have any hard figures, anecdotally, the media landscapes in European countries that I am more familiar with confirm the impression that you is mentioning. I don't think that the latest evidence of atrocities has changed much. It might potentially be because it appears that it was not so prominent in the news. I wouldn't know what is more headline material than a massacre of civilians in the middle of Europe. But hey, that's the way it works. So it was never headlines. So I suspect that's part of the reason.
Thank you, Bertrand. Mimi, go ahead.
And thank you. I just wanted to speak. Here in America, I just want to talk about Donald Trump. Before 2015, he was loved. and I would love for anybody that's in another country to check out the show that he had on for like 12 years. It's called The Apprentice.
Yes. So Mimi, we don't discuss, like, this space is devoted to Ukraine, so we don't really
That's
discuss
fine. I get it.
politics about any other country, really, except when it relates to Ukraine.
Well, just hear me out. I understand Ukraine. I get that. I'm an American citizen. I'm just talking about, like.
But what does Trump have to do with Ukraine, though? In this situation with The Apprentice, because that was well before this.
Correct. Correct. Everybody here in America loved Trump before 2015.
I'm hearing more.
I'm just trying to make a
point. Wait a minute. Let me just say this.
Everybody that hated him.
I'm an American. I am an American as well.
Okay.
And so let me say, Trump has no room in this space. So if you want to talk about Trump,
can I voice mine?
Wait a minute.
No,
I'm one of the co-hosts here.
Okay.
If you wish to discuss Trump, I would ask you not to. Because
how do you do that?
Well, just go somewhere else. Start your own space to discuss Trump.
Look, Trump be saying stupid shit out his mouth, and I agree.
We've already
wasted.
I
me myself as a whole. Hold on, let me read.
Can
I speak?
I am.
Am I getting blocked?
But you will if you continue with the Trump.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, so I just wanted to say something about something for people to look up. Once upon a time, there was a show called Apprentice here in America.
Okay, Mimi, you're not getting
it.
You're not getting it. I'm muting your mic. You're not listening to us. This space is about Ukraine. It has nothing to do with the Apprentice or Donald Trump. If you would like to discuss the Apprentice or Donald Trump, go and start up your own space somewhere else. But that's not where we're discussing here. Oh, and it looks like she dropped down.
No, I dropped her. Because I said before, we're not discussing Trump here. I don't care whether it was last year, this year. We're not doing it. He's too divisive.
Well, it's not even about too divisive. It's not the topic. It's not germane to the topic of Ukraine, and there was no point to all of this.
And that's exactly why I said that. You know, let's just go to the hands. Patrick, go ahead, please.
Go ahead, Patrick. Mic check.
We hear you.
I'm here.
Okay, let's go to the next speaker. I believe Marcus was up. Marcus, if you could raise your hand, please. I know that we had another speaker who tried to come up. So we're trying to get them in, but go ahead, Marcus.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Oh, you can. Right. Well, thanks for this. Yes, I'd just like to comment on the German lady that was just on about the way the war is being represented here in the UK, largely. And people have gone really quiet about it, to be honest with you, on social media. It's not dealt with that much. It's been pushed more or less into the background. I think my own view is that that's a good sign to a certain extent, because it means that the loudest voices, who are few in number but quite loud, have actually gone quiet, which is quite good. And people are just receiving the information and turning it over without wanting to comment on it. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Marcus.
So that was my little bit.
So I guess we'll take that as a comment. I don't know, Daryl, if you wanted to follow up on that, or
No, we'll just take it as the comment. I lost my audio for a minute, so I didn't really get to hear it very much.
Oh, right, okay. Well, I mean, I could repeat it if you like.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead then.
Yeah. So on the mainstream media, it's still quite regular, daily, and but on social media, chatter-wise, it's kind of gone a bit quiet, and I take that as a positive, to be honest with you, because generally the people with the loudest voices are, sometimes tend to be more extreme, and so I think that they have actually been silenced, which is good. You don't actually have to have positive chatter for people to be understanding of the point of view and in agreement with it. That is my view. That's my comment, really.
okay. Thank you, Marcus. I think that DFA is our next speaker.
Yeah, hi, good morning. Thank you for that. Oh, good morning here in Australia anyway. I just wanted to reflect on a discussion earlier, an ongoing discussion, and rightly so, about the weapon systems that are made available and brought to bear by the Ukrainian military. And really, it was just a reflection to pay my respects to the fighting men and women of the Ukrainian military. I have an acquaintance who's a US infantry sergeant, multiple tours of Iraq and Afghanistan, and sometime before this, before 2021, he was involved in training school over there, and they hosted several different nationalities, including Ukrainians. And when this all kicked off, he made a post on his own sort of social media, and he was reflecting on the skill and attitudes of these Ukrainian officers. Absolute lions, first amongst equals, as was his reflection, that was backed up by his colleagues and peers who chimed in. So I just wanted to pay my respects to these men and women of Ukraine. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That has been the overwhelming comment synopsis that many of the people that have come into contact with their military and as trainers, we've had some of the people here within the space, they trained with some of the Ukrainians, and that seems to be the overwhelming consent, is that they all think the best in the world of them. The way they train, their knowledge, understanding, that's been, the overwhelming, everyone thinks the same way about them. So
yeah, it was really interesting. We know some people in the space who were part of Operation Unifier, which was an 8-year training mission in Ukraine to help these troops learn NATO tactics, NATO standards, reform the NCO Corps. And when the war broke out, many of these people who were involved in that training session, in those training missions, said that Ukraine would win. And this is despite what all the pundits were saying at the time, despite how dire things looked, they said Ukraine's going to win. And it's because they had seen how well they were adapting and modernizing. So while I guess to a large number of people, how well Ukraine has done has been a bit of a surprise. For those who have trained with their military, it wasn't. I don't know if you've heard that comment before, Daryl.
Yes, that's exactly what I was getting at. Is, you know, it's they are a world apart from what a lot of people expected, and so top hats off to them. Everybody they've trained with are very, very, very glad they had the chance to work with them.
Total respect. And DFA, did you have a follow-up on that?
No, that's it. Thank you. I constantly come back to that in my thinking. You know, like as important as these weapon systems are, obviously it's the men and women delivering them that truly make the difference. So, you know, as I've stated before, just much respect to our Ukrainian brothers and sisters.
Here, here. Fusilier.
Yeah, DFA. Good day, mate. That's a really strong comment, actually. I remember an instructor of mine once telling me that the moral beats the physical every time, and in my experience, that's always right. It's always the man that matters, not the kid. Daryl, I want to chat about The Apprentice and Donald Trump. Seriously,
Don't do
I
it.
thought you'd
Don't do it, Slim. Don't do it.
I thought you dealt with that really well. In fact, I've got 6 kids who need some discipline. So if you fancy a trip down under, you can give them a bit of discipline.
Got 7 of my own, so it comes with the training. It comes with
what?
skills.
Only 7?
Yeah, I've actually got one on the way as well, Daryl. So I'm catching you up. But anyway, yeah, what I wanted to talk about actually was a very good point made by DFA about the Ukrainian military. Interestingly, the Russian military has similar form, but in the other direction. Some of you may be ancient enough to remember the situation in Kosovo in 1999. And one sort of slight sideshow in that liberation of Kosovo by a sort of, what do you call it, a coalition of the willing, was that you may recall the Russians had a battle group stationed in Bosnia on peacekeeping duties. It was an airborne battle group. And they decided to send that battle group on what I think the Yanks call a thunder run through Serbia into Kosovo. What was really interesting about it was that I, at the time, was an operations officer. That battle group traversed Serbia, stopping at civilian petrol stations and filling up with diesel, and interestingly, not paying. Moving on, took over Pristina airfield, and almost immediately got surrounded by Kosovar Albanians who were not very happy that the Russians had turned up to support their Serbian brothers. And when the 1st UK Armoured Division arrived, we found these poor Russian paratroopers sitting on an airfield with very little ammunition, no food, no water, and under a lot of pressure from the locals, Kosovar Albanians. So this sort of tactic that they have of really not planning out operations, or trying what I think the French call a coup de main, is not a new thing. They've been doing this for a fair amount of time, and it's come a cropper. The one thing I would say from my experience with them was that their field skills were shocking, but their endurance was quite extraordinary. I mean, I think when we got to Pristina, they'd been there for the best part of a week and literally had no water and no food. And, you know, if that had been British or American troops, the troops would have been whinging. They just took it as it's just one of those things that happened. So, yeah, it's just an anecdote. Their conduct in this war actually has form. They've done it before. Message ends.
Thank you, Fusilier. I didn't know that story, so thank you for sharing that with us. I'm curious, though, a week without food and water, well, it couldn't be without water for a week, but I mean, you know, I'm sure their combat effectiveness wasn't as high as one would expect, I would imagine, eh?
Interestingly, there's a follow-up to that story. Like I said, I was an ops officer, and I hope he's still alive. My boss was a British general called Mike Jackson, a paratrooper as well. And those of you that Google Mike Jackson will see that there was a reason the British troops called him Darth Vader. He was quite happy to just, in fact, we ended up supplying the Russians, and we had them in our pocket. When they left half of their equipment behind and all of their stores. But what was quite interesting was Sakura at the time. He was an American 4-star, and I believe he was either the son of or the grandson of General Mark Clark of Rome fame. He actually ordered Mike Jackson to take the Russians out of the airfield by force if necessary. And I do remember the story went around. How true it is, I don't know. That apparently Mike Jackson told General Clark that he wasn't going to start World War III for him. How true that is, I don't know, as I didn't hear it. But yeah, it did take place, and it's one of those sort of little anecdotes that, if we'd have taken more notice, would have shown us the quality of the Russian operational art.
And they left their kit behind, eh? You're saying, like, what sort of kit did they leave behind?
Yeah, they left. They were BTR-80s. I remember sort of the first time I actually took a sort of fun drive in a BTR-80 around the airfield. But they left SAM 7.
That's shocking.
Is it me that is breaking up, or are you guys having issues, Fusilier?
No, I think Fusilier has got a sketchy connection, and so I think he dropped off of audio.
Now he's on a walkabout. Fusilier, you on a walkabout because you're breaking up.
Yeah, I think we've lost him. We might have to drop him down so that he knows that he's talking to his phone, and then he can re-request, and we'll bring him right back up again.
Sort of vehicle stores that they carried. A lot of their trucks were inoperable.
That was odd. He dropped down, and I heard the ghost of Fusilier talking. Did you, Daryl, or is that just me?
Yeah, I just heard that.
Twitter's strange. Fusilier, we had to drop you down because we couldn't hear you. There was no audio. Feel free to re-request. I'd love to hear that story. I'd love to hear if there were any T90Ms that they left behind in that kit that they abandoned. But it's interesting, to say the least. But I guess, Daryl, it's sort of a reflection that, you know, a military is always going to reflect the society that that it defends, right? So if there's a lot of corruption, if people aren't particularly motivated to care about their equipment, if they're not motivated to care about their troops, then this would sort of make sense, right? Because there's a lot of corruption in that society, and it would be reflected in the military, I would imagine. What would happen to you, Daryl, if you would have, I don't know, left behind an Abrams, for example?
Let's just say our accounting system works. I mean, when the troops were coming home, vehicles were searched for any contraband coming back from overseas. In the amphibious assault vehicles that I used to work on, there was a front plate on the front end of the, it's a blank space in the front of the vehicle. It helps with the buoyancy of the vehicle. And they took the plates off just so that nothing was shipped back in the voids of the vehicle. So that tells you something about what our processes were coming back from Iraq with a lot of the bigger vehicles. They were, I mean, everything was searched. I mean, I'm not going to say everything was 100% as far as things not getting through, but there was a lot of stuff that did not get back to the States that people tried to get back through. So that's the military side. A lot of stuff was pilfered out of what the people were trying to bring by the commanders. If they had contraband, everybody was required to bags out and lay out what they were putting in their bags so that people weren't taking AK-47s and the like back to the States. So there's a lot of things, so that is what happens with our militaries as far as just the official stuff. As far as if you look at American society, yes, we party hard. Yeah, okay, people have a lot of issues with us being loud and etc. But we're not known for theft. We're not known, well, okay, I'm going to leave um, Okinawa out of this because there've been some issues. We've had some issues in Okinawa with a few soldiers. I mean, a few Marines. So I'm gonna leave Okinawa out of this. But most of the places we go, you don't hear about our soldiers being rapists, killers, going into people's houses and taking things. It's not in the culture of our services to do that kind of stuff. So um, when we look at, and let's just say we look at the Ukrainians now, when they go into places, they're welcomed. They are there. That is their people. They're treating the enemy correctly, and so you have to, and so you can only deduct that their society is one that is adherent to laws. Their society is one that values its people. And so yes, what our militaries do reflect our societies. So
Fusilier, did you have a follow-up to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to. I think, Daryl, those are wise words. Interestingly, they reminded me of a conversation when I
Oh dear, did we lose him again?
sorry, can you hear me?
there you.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we
Sorry.
can. Whatever you do, don't move. No more walkabouts.
Yeah. I was finishing a tour in Afghanistan in 2005, and one of your guys, General Eikenberry, was my boss, and he invited me to supper. and he asked me on my impressions of working with the US military and those US troops that I'd had under command. And I said, I told him an anecdote. My mother is a Holocaust survivor and a refugee from Germany. She was a young girl born in Berlin in the mid-30s and escaped to London a week before the war started. And my mother always told this story about how one day their school was closed. I don't know why. And her and her brother and sister went to meet their mother. And they were very poor refugees who was working as a cook in an American barracks where she made breakfast and lunch for American troops. And they went up to the front gate. There was a US Army guard on the gate, and British children at that time, when they saw an American serviceman, would say, "Have you got any gum, chum?" And anyway, the sentry gave them some candy and said, "Right, hop it, kids." And they said, "Oh, we can't. We're waiting for our mum." And he said, "Who's your mum?" And they said, "Resha Goringer." And he went, "Oh, Resha, right." And he took them into the guard room and he gave them some chocolate. And they'd never had chocolate before. They'd never tasted chocolate. And these US GIs couldn't believe it. And they put my grandmother and the kids in one Jeep and they filled another Jeep with oranges and tinned pineapple and chocolate and stuff these kids had never seen. And they took them back to the tenement building that was filled with refugees. And obviously all the men were away fighting. And my mother said the line of kids stretched out of her mother's kitchen and down the stairs of the tenement block and outside. And the mothers were in the kitchen cutting up the chocolate and the oranges and the pineapple, and so that each kid got a taste of these things. And my mum said she turned around and she looked at one of the GIs and he had tears running down his face. And I told that anecdote to General Eikenberry and I said, the best advert you've got in this country are the GIs. I mean, I love my troops, but British soldiers and Australian diggers can be a bit of a handful. But American soldiers are a real credit to their nation. And they're the best advert for the United States that the United States could have. And I said, if you put these guys in Kabul with their greenbacks, you will turn this country around. And he absolutely said, yeah, it would. I completely get it. The problem is that, it would only take one or two of them to be taken by the Talibs, and I'd be toast. So that's a very long-winded way of saying, countries reflect their culture. And the only other anecdote I have is the only time other than Kosovo, that I've met Russians. The Russian military was right after the first Gulf War, when my battalion went back to the UK, and there was a treaty in Europe called the Conventional Forces in Europe Treaty. And what that allowed was for the nations, NATO nations and Warsaw Pact nations, to request an inspection of any military facility in Europe at 24 hours notice. And there was a whole set procedure, tank sheds open and all that sort of stuff. Anyway, the Russians requested to come and see our base. And they turned up 24 hours later with a British liaison officer with a bag of money. And they spent about an hour having their photo taken with a T-55 that we brought back as a trophy and put outside the front gate. And then they were invited into the mess for lunch. And they were due to leave at 2:00. They left at 3:00 in the morning, having literally drunk us dry. They didn't look at any of our kit. They weren't interested. They literally drank themselves into oblivion. I have never seen anybody drink the way those officers drunk. I've still got a Russian officer's shoulder epaulets, because he gave them to me when he was completely pissed. But yeah, militaries reflect their nations, just like governments. People get the government they deserve. So I just wanted to back that up. Sorry, I've been a bit long-winded.
No, that's excellent. Thank you, Fusilier. I noticed we have a new speaker who joined, Irish Ting. If you could just remember to raise your hand so that we know what order to get to you if you want to speak. That's the little heart-shaped icon at the bottom, and you can just raise your hand. Perfect. Respecting the order, I think you're next in line. Go right ahead, Irish Ting.
Hey guys, how's it going? I'm just wondering, I've just looked at all the latest things, all the mobilization stuff and everything in Russia, and I'm just wondering, even going off what that fellow was saying about the endurance and all this stuff, like, you know, I think that you'd like to see a lot more of like the Ukrainians going and like what the British are doing, training up overseas, because like it's going to get pretty heavy, I think, after a while. Like I know everyone's super positive with all the great progress that's been made in the last couple of weeks, but like, you know, over winter there is a potential that Russia could have 4 or 5 months up their sleeve to train new guys, and if they got a bit, you know, Nazi on this and start shooting their soldiers for deserting and, you know, defeatism and all this type of stuff, and get a bit more kind of, you know, barbaric about it, it could be a lot, you know, there could be a nasty time ahead.
Yeah, well, a couple of things. So, first of all, that speech that was supposed to announce or not announce, Irish Ting, you got a hot mic there. If you mind, I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I'll, yeah. Yeah, no problem. Let's just mute your mic so that everyone can hear. So, whatever speech was being where mobilization was going to be announced or not announced has been postponed. You know, there's lots of speculation. Typically, leaders do not announce a televised speech in the evening and then just abruptly cancel it. But let's, you know, we know some laws have been passed to invoke harsher penalties on people who desert or refuse military service, etc. But let's put this all into context, okay? So first of all, it takes, as you probably know, a number of months to get people trained, and you know, just after someone's out of boot camp, it doesn't necessarily make them an effective fighting unit or able to fight together, and morale plays a role and a factor. And the other point is they have to be supplied and equipped. And what will they be supplied and equipped with? You know, the Russian military has blown through a lot of their best gear. You know, to the point where they literally are bringing, you know, 60-year-old tanks out into Ukraine, and what they do have is not well maintained. So, and the Ukrainians have been very, very, very clever about attacking their logistics. You know, and they've been doing that for the past couple of months before they even launched that offensive. So, I guess the point is, even suppose that they decide to roll the dice and call a general mobilization, which the people will not be happy about, right? You know, the lead time to where that can produce combat effective units on the battlefield is a long lead time, right? So I wouldn't worry about it too much yet. And the other point is that we actually have no idea what's going on, you know, in the Duma right now or in the Kremlin. You know, there's a lot of this is speculation. None of it matters. This whole thing about the, you know, these fake referendums, which are ridiculous considering the fact that Ukraine already controls 40% of Donetsk and Zaporizhia, where these, you know, alleged referendums are supposed to take place. They're utterly meaningless because, you know, the Russians would have to say, okay, we're going to hold a referendum in an area that we don't control and declare it legitimate. I mean, I'm no lawyer, but it doesn't sound to me like that's gonna fly. And to top it all off, their bluff was called before they even announced it. Country after country at the UN said, "Yeah, go get stuffed. We're not recognizing any of these referenda. We're not going to pay any attention to this. Just go away." So I wouldn't worry too much about this just yet. I don't think it will produce the results that they're gambling on, and they are gambling because just as soon as they made the speculation started, the number of Google hits in Russia on how to get out of the country, skyrocketed. So a lot of people are not happy, and even the overseer of the central bank, it's rumored that she was going to resign. So let's wait and see. But I don't think it's going to make that much difference. Daryl, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I'm just going to say it's just an authoritarian country getting more authoritarian. They may have a Duma, but it's a rubber stamp. So they're just putting in things in place so that the words don't have to leave Putin's mouth, such as mobilization. Dirty word. The word doesn't have to leave his mouth for him to do the things that basically, in effect, would produce the same result. And that's all I'm saying about it. It's just an authoritarian government going more authoritarian, going down the rabbit hole.
I think Fusilier came up to make a point, but Roy was first. Roy, go ahead. Then we'll go to Fusilier, and then Alex Kavtelli.
All right, so real quick, so I think everybody was speculating about this whole mobilization scene, but I don't know if you guys remember, approximately in April and May, there was news that Russia was actually stripping their training unit in Russia mainland thin to reinforce their lost units in the front line. If they actually did that, which I highly doubt, it's probably they already did, if not already. So Russia's ability to train raw recruits, it's going to take much longer because your demonstration unit and your training unit usually are manned by some very experienced officers and NCOs. And if you already stripped them and send them to the front line, it might boost you might have a sugar high for the frontline units for the manpower for some time, but it's gonna hurt you in the long run. And if I wasn't mistaken, last week in Crimea, Russia's Black Sea Fleet's 810 Naval Infantry Brigade were putting out posts for those Russians, like those 6 months 6 months long contract, and they said you only need 10 days of training, then you'll be sent to the front line. I know 810 took some heavy casualty, but I didn't know they're to that desperate point that you were just giving someone 10 days of training and then send them to the front line. That's extremely
10 days? Really?
Yes, 10 days. I was very, very, very surprised. I'm like, even the ISIS fighter will probably get a better training than that, unless you're just dropping a car bomb into Assad's work office. So Russia is scraping down the barrel. When they run out of volunteers, they're going to force their conscripts to fight. And to be honest, the young conscripts among them, their desire to fight this war is really questionable. For amount of people that volunteered for the fighting already, the number is extremely low. And as a way they coerce these people into signing the contract, it's already pathetic. And I don't know. I know even if they are obligated to go into the fight, I'm not sure how much motivation they have. And to be honest, at worst for Ukraine, we're going to end up something like Finland, the last small part of the nation, which we hope don't. But if that's true, Russia is going to probably only win amount of land that barely enough to bury their dead, if not even enough for that. And also, Putin did something really nasty when doing this mobilization. He used the National Duma to do this. It's just like him before the war began. He called the National Security Council, asking everybody to ask him to go to the war. Like doesn't he already know he wants to go to the war? He just want to make everybody to go ask him to go to the war. So make it like, oh, that's not my own decision. It's a collective decision. I'm just following the people's mind of people's desire. So in the end of the day, I kind of feel like he wants to shield himself away from the blame if the war goes sideways, or inside Russia there's some possible blame game going on, that he wants to be able to be at least ditch most of the responsibility. It's really nasty, and in the end of the day, he wants to say, "Oh, Russian people, you and your representative wanted to go to war. It's not me. I mean, I just signed as a law. Since your constituents, your representative and your constituents wanted this, so I'm just letting you have what you want."
Agreed. We got some hands up. First of all, before I go to the rest of the hands that wanted to address the subject, Irish thing, are you getting the sort of response back that interests you?
Well, I am aware of most of these points. I guess one of the main things is I just hope that Ukraine also has, mobilized a lot of guys in different countries that are, to meet any type of surge. I just hope that there is, in case of the worst case, that they have got something to counter any, and I'm sure they do. They seem to be pretty smart so far, but it's like, Russia does have a lot of gear still, and there is a such thing as on-the-site training, to a certain degree, and I just hope that Ukraine has, more. I know that the UK is training guys up, but I hope there's other countries secretly doing the same thing, because I do think that fresh troops are going to, keeping this momentum going, and any counter to any Russian, spike. That's all, I suppose. But
well, let's go to the rest of the panel. Daryl.
Hey, Irish Ting, you know what just happened not too long ago? As of today, what your country did?
What was that?
They have submitted to the International Criminal Court the paperwork that sets in motion for Russia to be charged with these crimes. So let me see if I can post. I can post it to the nest. Ireland files a declaration of intervention under Article 63 of the ICJ statute in the case concerning allegations of genocide under the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, Ukraine versus Russia. So I think you have a bit to be proud about as an Irishman tonight.
No, I do, but I live in Australia. But one thing that I'm not proud of Ireland is that they had 500 javelins sitting there nearly expired that they would not send. I think at the moment it's military stuff, not political, does have its place. But I think that at this point in time, they need a bloody nose before they'll start. They need to be taught a bad lesson on the battlefield. Not the courts. They don't care about courts. They don't care about international law or human rights or gay rights or anyone's rights. They're just, they're and the people who, they've got how many young fellas walking around with one leg or no legs, and they're still not out in the streets protesting against the war. Like 50 years ago in America, they were out getting beaten by police, but they were still protested. They still done what they had to do. I don't see the Russians doing the same thing, and that's very troubling.
Well, we've got a number of speakers that are lining up to, I think, address this point. So why don't we go to the panel and have at it? Fusilier, I believe you were next.
No, it was Alex, I think. It was Alex.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
I thought it was Fusilier.
Thank you. 2 points I wanted to make. One is, we speak a lot about Russian propaganda. It works not just outside Russia, I mean, outside control of Russia, but also, especially with regards to referendums, it works. They are at least making efforts in many places of Russia, including Ukraine and occupied territories. So apparently, well, obviously, Russians cannot make anything, and the satellites are not the ones they can make either. So almost all of that satellite comes from one French company, and there was kind of petition to that company to basically stop propagating Russian propaganda because this is just lies. And the reply was, well, they are neutral in this. She didn't even use a war. She used the word neutral in this Russian-Ukrainian conflict. Well, guess what? If you are neutral to anything, just don't transmit it. Don't transmit Russian propaganda if you are neutral. This is not being neutral. You are, spreading Russian lies. This is not being neutral. This is the opposite of being neutral. And I think we need to kind of mobilize the public opinion, especially in France, so that we stop. Again, guys, Russians cannot make anything, like really anything. You'd be surprised. They still, guys, they can't make anything. This is fact. And satellite is one of the things they can't make. What they can make is they can rent, that space and propagate their lies to, especially think about how important it's going to be when they come up with a referendum. Now, all those referendums, obviously, this is not going to help them. It's completely illegal. A lot of declarations already been made that it's going to be illegal. Nobody going to pay attention to that. There will be more of such declarations, I presume. But still, the nerve of some companies to say that they are neutral when they are actually spreading Russian propaganda is, I think it's appalling. I think it definitely requires some attention. As for mobilization, Russians are at a stage where everybody who wanted to fight already got that opportunity. Now it's time to those who wanted to sit and wait. They will have to, because from very early days, a typical Russian opinion was, oh, I can't change anything, nothing depends on me, they will decide it for me, whatever. Well, now, and they were just, if you ask them what they think about war, most likely the answer will be, oh, I haven't heard anything. Oh, I am against politics, I don't interfere in politics and that kind of stuff. Well, guess what? They cannot stay on the sidelines anymore. They have to go. They have to be burnt in a tank. They have to know that their commanders are sitting 100 miles away in a safe place while they are, sitting in a trench, shelled from every corner. Every single one of them will have to take a position. And I think this is already coming. They will have to, basically, they will have to say, you know what, this is not my war. Especially, believe it or not, none of those generals' sons will be on the front line. None. Most of them are in the US, and those who were, and in Europe, and London and were not, Paris. And when they were requested to leave the country, they went and joined Duma or something, like. So Russia was hoping to watch this war from a sofa chair or, from television. No, not anymore. They'll have to take a position, and it comes to that. And I do believe that there will be some. We'll hear more about from within Russia, um, because again, this is not something they just, they were hoping that they will enjoy nice life. I know, they would enjoy a nice life while somebody else will, get this um, stuff from the fire for them. um, that's not gonna work. So yeah, those two comments. But please, if we can mobilize something, so that there is some pressure on that uh, French company that is spreading Russian lies through their satellite. Let's try and do just that. There was Fagin. He's a he's he has a Telegram, actually YouTube channel, and today he had one guest from. I think she's a Russian living in Ukraine for the last 8 years, and she brought this to their attention and asked for some help to basically put pressure on this French company, and just wanted to kind of share this word.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Alex. Fusilier, you're up next.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Look, I think, interestingly, I think we should all be hoping for a Russian mobilization. If the Russians think they've got problems supplying 150,000 troops in Ukraine, just imagine how many logistic problems they're going to have when they try and mobilize. The Ukrainians have already mobilized, just to answer the question of Irish. I think that I don't know what the numbers are, and you have to ask one of our Ukrainian listeners, but I believe they've mobilized a substantial number of men and women. In terms of mobilization, you mentioned two things, I think. First was equipment, and the other was training. Don't be under any illusion that the Russian military either equips or trains itself in the same way that a Western military does. So first and foremost, in terms of training, 10 days, that they have no equivalent of the Australian Army's Kapuka, the British Army's Aldershot, or US, Fort Hood, Fort Benning, Fort Bragg. They have no equivalent of that. The way they train conscripts, or they used to train conscripts, is they are sent straight to a unit, and the second years train the first years. Well, imagine how well that's going to work if those second years are fighting for their lives and half of them are already gone. They have no centralized training system. They train within the unit. In terms of equipment, it's a slightly different story. The Russians tend not to throw anything away. So I don't think they'll run out of equipment, but as we're already seeing, they will start to issue obsolete kit to newly formed units. And the more complex that kit, the more challenges they're going to have in by bringing it up to speed or maintaining it. That said, Russian equipment is incredibly robust. So, if you take a T-55 or a T-62 out of storage, it's a much easier proposition getting that up and running than it would be getting an M60 or a Chieftain up and running if you took that out of storage. So we should be hoping that they're going to mobilise, because all they will be doing is creating a massive rod for their own backs. I note that we've got John Spencer on here, and he's a professional, so he might be able to give some more detail around that. But I suspect 10 days pre-training before being sent to the unit in the field is actually a luxury for the average Russian conscript. Most of them just go straight to the unit and get bullied, and they will literally be cannon fodder. Message ends.
Okay, thank you, Fusilier. Yeah, we have a lot of listeners that are quite amazing, but we try not to ask them to come up unless they volunteer. But thank you for that plug there. Maybe Colonel Spencer will come up. Would love to hear from him. Anthony, I believe you're next.
Well, the interesting part is part of my question was answered by Fusilier was about equipping those potentially mobilized folks. Forgive me, my 3-year-old might join my lap in a second. I guess my other question is, should they mobilize in that unlikely event? Because as we've heard from several folks who've been on the report in the past couple of weeks, the chances of that politically going down well are low. How long would it take feasibly for them to train anybody? Because I think the Germans found out in World War II and showed the world that stripping, as you said, your training cadre out of every place to throw on the front line is a horrible idea if you're going to fight a war that lasts longer than 2 weeks, or in this 3-day special military operation on day 209. So I'll rephrase my question: what is it going to take for them to actually make anything happen? Like, what's kind of like the time frame if they did pull the trigger tomorrow, or technically this morning in Russia?
I'd like to turn that over to the panel. I don't know, honestly. I don't think that it would happen overnight, that's for sure, but maybe the rest of the panel will have greater insight.
My opinion, I think it's just going to motivate countries to put in more. When they see what they could face, the kit that has been given with the expectation that they can win against the forces that they have now. If something like a general mobilization, etc., was to happen, something that would significantly change the numerical numbers, I think it would create a need for more kit. And it may be different types of kit that could handle larger numbers.
If I could add a follow-up question, and for the folks in the military might know, when I say training cadre, I mean like a training program. What would it take in this situation, not encouraging the Russians to do this, but in any military, what would it take to start a training program from zero to a professional military? Like, what would you have to do to stand that up? Like, it seems like it'd be a tremendous undertaking to do that again. That'll be my final question.
You would probably need to hire professionals, because what Russia has, I would not consider professional. If they wanted to build a professional army, they would need to bring in professionals, people that would know the difference between degrading a new recruit and just breaking them down to a point to where they can build them back up. The way the Russians do it, they break them down until they're nothing, and they remain there. In most militaries in the West, we break the recruits down to get them out of the mindset of a civilian and bring them to the point where they understand they are part of a team. You're not one by yourself. You have to conform. You can't be the individual. You have to learn to be part of the unit, and I think that's one of the things. Second, you need proper training facilities to be in the field, dirt camps, tents, and things. That's part of the advanced training that most of us endure once we're in the service. You do that because you have to learn the basics. You have to learn the seamanship in the Navy. You have to learn what a Marine is in the Army. You have to understand what becoming a soldier is. And for the airman, you have to understand your part in this whole affair of warfare and what the importance of your job and your service is. So it's going to take a lot from between the physical and the psychological portion in my and I don't think it's something that can be done within a month. You need to build bases to house people properly. Medical, which I'm pretty sure the Russian soldiers don't receive the medical care that most of us received when we joined up. From the fact that if you needed a root canal, you got that root canal done. If you had something that was going to affect you being in the service psychologically, that you were, swept out, taken to the door and said, "This is not for you," even after you volunteered. Your health overall is something that's going to be important to the service because you can't be a casualty before you actually hit the field.
Thank you, Daryl. We've had Michael, who's been waiting for a long, long time, and lots of hands up. So, Michael, go ahead.
Thanks, Bloke. And by the way, Daryl, good to see another Georgian out there, and congratulations on the panel. I was there when you crashed the site the first time, but you seem to make a remarkable recovery. I definitely want to second what Daryl's talking about. And I'll try to hit this from a historic perspective. First off, if they're going to try to do general mobilization, and they're going to start that right now, it's not like they will have warm weather in order to train all these recruits. It's also not the fact that you've got a meddling president. You're not going to have the military leaders doing this. This is not a question of, doing this the right way. This is going to get done the wrong way. And what I was going to just do real quick, Luke, is just like quick 90 seconds, going to go over like the last time. I think a good parallel for this historically is like when the United States in World War I, when we sent over an expeditionary force, we had a Green Army that went up against battle-hardened German troops that had been fighting for years and years and years. And we fell flat on our face when we got over there, and we did things the right way. We had a very successful draft. We had less than 8% draft dodgers in that draft in 1917, 1918. Woodrow Wilson as president, he was an academic. He let John J. Pershing run the show. And John J. Pershing didn't have a lot of leaders, but he had gems. He had people like Dwight Eisenhower. He had a young George Marshall, who was an absolute logistics savant in World War I. He also had a young tank commander in George Patton. He had good leaders. He had good building blocks. We declared war in April of 1917. The Selective Service Act was passed a month later. We did not see United States Army in a distinct unit until September of 1918. It was a full 16 months later at San Miguel. And then after that, we had the Meuse-Argonne. And even then, we did everything we thought was the right way. And we had a lot of setbacks in Meuse-Argonne. And my point being, if you do this the right way, you have to have military leaders in charge. You have to have patriotism because you have to have a successful draft. If you have a meddling president, you have a high level of draft dodgers, you have no building blocks. Also, the leadership isn't there. I don't think there's anybody remotely like John J. Pershing or Dwight Eisenhower in the Russian army right now, to be perfectly frank. And I don't know what they have, but I'm sure they don't have people like that. And this is what it took the United States just to get a year and a half later. And granted, it takes a couple of weeks to go by boat from the United States to France. They've got a lot less on that, but that's what it took us to do things the right way to fall flat on our face. I think that this actually would be counterproductive to Russians in terms of their political situation. And when you send conscripts in there and they fall flat on their face and there's already morale issues, it's not going to be like you have patriotism to fall back on. During the Meuse-Argonne in 1918, the United States had high patriotism. We were trying to do the absolute best we could, and we believed in our cause. If they had a setback of the Meuse-Argonne proportion on that army, I think it could break Russia. So from my point, just looking at it, a Green Army versus battle-hardened Ukrainians, if he wants to do that, then my response is bring it on, because that will break Russia. At least that's my 2 cents on it.
Thank you. Lots of really great points. Daryl, could you help me out with the order? Was it lunchtime or Mark who was next? And I noticed that a dog called Wimpy has had his hand up too. So did you keep track of that? I think it's lunchtime, right?
Yeah, let's go lunchtime.
Oh, hi guys. It's really interesting discussion. I just want to. I think I heard John Spencer talk about this briefly earlier today, and the previous speaker alluded to something that he mentioned, which is that Putin is involved directly in the decision making in terms of the military decision making, and this comes down to kind of a breakdown of trust after the initial fuck up, right? Excuse my language. After the initial mess that sort of happened at the beginning of this, where his 24 to 72 hour operation suddenly ballooned into 200 plus days and counting. So he was of the opinion that there was a real breakdown of trust between Putin and his military. He's certainly shifted around a lot of personnel. He's fired a lot of people. And additionally, the status of the military in Russian society is low. It's kind of by design, because left to become too powerful, obviously they pose a threat to the people in charge. So they're always kept quite contained. Kamil Galeev has a very good thread about this, where he points out that after every significant war, generals are sort of bumped off, by the Russian establishment, and they sort of disappear. They die mysteriously between wars, particularly if they were successful, particularly if they were good at what they were doing, because the fear is that they would then serve as a nucleus around which some sort of military coup might form. And I had one other point to make. Oh yes, that's right. So given that Putin is effectively running the show, my fear is twofold. One is that any sort of mobilization or conscription presents an opportunity for him to dispose of people that oppose him at home, or the demographic that is most likely to oppose him and succeed him in terms of political thinking and power. So that's a good tranche of people that he can just send to the front, so they don't present problems for him as the war continues to go horribly wrong, and therefore he clings on to power in some way. And the other is that this is really sort of the way that the Russian army is behaving. It's not really about strategic gain at times. It's just about inflicting the maximum amount of pain and cruelty that they can. And you don't need a huge amount of training to be cruel. If you have people of a certain type. So those are my worries, and I don't know what you think about that. I'll to the panel to continue if you want to.
Well, I'll throw in that you've hit 10 out of 10 on the cynicism scale about him sending people that could oppose him at home to the front. But then I've been wrong before about how deep the depravity can go.
Daryl, I only say that because he's already doing that. Like, he's already doing that with young kids from the regions, from Dagestan or whatever.
Yeah, fair. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. All really good points. I'd like to turn it over to the panel. Wings, I think you're next. Followed by Mark and Ray. Oh no, it's Mark, Wings, and Raver. Mark, go ahead.
Yes. Hi. Hey, Bloke. Hi, Daryl. Congratulations on your co-host responsibilities. I had a couple questions that are off topic as far as Russian mobilization. Would you like me to wait, or?
That's very kind of you. I have the feeling that the two hands raised probably want to address that very subject.
Okay.
So yeah. Hang around. And
Sure.
We'll circle back.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Wings and Rockets, followed by Raver.
Yeah, morning all. Hello, Daryl, brother. They made you a host. Dear God, welcome.
Yeah, they messed up.
It's amazing what you get if you eat enough Weetabix in the morning, isn't it? What falls out the box. Yeah, look, mobilization. I absolutely agree with Daryl. Before you even talk about mobilizing and training people, you need infrastructure. The first point is I've had a lot of parallels made with the German army, 1944, 1945. I think they're fundamentally different. First of all, the vast majority of German line units were professional. And when they started getting these people drafted in from the army, the air force, and from the civilian sector, there was kind of a mutual understanding that for the old sweats, their lives depended on the new guys and vice versa. And it was remarked upon, especially funnily enough, in the SS units, how quickly they absorbed what were unwilling recruits and managed to turn them into fairly functional soldiers, because everyone knew that the Russian hordes were coming. It was going to be a fight to the death for Germany, and there was kind of common cause. So you're not going to see that with Russia, obviously. That's the first thing. The infrastructure's got to be in place, as Daryl said. You know, you need classrooms, you need ranges, you need somewhere decent to eat. Because if they're doing a proper training course, they will be doing a lot of physical fitness. So they'll need a good diet. Good luck on that in Russia. One potato and a bit of cabbage a day. It's not really going to cut it. The people being conscripted will not be willing. In view of the lack of infrastructure, I think, yeah, they will probably be thrown into units that are resting, just come off the line and got maybe a few days rest. And the people who have survived in those line units are A, going to be on their chin strap because they've been in combat for 6 months, B, somewhat jaded about the whole experience, and therefore C, not particularly interested in the FNGs, as the Americans used to call it, coming in. So I suspect they will do it. I think they'll use them as fillers. The old veterans network in the units that have to absorb these will probably gang together, and these idiots that they get sent, these conscripts, are going to be given all the shitty jobs, and will most definitely be manning the listening posts at night and be leading the way through the minefields. So it's going to be a bit of an emotional experience for them. How long would you need to give them a basic fundamental understanding of soldiering? Well, you know, I mean, in the British Army, I think it's 14 weeks, phase 1 training. If you trimmed out all of the marching, all of the fitness, all of the getting basic skills like reading and writing, because we do have to do that, all the stuff that seems fairly pointless, but actually, as Daryl said, is part of the fundamental building blocks of creating someone with what we used to call the core values, you know, loyalty, integrity, honesty, all those kind of things. If you took all of that out, what do you really need to train someone in? Well, you need to train them in a weapon system. I used to teach small arms. I could probably in 5 days take one of you with no military experience on the Monday, and by the Friday you'd be able to handle a weapon, and you might once in a while be able to hit the target. But certainly with something like an AK, I'd need 2 weeks probably at least. So let's say a week's weapon handling and basic marksmanship, they're not going to be particularly good. Then what? Basic infantry skills taught by a section commander who's been in theatre for 6 months, who's seen 75% of the people he knows die, and really doesn't want to be there. When you don't want to be there, it's going to be a big ask. I imagine there would be exemptions on this general mobilization. So people in key industry, key roles, critical infrastructure, you know, the police, medical, stuff like that, they'll be exempt. So what are you going to get? I mean, you're going to get some real dross, aren't you? Some real toothless, gumless, potato juice, MDH taking loons who probably don't even know how to put a pair of trousers on properly, and you're supposed to turn them into infanteers in 10 days, 2 weeks. It's just, and that's before we even get to the point of how do you victual them, how do you feed them? Okay, you can supply them with uniform, but you need more than one set of uniform. You've got to get them into theatre. The units that they'll be going to, probably their support echelons have been stripped out for spare bodies because they're desperate for anyone who carries a weapon. With winter coming, this thing about a Russian soldier knows how to fight in winter. 50 years ago, I bought that, but if you're cold, you're cold. Being a Russian doesn't make you any less cold than me when I'm cold. It's just a recipe for disaster. And because it's a recipe for disaster, and because it makes absolutely no fucking sense whatsoever, do you know what? I think they'll do it. I think they'll do it because the Russian maxim for a very long time has been to use mass. And I think they're probably thinking the same as in the late stages of 1941, where they literally were throwing human waves, linked arms against German positions. I think they'll go for it again. Now, the big question for me is, back then there was no social media and there was no way of communicating. They'll still have their mobile phones and there's stuff like that, and they will talk to each other. And I think that's where we might see a breakdown.
Would you mind if I asked a quick question to Wings?
By all means, please go ahead.
Wings, there's sort of there's like a rumor floating around that oh no, sorry, I've completely lost my train of thought. Can I come back to you actually? Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. We have, I think, a brand new speaker coming up. Please raise your hand so we know to get to you. And by the way, Gunny, thanks a lot for your comments. If you wouldn't mind sticking around for a while, I think we've got a lot of people who want to probably ask you some questions. Raver.
Hey, good evening, everyone. So we're already seeing the effects of the rumored mobilization in Russia. Today, their stock market burrowed into the ground like it was an Iskander targeting a Ukrainian school, and the price of airline tickets to Turkey went up like it was an Iskander taking off. So the two are inversely related as people try to get the hell out of Russia. They're apparently not happy, and maybe that's why Putin canceled his speech, because the reaction at home was not positive.
Yeah, and just to throw another thing, the head of the central bank, well, it was rumored to have resigned over this a second time. I think her resignation was politely declined the first time. So it's not looking good. So Rush, if you want to speak, please raise your hand. I believe you're next anyway, but if you want to raise your hand, you press the heart-shaped icon and the hand to the right. Go ahead.
I'd just like to say that we should be very wary about not like Ukraine said in the beginning that Russia wasn't going to invade.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up there. I can't hear you.
I believe that speaker has dropped down. We have Lunchtime, who I think just remembered what he wanted to ask Gunny about, followed by Mark, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, thanks so much. Yeah, so this it wasn't a rumor really, but there's a thought that should Russia call for mobilization and effectively term this a war rather than some sort of special military operation, that presents an opportunity for us to really ramp up our supply of weaponry to the Ukrainian armed forces. Do you agree with that? Do you think that is the case? And is that what happens? Like if they do say, okay, we're having general mobilization, is that effectively declaring a war? Does that actually turn it into a war rather than what they're calling it?
It's effectively already a war.
Oh, I know.
Whether they want to call it a war that's irrelevant to it, because it's just they may do more things because they declared a war. However, what's on the battlefield is not going to change much. They're still fighting. They still have to get supplies.
No, I understand that. The question really is calling for general mobilization saying the same thing as domestically admitting, because they're not admitting this is a war domestically, is that the same thing as saying, okay, this is a war now? And does that mean that that the West, to us, that we can then step up our supply to the Ukrainian armed forces?
What they need, what they're going to do first, and this is all the rabbit hole. They do something to generate fear, and that fear is the fact that, if they declare the Donbass area, Oblast regions theirs, along with Crimea, and now the Ukraine soldiers come in, they're now attacking the Rodina. No, sorry. We're not going to get upset. This is them doing the same thing they've done since the war started. They are basically drumming up this fear. And when the Ukrainians cross that line, like and they go to battle like they are right now, they're in the Donbass. He can't claim area that it's not his. So it goes, he's just doing this to create this conversation in the West of, we created a monster. Now we need to pull back. Not going to happen. We see the game.
That's the referendum you're talking about. I'm talking about conscription. I think we're talking at slight cross purposes.
No. The conscription has to do with what they are going to do, quote unquote, with the Donbass and Crimea. It's all part of the same picture. They do one thing to create the causation for the other.
So specifically, is calling for general conscription in Russia an admission to the Russian people, media, whatever, that this is actually a war? Because, I don't think...
that takes us into supposition of what the Russian people think. I mean, really, do we know what the Russian people think? Right. It's really going to be irrelevant. The only thing that's going to happen is more mothers are going to not see their sons anymore, and they don't have to pay the lotters.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Hey, Daryl, can I jump in real quick?
Go ahead, Ray.
Yeah, so assuming that Russia does issue a general mobilization order, the big impact on the battlefield is going to be the stop loss. It gets rid of the refusing problem that the Russians have. The next possible benefit is the call up of actual reservists who have a little bit of military training. Those who can't get out of the way of the conscription monster and have to report, provide a semi-trained pool to send. The actual conscripts are going to be least and last, because every one of them that's smart enough is already trying to get the hell out of Dodge. Like, the only real, tangible, immediate benefit is going to be the end stop loss on the contract soldiers turning into refusings.
But how many of these reservists did they pull in at the beginning of the war? I'm pretty sure not all of these soldiers they've been resupplying with are coming from the regular forces. I'm pretty sure they probably already have pulled in some of the reserves.
Oh, absolutely, Daryl. They absolutely have, but they've been pulling in the ones who are willing. General mobilization would subject the rest, and over the last decade, there's been about 1.3 million people cycle through the Russian army. Now, a lot of them are no longer in Russia or are going to do everything they can to avoid service, but it is a pool of people who have had some military experience in better times, and that's going to be your most likely pool to push up to the front quickly with any type of actual training. Like I said, the real benefit to Russia, and it's I don't know how many tens of thousands it would end up being, would be the stop loss that it would create, and thus get rid of the refuseniks and the contract part of the Russian army.
Whiskey. Gunny, you got anything to say to that? Or Whiskey?
If Gunny wants to go first, I'm cool with that. I'm just doing a couple things in the background here.
Yeah, cheers, Whiskey. So the first thing is with the general mobilization, but not declaring war. The thing with declaring war is if Putin did that, he would recognize Ukraine as a sovereign state, because war is declared between two sovereign states that he doesn't really want to admit Ukraine is. But declaring war is a technicality. You can be at war and not actually declare war. I mean, you can say the UK and Argentina weren't at war in 1982, but tell that to the infantryman running up Mount Longdon or the sailor abandoning HMS Ardent. It's semantics, really. It's like the Germans saying, "Well, we only provide defensive weapons, not offensive weapons." Okay, so I give you a pistol as your backup weapon, and you're clearing a building as your battalion takes a town. You're going through a building with your rifle stops, and you pull out your backup weapon, and you carry on clearing rooms. Was the pistol defensive or offensive? I mean, a lot of people say, well, a pistol is a defensive weapon, but if you're kicking in doors, chucking in a grenade, and then clearing the room with your pistol, it's offensive. The Germans will say, well, an anti-tank weapon isn't really offensive. Well, if I take a hill with my platoon and we dig in and we stick a couple of javelin launchers at the top and we start shooting at tanks on the reverse of the hill, then that anti-tank missile launcher is an offensive weapon. If I've got a defensive surface-to-air missile system and I use it to start shooting at aircraft 30, 40 miles away that aren't even a threat to me, then it is an offensive weapon. So it's all semantics, really. I think the mobilization thing, Ukraine need more. And no matter how much you give Ukraine, Ukraine will always need more. So the mobilization side of things won't make a difference at all. I still think some NATO countries are wary about what might be coming. Prudence dictates that you don't give everything away. I think some countries are safer in that respect than other countries. For instance, Germany, the Russians would have to come through Poland and the Baltic states to get to Germany. So I don't really think Germany's got a lot to worry about. I've no doubt that there are Polish mechanized units absolutely chomping at the bit to go and take St. Petersburg. So they'll do these things, and people say, well, these things are tantamount to a declaration of war. There are thousands of armored vehicles running around Ukraine. There is artillery being fired. There are aircraft being shot down. There are helicopters being flown. There are missiles landing on civilian targets. It's a war. It is a war in all but name. The only thing that's different between this and any formally declared war is Ukraine won't declare it, and Putin certainly won't declare it, because then he would be saying Ukraine is a sovereign nation, which he categorically does not believe. But apart from that, this is war. It is. There's no dancing around it. It's no special operation. It's not a conflict. It is a full-scale, inclusive of genocide, shooting war. Should we supply any more? Well, that's kind of a moot point.
Can I just ask you something about what you just said? I mean, I think we're all in agreement that it's a war, right? I just meant the perception domestically, Putin, right? Because yeah, this anyway. So I think that was fairly clear from what I said. But what I wanted to ask you was, you seem to suggest that there is a perception that the war could sort of extend, could sort of burst its borders, its current borders, and is there really a worry amongst NATO that, you know, the Baltic states are at risk, for example? The Baltic, I think the Baltic defense minister or something gave a very stern sort of response to a Russian journalist. I think it was yesterday, where he was fairly combative and said, you know, as far as we're concerned, we want you to lose the war. We want the sanctions to work better and better, and we want you to be to lose your military capability for the coming decades, because we've given up on the line of thought that Russia can be considered a normal neighbor or indeed a normal country in the near future. So those are pretty strong words. So, you know, and the Baltics would be the closest sort of in terms of a new target should Putin be that crazy. Do you think really that they have any remaining capability to do such a thing?
Well, I mean, the rhetorical question to that is, if there's absolutely no threat, why do the Americans have tens of thousands of personnel in Eastern Europe? Why does the UK have a battle group in Estonia and attach units to a Polish armoured division now? Why did Finland and Sweden feel suddenly moved to join NATO? Why do we have a Trident nuclear submarine out 24/7, 365 days a year? You know, that's something that people seem to forget. You know, you get this is a regional conflict, and absolutely the Russians won't want it extending anywhere else. No, they probably won't. But there is always friction in times like this. In 1984, we all nearly ceased to exist as a race because a Duff computer program thought it saw a general attack by the US strategic missile forces and started the process of Russia launching a counterstrike against Europe and the US. And it took one colonel to stop the whole thing. What happens if an RC-135 over the Black Sea gets intercepted by two Russian jets and one of them clips him doing one of their stupid flypasts? What happens if the Russians do another fast jet overfly of some units out in the Baltic, which they have done before, flown over at 50 feet with live ordnance on board? Supposing it's deemed as a threat and the battle group commander goes, do you know what? I've warned you 3 times, and lofts a couple of SAMs and kills both aircraft. These things are friction which happen in real life. Submarines hit submarines. You know, missiles go errant and land on someone else's sovereign territory. There is always that danger that one thing, a mistake, can escalate and grow arms and legs quickly. So that is why we have got hundreds of thousands of NATO troops at an increased alert posture. That's why you're seeing B-52 flights. That's why you're seeing a marked uptick in US submarine activity in the Norwegian Sea. We know that because we see them coming out of Faslane Naval Base. So all these things are happening for a reason. So for anyone who says, well, you know, it's perfectly safe, I would say, well, in that case, we might as well pack up and everyone return to unit. Because if you say there's no threat, then there's no point keeping those American brigades in Romania. There's no point the UK and the Danish and the Norwegians and the French and the Germans doing the joint air policing. There's no need for that Baltic Sea battle group. There's no need for the Mediterranean Sea battle group, and everyone just go home because the Russians aren't really a threat anymore. The fact that all this kit is out there, mate, says to me, well, we're just being smart. We're just taking it as grat that they are slightly mental, that something can go wrong with all these units on high alert, you know, rubbing up against each other. And just imagine for a minute, the Russians are seeing a NATO aircraft flying around the Black Sea, giving targeting data and signals intelligence to the Ukrainians, which is resulting in the deaths of Russian troops. Now, that's going to be pretty galling. You know, that is really going to be rubbing them up the wrong way. Luckily, so far, everyone's played by the rules. We'll probably find out after this that the Russians have done some silly fly pasts and probably lit up NATO aircraft, things like that. But as a rule, even the Russian bomber tests of the UK's Northern Air Defence Identification Zone have kind of dropped off. And from what I'm seeing, their submarine activity around the UK is probably dropping off. So everyone's playing by the rules. Everyone understands the dangers involved, but things do go wrong. And one misunderstanding, one bad decision, or some act of lunacy that involves, tactical nuclear weapons or chemical or biological or something like that, and suddenly the game gets much more exciting for all involved, and you want the pieces in place to give you options. And again, anyone who says, well, that's not what's happening, I'm sorry. If the Russians really do lose their minds and decide to go down the CBRN route, NATO will want options in place to retaliate, and that involves everything. And that's why the boys and girls are all out there, and why, yet again, the Americans have kind of said, well, it's 3,000 miles away, but we will send our kids to ensure your safety and security. That's why they're all there.
Amazing. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Gunny. We have a number of hands raised. One more thing, folks, if you're finished with your comments or questions, if you would be so kind as to drop yourself down to listener, that allows us to bring up other speakers. And I've just noticed that Colonel Spencer has joined us. Now there was a call out earlier, so let's go in order. Daryl, I believe it was Prince followed by Whiskey, followed by Afella, followed by DFA. Is that correct, Daryl?
You got it nail on the head on that one.
Alrighty, here we go, Prince.
Yeah, mine is just a real minor thing, but Gunny made me think of something else there, and it's good to see you, Gunny. I miss seeing you every day, but I'm sure glad when you show up. One of the things that Gunny made me think about was, what I said at the beginning of this entire thing was, NATO's not going to get involved unless somebody's stupid and something goes astray and Russia accidentally or unintentionally or air quotes accidentally shoots a missile into a NATO country. But that also makes me remember that the United States early on in the conflict rolled up a couple of Patriot missile batteries right on the border of Poland. And they didn't do that for no reason. They did that to be prepared, just like Gunny was saying. So those are the couple things that made me think while Gunny was talking there. But what I actually came up to share was Raver had mentioned about the price of airline tickets out of Russia. And our good friend of the space, Rosalie, has been doing a very interesting thread about this and looking for like one-way tickets to different destinations from Moscow or from Russia. Yes, from Moscow, to different places in the world for a family of 3, which she's considering a mother, a father, and an adult son. And the price ranges go from $3,200 to over $50,000. And so it's not real cheap. And I believe that she's doing that in US dollars. So it's not real cheap to try to get your family out of Moscow, even though people are Googling nonstop how to get out of Russia. So if anybody wants to take a peek at that, you can go and look at Rosalie's timeline. It's been a little bit entertaining, and we know Rosalie to be a kind of person who considers things very carefully and looks for those important things that should be paid attention to. But I just thought it was an interesting piece of information that goes along with this whole idea. So I wanted to come up and share that. Thanks.
Thank you, Prince. If you want to DM that to me, I'd be happy to throw it up in the nest for you.
I can put it in the nest if you like. I'd be happy to do that. I know you guys juggle a lot. I just don't want to do it without permission.
Well, we just like to check things out, make sure that there's, but go
I'll
ahead, Prince.
I'll just send it to you. I'll just
Thank you.
yeah.
Whiskey.
So I was just originally coming up to talk about some like historic and current topics as far as what a Russian mobilization looks like. But if we're past that now, I can hold off on that and yield my time to John Spencer. I know his time is important, so let me know.
Well, that sounds interesting to me, but I'm flexible. Although I am no historian, as my historian Jason Giroux is lurking in the audience there.
Okay, well, let me know, sir, and I will gladly yield my time. So as far as the mobilization goes, USSR prior 1991 focused a lot of their funding and stuff towards a mass mobilization. So they had a large reserve of NCOs, officers, troops, but they also had empty BTGs, basically that were held to basically be filled if a mobilization ever was called upon. When the USSR, as far as I understand, is when the USSR collapsed, and moving forward past 1991, they did not have the budget to support, this massive military structure. So they cut way back on it. A lot of those got hollowed out and canceled, and it came down to making a choice of where they can actually put their funds, and that was into rockets and a smaller force that could actually fight like in a foreign war. They didn't have the money for both, so a lot of the funding went into the rockets, and yeah, moving forward, a lot of those schools, a lot of those bases that Daryl talked about earlier that you need to actually support like a mass mobilization, a lot of that kind of went by the wayside. So currently in today's time, it's like when you look at a mass mobilization, they really do not have the infrastructure in place to support training massive amounts of recruits, conscripts, what have you, in a quality way to make a difference in the war. And yes, it's a war. So that's just the really quick bullet points. Try not to take up too much of your time that I wanted to add. I did post a really great thread by Camille about this. It goes into more depth if any of you want to read up on it. It's on my timeline there. But that's all I wanted to add. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Whiskey. Fella.
Hey, y'all. Good morning or good evening, depending on where you are. And Slava Ukraini. I had a quick question about the practicalities of the mobilization, and I'll just keep this quick. If they've, I'm pretty sure they're mobilizing because they've exhausted their volunteers, right? Most of the people remaining, I guess you could say they at least have some sense, and that they don't want to go fight in a pointless conflict. But who exactly is going to mobilize these people? Are we just expecting that they're going to get notices and they're going to kind of show up, or is this going to look like kind of like what's happening in Donetsk and Luhansk, with what Russia is doing there tragically to the people there? Is it going to look like that in Moscow and St. Petersburg, or I know this is speculation, but I'm just scratching my head wondering, like, who exactly is going to perform this who's going to enforce the mobilization?
I hope that wasn't for me. I mean, I'm no expert. So I do know a few things from talking to experts about. So Russia's doesn't have volunteer. It has a volunteer, has contracted off soldiers, and has conscripted, which are the mandatory year service, the 2-year service. And as of yet, they haven't even forced those people to stay, which is almost step one, is not to let them out. And Michael Kaufman's done a couple of great podcasts about that. So right now they have a biannual conscription recruitment enlistment period where there's certain months that it happens that it was military age males that haven't done their 2 years of mandatory service to Russia show up for their conscript time. Well, what's happened is that the normal recruitment for that conscription, I know that sounds weird, hasn't been working. They haven't been able to fill those numbers. So they're having to, they've looked at multiple other ways. They've increased the pay. They've reduced the time. It's really a fascinating, look at their ability to do this. So I think your question's two-part is who, basically a draft would be, instead of a kind of a voluntary conscription, which is normal for countries with mandatory service, like, hey, look, it's your time, you don't have an exemption, this is where you need to go do your time, versus a draft, which is just straight forced by age and a certain population in certain areas. In all military, kind of a lottery system, there's a couple ways to do it. That's what they're talking about with mobilization. It could be done. Some people think that they might be embarrassed by even the draft dodging, people not showing up to that call, whatever reason it happens. But your other question, which leads to Whiskey's comment about they don't have the infrastructure to train, so you would need trainers of these people as well, or would you literally, which you have done already a couple times, literally, contract somebody and then send them straight to the front line with like 5 days of training. So that's why it's so weird, because a mass draft, which is what we're talking about with the mobilization, like forced draft of Russian soldiers, men, into service to be fighting in Ukraine. I think it might help us to show these differences of. I mean, Russia does have a major portion of its military since day one, since they started this war, are conscripts doing their 2 years of mandatory service. But they let those rotate, even since we've started in the last 7 months. They let the ones whose terms had ended, they let them go home. So that was something that kind of Russian analysts were watching. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's a little bit of what I know about it. But from one thing I know, this would be a draft of just a certain male population, like you will serve, not a mandatory service that you owe your country.
Yeah, that does help, and thank you for sharing that.
All right. We have some other follow-ups. Just to reiterate a finer point, folks. Just keep in mind that this has not been announced by anyone yet, right? The Duma has changed a couple of laws, but there has been no general mobilization. There's lots of speculation about it. And in fact, in one of the papers, Parliamentskaya Gazeta, they were denying that it's going to happen. So they're sort of all over the place trying to figure out how to get themselves out of the hole they dug for themselves. My suggestion would be, if you find yourself in a hole, the first order of business is to stop digging, so they can always withdraw their troops back to Russia. And that would be the best course of action in,
Yeah, I think it's a great point. And we had all these conversations back in May, right, when we all thought that was going to be the announcement on the celebration of Russia's celebration of the defeat of Nazi Germany. We all had this conversation, and even back then, all the military analysts were saying, if they did it wouldn't help them, and it wouldn't lead to achieving their objectives in Ukraine. We're way past May now. They're in a state of chaos and manpower issues, way beyond what they were. So I reiterate, I said it earlier today, like we're all guessing what the news was going to be, but if it's that, then so what? It doesn't change the trajectory of Ukraine's victory in any way. It isn't their solution to all the Russian problems in any way. So if that's it, like the meh emoji would come about.
If I can speak to that,
go ahead.
Just to back up what Colonel Spencer is saying is, a lot of with the small forces that Russia reserved for these foreign, wars that they predicted that they're going to wage, and they released a lot of their core military. And a lot of the commanders, the NCOs, the officers, they've already been wiped out actually in Ukraine. And so there's not much left to train a new mobilized force. That's years, that's decades of wisdom that has just been pissed down the drain, that they don't have anymore. So as John has said, the only thing they can do is contract to try and give some people some minimal training, which is not going to be good. So I wouldn't worry too much about mobilization. I know this is something that was brought up in the news recently, and it's being talked about now, but just to kind of prime people on that, they're up a creek without a paddle.
Colonel Spencer, did you want to comment on that up the creek analogy, or?
No. I mean, so if we had Jason here, I'd ask him. He probably knows off the top of his head the mobilization of the American military in World War II from 100,000 to 2 million. At the heart of that was a massive population of people willing to serve for a cause that they viewed as global. The defeat of Nazi fascism, that is the heart of your ability to mobilize. Even if the draft is initiated, that scale of a mobilization is what we would call it. There's books, there's lots of. I think I have a couple on my shelf that are just these really thick books that talk about what it takes to do that. I think Whiskey's pointed out about the infrastructure, about the veteran, the ability to do that, but more importantly, which I don't mind discussing because it's one of my favorite topics, is that they lack the will, the drive, the cause, which would allow them to do that. And why, again, Russian analysts say if they did that, if they tried to do this, they would just be embarrassed because that deep-seated cause isn't a fight for Mother Russia. You can't, like when I teach in strategy classes, whether you're a political leader, a nation, or an individual, the number one interest is survival. So Ukraine is not threatening Russia's survival. You can't light that fire in your nation because yes, a nation, a nation Russia's size, I think you gave them a year. Could they figure out a way to mobilize military forces? Absolutely. But you have to rewind back to if they had that deep-seated cultural threat to their existence that would inspire men and women to fight, to sacrifice in Russia, right? That's their that cultural aspect, but that's everybody knows, and Putin knows that isn't what's this about this war. That Russian ability to sacrifice, yes, absolutely. I'm not saying they haven't sacrificed in history, but it was for a reason. Putin can't give or fool his people to give them that deep-seated drive which allows nations to rise up and build militaries rapidly. And by rapidly, you months and years, which the military in Ukraine doesn't have months and years to survive. They can't hold while the nation figures something out. They're disintegrating.
Hey, Colonel, just a quick question. The fires, the sabotage that's going on in Russia right now, do you think they could use that?
No, the false flag. You would need a historic false flag that I don't think is even the false flag that they've tried to do, and then all the false messaging about Luhansk and Donetsk being Russian and liberating the Nazis and all that stuff. No, I don't think that they could create a false flag event enough to inspire a nation to believe that their survival as a society, as a people, is under threat, and that it's a global fight for freedom. All these things that drive people to fight. No.
Thank you, Colonel.
So I only got a couple more minutes. I hate to come in and out on you, but I was just sitting here watching some American football with my son playing. I figured I'd chime in.
Hey, enjoy it. Look, who was next?
It was.
Ian
Go
or
ahead.
DFA? Was it Ian or DFA?
I think DFA was ahead of me.
All right, thanks everyone. So look, my original question was around this issue of general mobilisation, which has since been unpacked a little bit more, and I can certainly now understand just how challenging it was, or would be, I should say. So look, having said that, my question is, and I wonder whether the prospect of mobilisation changes the discussion about long-range weapon systems like ATACMS, to be able to strike at the Russian troop assembly and dispersal points and further impact their logistic chains and distribution points. Thank you.
That would actually be one of the big reasons for getting them. So, I mean, that kind of answers that question somewhat. It also changes Putin's plan of action, because now he can't supply his troops from that distance. So he'd have to recalculate. John?
Sorry, I missed the question. Was it does Ukraine need the ATACMS to be able to strike Russian positions in deep? Is that what it was?
Kind of, yeah. Just in the context of this prospect of general mobilisation, like if, for example, the Russians were able to do so effectively, whether that changes the discussion about longer range weapon systems.
No, I think it's a good question, and we've kind of we did talk a little bit about the purpose of that mass mobilization would be able to give mass and mass heads. I think it was Stalin who said that quantity has its own quality. And could that would be most people believe that would be the only goal of massing a formation. But you're right. The world has changed. Ukraine is not fighting an attritional, mass against mass fight. So the question that I usually get lately is, does Ukraine need items to win? Or would it need it to stop a Russian advance. My answer is Russia or Ukraine deserves the advantage. They've shown they'll use the weapon systems to great advantage. They just changed their forward edge. It's been just advanced that concentric circle around all their systems and how far out into the line of Ukrainian sovereign land where they can hit Russians. So absolutely it changes the calculus. But your question is 100% right. Wouldn't these superior long-range precisions detract from Russia's ability to attempt mass mobilization and attempt a offense, much like they did back in May, June timeframe, where they amassed some BTGs and created an effect that the smaller Ukrainian force couldn't, and they had to pull back. They couldn't deal with it and had to pull back smartly. Yes, they've already received more weapons than they're not. Ukraine is not the same military in May. Would ATACMS tripped Russian forces should absolutely be able to deep strike the stuff you can't reach now. They deserve it. They should already get it. All the arguments to not give it to them is, in my opinion, just ridiculous appeasement to Putin's threats to escalation. I can send a 6-mm mortar round into Russia from the edge of the Kharkiv Oblast up north. At this point, it has nothing to do with hitting Russian locations in Russia. But every decision is a calculus, and it's a group decision, and blah blah blah. But yes, those long-range precision-guided munitions would prevent just a mass mobilization of force once it's identified by superior intelligence, which Ukraine definitely has.
Understood. Thank you for that.
Okay, Daryl, I'm switching down to listener. I'll be listening. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, John. All right.
Thank you very much, Colonel.
All right, Ian.
Yeah. So I just wanted to address 2 points. One was a point that somebody brought up earlier, which was, I thought, a good question. It was, who's going to enforce this mass mobilization? How are they physically going to get people to turn themselves into these recruitment offices or whatever the case may be? And I just thought to myself, well, I think that depends on whether the Lives for LADA program continues or not, because it's going to be their mothers and fathers dragging them in there if the program continues. And if it does not continue, if they decide to cancel the Lives for LADA's program when general mobilization begins, I fear that there's going to be mothers and fathers dragging children into the office in droves before mass mobilization. That's probably not a good thing. But the other issue, or the other comment I wanted to make, was that I don't think mass mobilization is really intended, or I don't think that they have the belief that it will completely change the tide of the war, and all of a sudden the chance of Russia, succeeding in all of their objectives of taking over all of Ukraine are on the table. I think their calculation is that it just it slows things down. It makes things more of a grind. It increases the chances of the West losing resolve, of Europeans getting sick of how long it's taking, and the thing that we just all can do together is make sure that we don't let ourselves, our friends, our family, our media, our representatives, to lose sight of what the true goal is, and don't allow them to stop supporting Ukraine, and just keep the fight going, keep the fire burning. That's all we can do.
All right. Thank you, Ian. Let's go. Draftfly, was it you or Dan first?
Hi guys. I just wanted to speak on that mobilization on another thing that people got to keep in mind. One is that it will be the thing that will get the middle class of Russia into the war. Okay, and it's been my opinion from day one. that this war was never going to end until Russia wants it to end. They're just too big a country. They've got too many resources. If they want to keep fighting, they'll keep fighting. Ukraine is not going to be able to go all the way to Moscow and occupy Moscow and then go all the way to Vladivostok. It's just not going to happen. So the end of the day, the way this war ends is that the pain and suffering of the Russian people is significant enough that their leaders want to end it on the terms that Ukraine can live with. And that ain't going to happen until their middle class and upper middle class and even some of their elite feel the risk of going. And you saw that in Afghanistan, the early part of the war. It was all minorities. It was all people from the rural, poor regions of Russia. Somewhere in the middle of it, as it dragged on, they started sending people from Moscow and St. Pete. And, not necessarily the elite of the elite, but certainly the middle class. And from that point on, the war got real to a lot of people. And so I wouldn't fear this. This isn't necessarily a terrible thing to start seeing more and more middle class people. Yes, it's terrible to see more soldiers in Ukraine. Yes, it's terrible to see the war drag on. But in reality, this is probably a process that has to go through. So the fact that Putin is aware of that and cautious, scared even to pull the trigger on that, tells you just how worried they are about it. So in the back of your mind, don't be so scared of it. It may be something we want to embrace. And I will listen.
Thank you, Draftfly. Dan Miner.
Yeah, just sort of one more thing I wanted to add about the mobilization discussion, and I agree with everything Dryfly just said. But everything Russia is doing to increase its manpower in Ukraine is also decreasing the average quality and motivation of that manpower. And we've already seen Ukraine take back an oblast in a week when the Russian units in it just quit and ran. And the more Russian units are full of, to put it mildly, extremely reluctant draftees, the greater the chances are that Ukraine makes a push somewhere and, 50 kilometers of Russian line just go away and the whole thing just dominoes. So, even if they got more people to the front, and for many reasons everybody's brought up, it's going to be hard to get more people to the front. I'm not sure it doesn't do them more harm than good, because nothing breaks an army's morale like what just happened in Kharkiv. And everything they're doing increases the risk of those kind of incidents. And Dryfly also just restated the case for a visa ban, because the more upper middle class Russia feels the pain, the shorter this thing will be. And I'll drop down. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks, Dan. Appreciate your contribution. Dryfly, you want to rebut that or say something?
No, I agree with him 100%. He's exactly right. Yeah, they're not going to be good soldiers. I mean, I don't know how many of you guys remember Vietnam. I wasn't old enough to serve. My father probably, even though he was a soldier himself, he probably would have drove me to Canada by that time, because he was so despondent about the direction of the war. The reality of it is that tons of draftees went to Vietnam, and they absolutely did not want to be there, and they didn't fight hard. Many fought hard. I mean, there were a lot of recruits that came and gave it all. But man, I heard stories from some of the people that I knew later on, and I mean, they weren't all gung ho by any means. Well, now look at the Russian culture, where they're even more likely to try to evade that kind of situation. And I would guess the majority of the people who are drafted are going to do everything in their power to not try to find themselves in a position where they're going to have, bullets shot at them. When they do, their parents are not going to be very understanding. Yes, some of the parents who are poor, getting a lot is a great thing. But if your parents have a pretty good job, and you're from St. Pete, and you're from Moscow, the chances are pretty darn good that they're going to look at that kid as being more valuable than a lot of. And so I just, people don't understand, I think, in the press. I mean, I've been reading stuff all day about oh my God, mobilization. I just look at it, we're a step closer to the end, not farther from the finish line. This is not a good thing for Russia. And frankly, the reason Putin doesn't want to do it is his people know that. And I think they've convinced him, or he's looked at what happened in Afghanistan and realized, yeah, that's exactly the case. This is not a winning solution for the problem he faces.
What do you think the prospect of the new conscripts being in, say, one of the closer support bases, within HIMARS range, and all of a sudden they see their things blowing up around them. They haven't even left Russia yet.
Oh
What do
yeah,
you
well,
think
it
about
doesn't
it?
even have to be HIMARS. I mean, I like I said, I don't know how old you were, but I was old enough to know people in Vietnam, and I remember a story from one of the guys I knew after the war, and we were talking about it one night, and he said, "Damn," he says, "they couldn't go to a cafe in Saigon without worrying about somebody killing them. You couldn't go into a bar and be certain on your way home that someone wouldn't kill you." Okay, that's happening in Kherson now. The more they occupy, the more they spread out, the more people that are there, the more opportunities, more that's going to happen. And instead of sending it home to some kid who's way out in Siberia, whose parents don't even have indoor, toilets, maybe not even electricity, they're going to send that casket to Moscow, and it's going to be some kid whose dad is an accountant or an engineer or a sales manager or something. Yeah, I'm sure that the head of the Duma, they're not sending their kids, but that if they start drafting, it's going to be like the US. I mean, it's going to be hard to get a deferment. You're going to have to earn a deferment. You're going to have to buy a deferment. And if too many people buy deferments, like what happened in Afghanistan, they'll just start sending them anyway. So yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, it doesn't even have to be HIMARS. It doesn't have to be anything spectacular. Just plain slitting a guy's throat. I mean, did you see the video of the person who was stabbed in the street in, I think it was Kherson, might have been Kherson or Melitopol. He was harassing a woman on the street, and the locals just opened him. They vented him. I mean, that's going to happen everywhere. The more people that are there, the more that's going to happen.
Very true. Very true. Those partisans are doing a damn good job of making the night not so welcoming. Let's see. I'm gonna do this drone and then Michael.
Before you do, Daryl, I'm back again. Thanks. Could I just take care of a few public service announcements? Daryl, so I just wanted to get a couple of PSAs out of the way. Everyone, I'm having trouble bringing new speakers up because the speakers panel is full. So if you have finished speaking, please drop yourself down. If your hand is not raised, I'm going to assume that you don't want to speak. There's some people who are up because people love asking them questions. So obviously, Gunny and some of our experts, can stay up to take questions from our listeners if they so choose. But if you finish speaking, please drop down so we can bring other speakers up. You can always re-request. And also, please share and retweet this space. We don't do any advertising. We're a motley crew of volunteers from around the world, and the only way we get the word out is by you retweeting and sharing this space. Thank you. That's all for now, Daryl. I guess we'll go to whatever the order was. Sorry for the interruption.
All right, like I said, I'm gonna go Jerome, then Michael. Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. Doing a great job. Love hearing you up there. Just a thought that wasn't the Russian army kind of reconfigured a few years ago, this whole BTG philosophy, and what sort of history do they have to fall back on? I just know, like with CJ, his unit that he was in, didn't they have citations from World War II still with that unit. And it just, I don't know, is there any, I feel like the Russian army was kind of disassembled and then put back together again. So what historical training procedures do they have given their new configuration? So maybe, I know they like procedures and writing things down. Is the manual even there? And what are they doing now for training? I heard somebody mention there's no central training area. So I don't know. It just seems like there's not a lot of historical depth for them to fall back on to reload their newly configured army. I don't know if that's a thought or not. Thank you.
I'm not very well versed on the BTG. I would wait until we have some of the other.
Yeah, I thought that
some of
was
the
a
other
new.
folks.
I thought that was a new. I'm not in any way a military knowledge, but I just remember hearing that maybe 10 years ago or so they started this whole new way. They I think everything's encapsulated in a BTG. So with that, they never really were tested in reloading that system. That's my thought. That
It was their idea. It was their idea of a combined arms unit, but if it actually works that way, I don't think it's been working.
No, I'm
the
not
way
even.
they thought.
I'm just saying reloading a system that's new, maybe they didn't plan on having to reconstruct this thing so quickly. So that's only my thought.
Yeah, I think I have the configuration of a BTG. It was a modernization effort. I think it's lying around somewhere, but I'd rather have an expert comment on it. I will try to dig up what the actual composition is of a BTG. I mean, it can be reconfigured depending on the mission, I think. But I'd much rather have one of our many military experts who I see in the background listening, if they ever want to come up and comment on how Russia tried to modernize around the battalion tactical groups, that would be wonderful.
Just another thought, just historically with Russia, they've been Russia, then they've been the Soviet Union, then the Russian Federation. So they keep stealing all these histories of failed states, but somehow try to keep this linear Soviet Red Army history going that I just don't see it.
Well, Jerome, I'll try to get back to you on that. Okay. We might have some people coming up. Also, folks, at around 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time or 9 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, Language Learner will be around for his military update of the evening. So just to let everyone know. So who have we got next? It is.
It's Michael. It's Michael, and then Rusty, and then Mr. Kings.
Oh, thanks again, Bloke and Daryl. I thought I'd come back up again because I've just been beating my head, just trying to figure out what Putin's message would be, and like why now. So I don't know if y'all have anybody's raised this yet, but this week is the opening general debate of the 78th or something session of the UN. Where they have all the world leaders come and they give their 15 minutes. They're supposed to stick to 15 minutes. I like to call it the leaders and loonies talk. That started yesterday. If Putin had spoken today, who's speaking in the UN first thing tomorrow? None other than President of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden, Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury of His Majesty's Government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Liz Truss, and also one president of Ukraine going to be via television. So if he'd gone tonight, I mean, he would have been rebutted on like the one of the highest platforms you could possibly imagine. So like the timing is incredibly bizarre in my mind. And then if you were to do it later in the week, you've got others that could potentially speak as well. So I don't understand that. And it's like, what would his message be to his people? It's just incredibly bizarre in terms of doing it this week for that reason alone. But I wish there was someone like Constantine or somebody that had some Ukrainian, that was from there, because my understanding is if you're from Moscow, St. Petersburg, you're from that area that they haven't been drawing military from, you're more inclined to have ties to people from Ukraine. So that is, again, is just, that's defeating the purpose. I'm really grasping at straws. The only thing I can think of is I do know that, if Putin were to put that this is like declaring the war against NATO or some crazy bat guano thing like that, I do know that might be that in his twisted little mind. But just the more and more I look in this, the less and less this makes rational sense. And so I do agree with Dryfly and others that, this may be the beginning of the end. It just may not be the end that we know of. We don't know how this is going to end. And the people that it's going to end on may not know that it's going to be ending. So, thanks.
All right, thank you, Michael. Ms. Keynes, how are you doing this tonight?
I'm doing very well, thank you very much. I can talk a little bit about the battalion tactical group if that is still on the docket.
Sure, go for it.
Okay, fantastic. So the immediate precursor of the battalion tactical group goes back to 2008, where ad hoc battalion tactical groups were formed for, they began to be formed in the two Chechen wars, and they were really being composed that way because of lack of manpower. So a conventional Russian brigade would likely have been comprised of a mechanized infantry brigade, two mechanized infantry battalions, and a tank battalion with ad hoc attachments as necessary to do jobs like artillery, air defense, so on and so forth. Around 2008, it was becoming increasingly obvious that Russia's manpower problem was not going to go away. And the initial plan was to create permanent high readiness brigades staffed by contract soldiers in each of the divisions. This turned out to not be a workable plan. They couldn't put together a force that large. And so they tried to compensate for their lack of infantry by rearranging down from the brigade level to the battalion level. So a battalion tactical group consists of usually a tank company with as many as 10 tanks, 3 mechanized infantry companies with up to 40 infantry fighting vehicles, 2 anti-tank companies which share the infantry fighting vehicles with the mechanized companies, 2 or 3 artillery batteries, and 2 air defense batteries. The thing about these is that out of a force of generally between 600 and 850 soldiers, only about 200 of them will be infanteers, which gives you this extremely armor-heavy, artillery-heavy doctrine that the Russians have been trying to use, which works very, very well against an enemy that has no defensive depth and no training in combined arms warfare. This reorganization has been largely completed, but it hasn't been terribly successful, and I think we're seeing the consequences in Ukraine. The other thing is that the company tactical groups, which are specific purpose, are designed to be modular. So you take them apart and reconfigure them according to the task at hand. If you know, for example, that you have to clear a city, in theory, you are supposed to be able to take your infantry companies and rearrange them into a single battalion tactical group with reinforcements from, or with support, sorry, from an armored battalion tactical group formed by taking all of the armored groups, the armored company groups that you have just freed up by forming this new BTG and using those in support. In practice, this does not appear to be what they have actually been doing. We've seen lots and lots of videos of BTGs advancing with infantry huddled up behind their armor, which is not what you want infantry to be doing in this situation. You want that infantry to be spreading out on the flanks, taking advantage of their superior agility, fighting vertically, so on and so forth. So the theory behind the BTG makes a certain amount of sense if you have an army which is all metal, no manpower. In practice, they do not appear to have a level of competence at the junior officer level required to actually execute on the theory.
Did that get your question answered, I hope? Oh, are they? No, they're not here right now.
Okay, we have a new speaker. Just Penurge, just please mute your mic, raise your hand, and we'll get to you in order. Okay?
Was it Rusty that was next, or was it Ian?
Yeah, it was Rusty, I think. You named me. Can I speak?
Yep, go ahead.
So I actually had something else than tactical BTGs, but first I want to say it's been a delight to listen to you today. I've been working night shift in Norway, and I've listened to you, and it's been so delightful. I know something about the BTG and the fact that it's actually made to include conscripts. So the Russian army, I've been listening to Michael Kaufman. So if this is wrong, blame Michael Kaufman. I've been listening to a podcast named The War on the Rocks with Michael Kaufman since the start of the conflict. So, but also the Institute for Understanding War.org, Institute for Study of War. And the fact that the BTGs are made to include professional, career, or contract soldiers, but are also made to include conscripts. So in the case of war with mostly NATO, as I understand it, the BTG were made to counter NATO troops, and they're made to include conscripts. So mostly the infantry is going to be made up of conscripts. So when the war broke out, Michael Kaufman talks a lot about the fact that the Russians didn't have their manpower stocks up in their BTGs, and he often says was between 70 to 80%. So they lacked men in the BTGs when they started the conflict, and they have in a BTG it's written that it's supposed to be 200 infantrymen out of around 600, and when you lack 20 to 40% of your stock, you can't fill all the roles, and if you want to drive all the armored cars and the tanks to the front, you need the drivers, and if you have a armored personnel carrier that can fit 8 men and 4 of them are drivers and included other roles, then you fill them first. Then suddenly they didn't almost have any infantry to go out of the vehicle at all. So Michael Kaufman says one of the facts that one of the reasons that the offensive with the Kiev front went so badly was the fact that they didn't actually have infantry to send out and counter the Ukrainian ambushes. And yeah, but I was actually going to tell something else. There's a guy named Patrushev. He's an advisor for Putin, and he has been the leader on the Security Council for the Russian Federation, Nikolai Patrushev. And there was a SCO meeting where the dictators met, and after that Patrushev went to China, and I was actually reading it on the Russian Pravda. I translate Russian newspaper, and it says that Russia is ready to provide military assistance to China in case American aggression in the Asia-Pacific region, possibly within the SCO response force. So I was just thinking that if Russia is willing to guarantee troops to China in case China ends up in war with America, that really means that Russia is emptying the barrel in a way. They're giving away security guarantees that they haven't been willing to do before. So I would read this as Russia is really struggling and giving China all the assistance and guarantees they can in hope for assistance back. But if anyone knows anything about Patrushev in China, I would really like to hear it.
May I talk?
You have to go in order. You have to put your hand up, and then we go in order the people that have raised their hands. So to raise your hand, you click on the heart icon, and then you can raise your hand, and we'll get to you in order. Otherwise, everyone talks over everyone else. Okay,
All right.
Daryl, who was next?
All right, we got Ian and Jared.
Yeah, I forget exactly what I was going to ask when, but when we went down the BTG rabbit hole, it got me interested. But one of the things another thing I wanted to ask was if anybody in the space or any of the moderators know where this speech may be available live with either English translation or subtitles. Maybe that would be nice to have access to that link or in the Nest or something. Might be interesting to some people.
What link? A link to what?
Oh, for Putin's speech, supposed to be, I don't know. There's a discussion whether it's 8 o'clock Moscow time or 9 o'clock Moscow time, and whether there's like a news agency.
Yeah, the last thing that I saw said 8 o'clock Moscow time. So, that's the latest I had read on the thread that I saw. But as far as if it's not 8 or 9 and it's broadcasting it, I don't know for sure right now who's going to broadcast it.
Yeah, okay.
Somebody's got a live mic. Panerge, if you could mute your mic, please. And if you could, raise your hand if you wish to speak.
Anyways, I'm sure there's somebody that within the audience that might have an idea of where things like that are covered live, and maybe they can shoot it up to one of the co-hosts, and we can share it from there. Thank you.
If I could jump in quickly. Sky News.
Crimson, hold on. I got Jerry before you.
Oh, I was just gonna answer Ian's question, but that's okay. I'll wait.
Okay, you just going to answer that one?
Yep, I was just gonna respond to that and say that Sky News was running a live stream. They tried to run it at the time that it was originally supposed to be scheduled, and obviously they had to fill dead air because it didn't happen at that time. But I would expect that maybe they'll try to do it again. So that's one place I would check. And yeah, I did see the original 8 p.m. correction, but the most recent one that I saw was 9 a.m. Russia time. So I'm gonna assume it's gonna be at 9. But I just wanted to pass those tidbits of information on.
I'm just wanting. Let's see. He's supposed. Biden is supposed to speak in the morning our time. This will be his speech will be well before Biden's speech. So, he may be trying to trump Biden's speech, which is supposed to possibly have something to do with Putin with Russia on the Security Council. I'm not sure, but that he may be trying to preempt that speech.
And actually, I now I remembered what I was originally wanting to comment on, which is, I think it's a common practice where leaders of countries, politicians, whatnot, will start a rumor or have a leak about some sort of proposed policy or proposed something or other, to garner what public opinion is or what reaction they would get from it before they actually announce it. So if it's not good, they hold fires, and maybe that was also part of the strategy here from the get-go. Start a little bit of a rumor that this was coming and see what happens. And when the stock market crashes and the airline tickets go through the roof, well, there's your answer.
Escalate to de-escalate. Escalate to de-escalate. They want to ratchet it up to see what it does, and then if it doesn't get the reaction they want, they take it back, change tunes for a quick minute. But if it catches fire, if they think that the mobilization is going to catch fire, as far as in the thoughts in the West with the freedom, with the freedom. Excuse me. If they think that the mobilization is going to bring fear, not freedom, fear, and raise that, and that kind of gets through the interweb, I think it will be doing its job if they do that. However, if everybody holds the course and understand that it's just another Russian ploy to do exactly that, garner fear, if they don't see that reaction, I think they'll back off of it. Jerk.
Hi. Yes, I apologize if somebody else has said this previously. I was just trying to think of a way that what could Putin do that would be short of, full mobilization that would cause, obviously, a lot of internal trouble in Russia, and yet at the same time still escalate and try to at least get some more manpower for Ukraine. And
That's
my
it.
thought was,
Well, wait a minute. Let me answer that. That's exactly what they did in the Duma. The laws that they passed in the Duma had a lot to do with him being able to change how some of the contracts are being interpreted by some of the soldiers.
right. Right. So what I was trying to say is that what the speech could be, and this is me throwing it out there, but could be saying, recognizing the DPR and LPR as a part of Russia, and at that point, the contract soldiers would not be allowed to refuse to serve, because technically they would be serving in Russia if they were in those zones, or in Crimea, of course. And you could also whatever the current cohort of conscripts that have already been called up. That's just part of the natural rotation. Well, they could be. I think that by law they could be put into one of those zones, LPR, DPR, shore up the defenses there, because technically they would be still in Russia, not in Ukraine. That's just kind of my throwing that out there.
Well, I mean that's part of why they changed some of the laws in the Duma as well. So and that's the idea of the LPR and DPR being a part of Russia. That's all the speculative part of what everybody thinks this speech is supposed to be about. So it's not a hunch. That's you just following along to what everybody else is thinking in that.
Yeah, and if we might want to add the point, who cares what Putin says about the DNR and LPR? I mean, like 40% of it is currently being liberated by Ukraine, right? So, I mean, it makes as much sense as Putin declaring, I don't know, Montreal part of Russia. I mean, we're just going to raise our middle fingers at him. It doesn't matter what he says. And everyone's just getting all excited to line up and tell him to go find himself because it's not going to make any difference legally. Like I said, I'm not a lawyer, but there's no basis for this.
No, I mean, I agree with you in the sense of, yeah, I mean, we shouldn't be worried about it. And I agree that the West is not going to recognize this and that'll be ridiculous. I'm just saying that from Putin's point of view, because of this, because the contract soldiers won't be able to refuse to serve in Ukraine because it won't be quote Ukraine according to Russia, and because it would be Russia, therefore they could send the conscripts that are part of the regular rotation of conscripts, not new mobilized conscripts, but the already existing ones. So they could send, I don't know, say 50,000 men, throw them in there with some poor equipment, but to try to slow down the Ukraine in the LPR or DPR. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen.
Yeah, I understand, but we've had a lot of people up just recently. Even Colonel Spencer has obviously far more experience than myself or anyone I know. And his point was that even in May, this wouldn't have it would have been too late. The lead time to make a difference in the outcome is just too long. There's one more thing, Jerry, that I think you might find amusing if I've got your name right, Jerry. Is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah, okay. So what's really funny is that if they're technically serving in Russia, that means they're not getting foreign service pay. So they're actually going to get a pay cut. And seeing as how their morale is so stellar at the moment, I don't see that helping very much. But just thought that was a little bit of a tidbit to throw in there.
Yeah, that is pretty funny. All right, thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, one more thing. Somebody said that there would be some kind of an update on the war at 11 o'clock Eastern, but then they said 9 p.m. Pacific. There's a 3-hour difference between Eastern time and Pacific. So if it's 11 p.m. Eastern, then it'd be 8 p.m. Pacific.
Oh yeah, whoops, miscounted. Thank you very much for that silly correction there. That was great. Thank you.
No worries.
Penurge, I know that you had wanted to speak, but you need to raise your hand. So there's a little heart-shaped button at the bottom of your screen. If you press on that button and then over to the right, you'll see a hand. That's how we know that you want to speak, and we get to you in order. I think it's Rusty next, or is it Crimson? Daryl, I forget. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I'll let Rusty go and then I'll speak after that.
Oh, I wanted to say I could wait for you, but that's fine. So I'm actually just wondering about a thing the mobilization. If I remember correctly, the Russians have thrown soldiers piecemeal the entire conflict. So if they're going to train up their soldiers, the people that were supposed to be their trainers were already sent to the front, right? Didn't they? Didn't media write a lot about the fact that they sent the officers from their boot camps to the war early in March, April?
Yeah, well, I mean, there were a lot of stories going around. One thing I know for sure, and the only thing I'm absolutely sure of, is that a lot of the junior officers didn't know it was going to be a war until the day before.
Yes, it was the officers' corps that was sent. The officers training school. They took those guys out and sent them to to the war after so many were being executed. I mean, not executed, but uh, they lost life at the front.
Killed in action.
They lost life. Uh, they started pushing up sunflowers.
Yes, so the thing about the trainers at the boot camps, I think they have to be contract soldiers. So I think that's why they could send them instead of sending conscript soldiers, since conscript soldiers are only supposed to be fighting in Russia, right? But that really good point from the guy who mentioned that earlier, that if they make Luhansk, Donetsk, and Kherson into Russia, air quotes, into Russia, then they could potentially send the conscripts, maybe.
Yeah, I mean the conscripts are. Someone sent me something about the way that the conscripts are supposed to be used, and that was pretty much what the other person had said about the BTGs supposed to be filled with conscripts, and so that if that's the purpose, the thing is they don't have a lot of the BTGs that they had at the beginning to fill. Most of those people are refills from the refills in a lot of cases. So I don't know how effective it will be if the current occupants of the supposedly regular force in the BTG are not new people. I mean, they're new themselves. So the blind leading the blind.
I'm just going to shoot in with a fun fact that I learned. The Russians Russians actually cut down on training time for conscripts, their service time, due to the fact that there's so much conflict between the first year and second year Russian soldiers. So newbies and the trained ones are in a conflict, and I read a RAND article that actually went focused on the Soviet-Afghan war, and in that war there were a lot of conflict between the newbies and the green ones, I guess you would say, and actually there were a lot of cases where they were harassing each other, and it actually ended with a lot of newbies fragging their officers.
There have been multiple reports about that as well. You know, morale is a problem. We had more stories coming out on a daily basis. Even today, I was reading a couple of accounts of some severe morale problems. It's to the point where they now have units that are really just doing enforcement, like the even earlier in the Kherson offensive, there were accounts of Chechens being used, units being used as enforcers to prevent desertion. So look, there are problems, and it's nothing that an announcement, whatever this announcement is, I'm definitely going to sleep in tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I don't think it's going to be particularly earth-shattering, whatever comes out of the Kremlin. But whatever the announcement is, I don't think it's going to make that much difference on the ground, personally. Um, I mean, what can they do? I mean, they're already doing every horrible thing they possibly can. They are bombing civilian infrastructure. 90% of their ordnance ends up, on civilian infrastructure, right? Like they're committing genocide. They are kidnapping children. They are massacring people. They are committing torture. They are looting, raping, and pillaging through Ukraine. So, but what difference does mobilization make? If anything, it will just, maybe put some backbone into a few leaders in Europe who have been a bit too slow to show their support for Ukraine. Anyway, that's just me pontificating. Daryl?
No, you're right. I mean, it's not pontificating. You saying exactly. It's making the exact point. So, let's see. Okay, Crimson and Panerge. I'm gonna bring you up. I mean, I'm gonna let you speak, but you need to figure out how to raise your hand. Okay. It's the little button, the little heart button. If you press that, all the way to the right will be the little hand. The little hand, if you press it, it'll turn blue, and that will raise your hand. Okay, we good? All right, Crimson, go ahead.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thanks for bringing me up. It's been enjoyable listening to the discussion today. So I wanted to talk about a couple things that have been mentioned and kind of piggyback off some points that were made. So first, I just wanted to talk a little bit about what was mentioned as far as like where Russia gets their infantry from in these conflicts. And I think one thing that's interesting to note is that for the last few wars or conflicts that they've fought, they've been able to make ample use of local troops to field infantry, right? So whether it's South Ossetians, whether it was pro-Russian Chechens, whether it was the Syrian army, right? There's always sort of like a local force that fights with them, and they're able to make use of them in order to accomplish their goals. And I think that's something that can work for them when they're fighting against an adversary that's not up here. And really, part of the reason that they ended up in the situation that they're in now is because they didn't look at Ukraine as up here, right? So they figured they could roll into Donbass and roll into the rest of Ukraine with maybe minimal help from DNR, LNR soldiers and some Chechens and be successful. And the truth is, number one, Ukraine is definitely at least up here, and they're up here even when they're under-resourced and under-equipped, right? So that was a huge miscalculation. But in addition to that, once you run into that situation, that's not something that you can fix by just throwing more of these ethnic groups from various countries into the war, or from throwing various parts of Russian security services and things like that into the war. So now you're in a situation where, we like to talk about the Russian army invading Ukraine, but really it's like a Frankenstein army of Russian aligned groups, right? We have Rosgvardia, we have Chechens, we have forcibly conscripted residents of the occupied territories. We now have the Russian prison system, right? The prisoner recruits. And so the problem is, if you're fighting against a country of 40 plus million people with a large, extremely motivated army that's well coordinated, this Frankenstein system of all these different groups that don't have good communication with each other, don't have good coordination with each other, and frankly, struggle to work together, it's just simply not going to work. So I think it's interesting to see what the Russian reaction has been to that situation, and so far it has been to double down on doing the same thing. There was a bit of information that went out, I think yesterday or today, that previously, if you wanted to join the Russian army and fight as a foreigner, in order to gain citizenship, you had to sign a 3-year contract. And now they're lowering it to a 1-year contract. And so all that tells me is that they're doubling down on the same strategy, right? But to make it a little bit sexier, they're sort of finding ways to convince people that they're not going straight to die in Donbass in Ukraine, right? So the first way that they tried to do that is say, hey, okay, if you're not going to join the army, well, join Wagner, right? Here's this, sexy secret organization, they're elite. This is where you want to be. And so they sort of turned Wagner into something that it isn't or wasn't supposed to be by just shoehorning whoever they can get in there, including these prisoners, right? Well, now they're saying, hey, look, instead of going straight to Ukraine, just come join the Russian army, right? It'll be cushy for a year, you get citizenship. And now I really feel like they're going to go to disadvantaged areas of different countries and try to recruit as many people as they can to join the Russian effort that way. So that's something I expect to see coming up. And like you guys said, I don't really expect that to be a very successful strategy. In addition to language and cultural barriers, I just don't see any sort of cohesion coming from that. And then the last thing I wanted to say is with regard to what's going to happen with the speech, I have been a little skeptical of an immediate mobilization announcement. I know Nexta came out today and they said that the chairman of the Duma Defense Committee said there will be no general mobilization, but martial law may be introduced in some places. I think that's kind of interesting. If you look at how Russia has operated with regard to this war and this invasion, a lot of times they sort of take steps in stages, right? Instead of doing 3 things at once, they do them one at a time. So if you look at how they invaded, first they said they were just military exercises and they wouldn't invade, right? Then they invaded, but they said they were just peacekeeping for Donbass and it was all about Donbass. And then only after that did they attempt to capture the whole of Ukraine. So given how unpopular it's likely to be to declare mobilization, and given even the reactions that we've seen thus far, I wouldn't be surprised if they do announce annexation, but if they hold off on general mobilization, if they find other shady ways to try to change laws in certain areas to coerce people from Russia to join the war effort, while still being able to sort of politically hold on to the notion of, hey, we haven't fully mobilized, so we're not conscripting everybody at this time. And that was all I wanted to say, and thank you guys for letting me speak.
Thank you much, Crimson. Folks, it's getting that time for me. I just want to say thank you all for being here. Thank you for putting up with me tonight.
Are you, Daryl?
What's that, brother?
Are you kidding, Daryl? We're so grateful that you're here. Thank you so much. Everyone, give Daryl a big round of applause.
And I just wanted to say, a blessed morning for the Ukrainians, and a blessed night for the world. And Slava Ukraini.
Heroin Slava.
All
Thanks,
right,
Daryl.
folks. We're just doing a bunch of co-hosting swaps. I will probably be heading off soon. In the meantime, we have Ryan and Battle Moose coming up, just shuffling the deck a little bit. Now, I am going to have to take out a notepad and write down what order people are in. I believe it's Rusty and Lisa.
I just wanted to shoot in something about DPR. So in case Russia is making them announcing that DPR and the other proxies will become Russian. This is a news thing I thought were interesting. So today, the Russian newspaper Kommersant, they wrote that the Donetsk People Republic will not publicly execute foreign mercenaries. And I think that was a interesting thing due to the previous speaker that said that he thought Russia would try to recruit new volunteers from outside Russia, and if they do so, then DPR publicly executing foreign mercenaries might not be a good thing for commercial, for bringing in others in the fear that they might be executed from Ukraine. I just thought it were interesting.
Just a minor and possibly trivial point of correction. I would not refer to those guys as mercenaries. I think they're international volunteers. Mercenaries get paid handsomely for the work they do, and these guys weren't doing it for money. They were doing it because it's the right thing.
Yeah, I would actually like to redact that, and I would actually like to say that they're also part of the Ukrainian army, so they need to be treated like that.
Exactly.
But I was reading the headliner for the Kommersant. The direct translation is DPR will not publicly execute foreign mercenaries. So that was the Russian headline.
Thank you very much, Rusty. I didn't mean to come down on you specifically. I just wanted to clarify for the larger listening audience. But yeah, it's no surprise to me that Russia wants to count them as mercenaries, which is exactly what the Wagner guys are, and couldn't be anything further than what the International Legion and the foreign volunteers who are going to Ukraine are doing. False equivocation on the part of the Russians. Lisa, go ahead. And good evening.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All righty. I'm afraid Ryan's gonna get me now. I'm just
No,
kidding.
I'm not that mean.
I'm just teasing you. No, I think Daryl did an excellent job. That was awesome. But if I can remember now, is it Crimson? I just
Yeah,
see
it's Crimson.
okay. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what he said, but I also think of how Russia, it's like you can't believe a word that they say, and they tell all these people, and they're going to all kinds of places, and they're offering these people sums of money that to those people is like so much because they have so little, and they don't really realize what they're getting themselves into. But I think, all around Russia is so full of lowly people. I mean, just below to get mentally handicapped people and to use them, and then the criminally insane. I mean, we're talking about probably serial killers, you know, child molesters, child killers, and these guys are running around, and they're gonna end up killing each other soldiers, and whoever, because it's fun for them. They don't care, just like Russia doesn't care. So it's all just gonna cave in. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Lisa. Yeah, I found that recent video that leaked out of the Russian prison where the head of the Wagner group was there trying to recruit prisoners. I thought it was particularly noteworthy that he had to remind them that they couldn't loot or have any sexual relations with any men, women, children, or animals while they were in Ukraine, or they would be summarily executed. If you're having to remind people that they're not allowed to do that, that kind of conveys the caliber of individuals that you're attempting to recruit. And I thought it was, revolting, to say the least. But I have some suspicions that the Wagner folks and whoever in the Russian Federation authorized them to recruit from a prison has no intention of turning any of those individuals loose on the streets in Russia anytime soon, regardless of whether or not they survive their 6 months of service, which is also another small indicator that these prisoners and probably the mentally infirm are being fed into a meat grinder, quite literally. There was a YouTube interview of a captured Wagner mercenary who was being interviewed by some Ukrainians. And he mentioned that he'd only received about a week of training before they sent him into the war. And he volunteered that he himself was a murderer because he had to pull out a gun and use it on a couple of people, and landed himself in a Russian prison for 20 years and then received another 4, I think, through a failed attempted prison escape. But those are not the kind of people you want serving in your military or your paramilitary group, and they're certainly not the kind of people that Russia's itching to turn loose on the streets when they come home. They're going to have enough trouble with veterans who will not be receiving any serious medical or mental health care when they get back, who have witnessed atrocities presumably committed by their compatriots in this war of aggression.
Oh, come now, Ryan. They get like 2 bags of buckwheat and some olive oil.
Well, that's not going to help Lieutenant Igor get his legs back. But yeah, I mean, Moose, you're a current or former service person. You understand exactly the type of mental health services that Canada and the US is offering to former service members who are not going into countries to commit mass atrocities, and how much there is a need for that mental health assistance. And I can only imagine in a country that has such a prevalence of alcohol and substance abuse, then piled on top of all of the atrocities that these people are witnessing, even if they're not the evil bastards that are perpetuating these atrocities, that tends to stick with you. So you get home back to somewhere in Siberia and all you have to console you is a bottle of vodka. Things are going to go pretty poorly in Russia in the next decade or so.
Yeah, and in Canada, we call them the QRNOs, so the Queen's Regulations and Orders. So I guess it'd be the King's Regulations and Orders now. But in there's an interesting little passage. I don't know if Bloke's still on here, and I wonder if he remembers what passage I'm talking about. It's that drug use is not tolerated at all, 0 tolerance. However, alcoholism is treated with compassion. And do you know why that is?
I do not, but I would enjoy an explanation.
Well, in days of yore, so the Queen's Regulations Orders, predate Canada. They're adopted from the British and are probably 200 and something odd years old. So alcoholism amongst troops is a pretty rampant thing. It happens. I have some, I had my own little problems with a little bit of the sauce there at a time in my life. Not a problem anymore. However, a lot of people they find these vices because in many cases the military, the unit you're in, is the only family you ever know. And once you get out, all those support mechanisms, like as your brothers, your regimental brothers, your regimental sisters, that's all gone. You might see them once a year, once every 2 years, or maybe never again. the big green machine keeps rolling on. So all those people that are still in, they have a job to do tomorrow. So you kind of fall off we call it falling off the big green machine, right? That being said, the US, UK, and Canada, and most of the Commonwealth, the health services we provide post military career and during military career, and it extends to your family as well, because family and those around you. Because if you're back in garrison and you're on suicide watch every single night because your battle buddy has got problems with his or her headspace and timing, after a while that wears on you as well, right? So there's support for that as well. I have not seen or read or heard about anything even slightly equivalent to that in the West or the Eastern Bloc. I'm talking like the Warsaw Pact states, or whatever the hell they call themselves now, the coalition of the genocidal maniacs, or whatever they're called. So yeah, there will be problems when 150, 200,000 after whatever this faux mobilization go, and they see these atrocities, because I also saw the video of the captured prisoner, and they were essentially using them as body recovery in these trenches. So I don't know if anybody here has done some search and rescue, but there's nothing normal about that. No, that's some pretty gruesome work. There. You will need to be talking to your buddies, your padres, and stuff like that. Things are compounded nowadays because I went over to Bosnia. Coming back, I had like a 6-hour layover in Paris, and then I was back home. Within the day, there was no decompression. There was nothing. Back in World War II, all those troops coming back from Europe, they were on a boat for 2 weeks up to a month together, decompressing before they got to back to North America. Britain or the UK, they had their own system for dealing with their people that were coming back from the front lines and from Europe, and then the occupation of Europe basically ensued from there. However, these guys, and it was mostly men back then, coming back, they had time with their buddies to have a couple beers and just sort out some of the dark things that were going on in their heads. And I've done a lot of reading and whatnot specifically about that, and I'm surprised there's been no serious psychological study done about that, about the effects of decompression. So
there absolutely has, and that's why we have implemented those decompression timeframes for soldiers serving in the U.S. military now. If somebody comes back, I don't think they immediately get sent home. They spend a few days on base, or transiting out of the theater of war somewhere, presumably in Germany or something like that, or even stateside. Back during World War I, they called it shell shock. They didn't have, PTSD wasn't a thing because it hadn't been identified yet. But I think a combination of traumatic brain injuries and PTSD are really what shell shock boiled down to. And we've done a lot of work on mental health and helping people transition into and out of that situation. I know soldiers specifically are so keyed up on adrenaline and just having your head on a swivel and making sure you keep yourself and all of your buddies safe. It's really hard for guys to come home and transition out of that mentality back to the US where I'm from, and back to where things are relatively normal. It's not always easy to switch gears like that. Some people can do it without blinking an eye, and other people really need some time and assistance from mental health professionals or just their battle buddies to get their head back on right. It's an understandable situation of the human condition. But yeah, like you're saying, as far as I understand and as far as you've understood, that's pretty much non-existent in Russia. If they can't afford,
I don't know for sure, but everything I've seen leads to that. No, they don't have a system, or if they have a system, it's not very robust.
yeah, I mean, if they can't properly outfit their soldiers and recruit or even conscript enough people, so much so that they're having to resort to conscripting prisoners and criminals and drug addicts and murderers and people who are mentally infirm, I wouldn't suspect that they have some kind of robust veterans assistance program for these guys after they're done serving. They're probably tossed away just as quickly as they're recruited out of a prison.
That PMC for Wagner was that was a pretty eye-opening interview.
Yeah, definitely. And he even acknowledged himself. I mean, he knew going into it that it was more or less signing a death contract and that he had, little to no chance of surviving. He mentioned, I think they were going to give him 100,000 rubles a month in a salary. And if he happened to be killed, they would pay like 1 million rubles to his family. I don't know the specifics on the numbers. I do know the salary number he claimed, but it's pretty much irrelevant. It's just mind-blowing to me that they're recruiting prison inmates. Like, never in a million years would the US or Canada or any other modern nation consider such recruiting methods, and it's indicative of how desperate they are right now for warm bodies.
Yeah, indeed. Maybe we should go to some hands.
Sure. Heather was next, and then Ollie and Lisa.
I actually I had two questions, and the person that I meant to ask, I believe, is gone. I think it was Rusty said that the Russians said they would not publicly execute mercenaries. So does that mean that they're just going to do it privately?
I keyed in on that too. I was wondering the same. I don't think they will be brave enough to try and execute any of those folks. There is no state-sanctioned execution legal in Russia, and if these contested areas or occupied areas of Ukraine are trying to bring themselves into the fold of the Russian Federation, they would presumably have to change some laws in Russia. That's not to say that they couldn't try to attempt something like this before they break away, or whatever the terminology you want to use is. I mean, there's, even in the event that they were to hold some referendum and declare themselves independent with the intention of subsequently joining the Russian Federation, it's state-sanctioned executions are not a thing in Russia. I don't know if they're a thing in Ukraine, but this is probably not the time for them to be even considering such acts. And they're, at least in my view, trying to walk back some of the chest bumping rhetoric that they've been using, because they know this is only going to harm them in the public perception arena.
The second part to that, which isn't at all in the least bit the same, is Moose. I think that in the 80s, my ex still had a rum ration. He was on the ships, and he was a diver. So I do believe on this coast at least, we still had a technically a rum ration with the Canadian forces. Now that was I think you're a little I'm sorry, you're a little younger than me. And the last part is I had a friend that came back from Bosnia, and he he only lived about 6 months and off himself. So God love you all is all I can say. Thanks.
We've had a rum ration up till the 90s. Actually, we've had a rum ration right up to the Somalia incident here in Canada. And while on deployment, each soldier was entitled 2 beer per man per day.
Okay, I'm not so old, and I do remember correctly, because when I asked him, "Do you still get a rum ration?" He's like, "Well, of course we do. We're at sea. Of course we do." Okay, thanks.
We have to update the regulations then, Moose.
Oh, we're all PC now, but there is. I'll digress for just 2 seconds. There is an order in the Navy. Too bad Gunny wasn't here. But the Queen can order splice the main brace, and that means everybody takes a drink. Or I guess it would be the King now. The King can order splice the main brace, and everybody on the ship, gets a shot.
I don't think the U.S. Navy was nearly that generous, but maybe Craig will be joining us later in the evening, and he can explain how things work on the American seas.
No, you guys never had your ration of a grog.
Well, now you know why I never enlisted. Ollie's next, and then Lisa.
Your liver thanks you for not enlisting.
Well, I survived my 20s, despite my best efforts. My liver still hates me.
Well, with that, how's my Algerian arms dealer doing tonight?
Yeah, good.
Where's my T-72s, buddy?
You're still contemplating about it. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Ollie.
Rai. Good morning, Batomus. I hope you guys are good. And, I was just listening in and I was thinking, what's the breaking point of the Russians? When can they finally get up and say they are tired? Like, what's the breaking point of the Russian mothers? When can they get up and say our kids are dying? It makes me think, like, what kind of human beings are these? Do you kind of get where I'm getting to?
I totally understand where you're coming from.
And unfortunately, the answer is in your question, right? What type of people are these? And we can't be putting Western values on the Russian military. We can't be putting Western values on what's going on in Russia. Okay, there's going to be a lot of upset mothers. You know what the Politburo and the Duma think? They don't care. They have total totalitarian control over the state. With the same with the with the troops on the front. Oh, they should stand up and just mass surrender or whatnot. Except they got a bunch of Wagner guys and a bunch of Chechens and what's the other one? FSB personnel behind them. And if you so much as get out of your trench, they shoot you in the back of the head. Right. So it's Pax Russo. It's peace by the Russian arm of power, right? Or violence. I guess the direct translation is. But it's not like these people, like, even if they have a choice, they don't have a choice. If that makes any sense.
I have a quick anecdotal story, I think, that will clearly illustrate how the Russian Federation or the government of Russia deals with mothers who've decided they've had enough of lies and disinformation from their government. Everybody might remember or might not remember that a Russian nuclear submarine sank a few years ago. It's probably been a decade ago now because I'm that old. But Russia hid for weeks the fact that this submarine was stranded on the bottom of the ocean. And even though offers of assistance were made by multiple nations to help them try and rescue these guys, Russia turned it down and pretty much disavowed or refused to acknowledge that their submarine, their nuclear submarine, was in distress. And at a public relations meeting or a media gathering that they had in Russia, the mother of one of these sailors, who was obviously emotionally distraught and wanted some answers about her missing son, stood up and started berating the Russian military officials and whatever government officials were there, and asking them for answers about, where's my son? You know, what's going on? Tell us the truth and stop lying. And the Russian government's response to that was to have a couple of people who had been pre-positioned in seats behind her in this auditorium stand up and grab her and quickly remove her from the auditorium. But what was captured on videotape while they were trying to subdue her and hush her up so she didn't make a scene was that somebody pulled out a syringe and injected her with a sedative. Not a sedative that she accepted willfully, but one that they pretty much stabbed her in the arm and tried to sedate her. And first they tried to deny that this was done until video evidence of it was produced and shown around the world. And then once they were caught red-handed doing it, they claimed that they were just doing it for her own good. But the Russian mothers who do say enough is enough get subdued and hushed by the Russian government. And that's exactly the mentality that this authoritarian government operates in.
Do you think these people would ever be free? I really asked that question. Do you think they want to be free?
I wish I could answer that question. I think there is definitely a desire. I would be brushing with broad strokes to claim that they don't or they do. I think there are plenty of people who have been indoctrinated long enough by the current state-controlled media in Russia that a lot of people willingly buy into the misinformation and lies and veneration of the old Soviet state that they've been fed for years, if not decades now. I'm sure there are a great number of people, probably much of them younger, who see through a lot of that bull crap and do yearn to be free. But I suspect there is an overwhelming degree of learned helplessness in an autocratic regime like we see in Russia, just because most average impoverished Russians or even well-to-do Russians realize that for them to stand up against the state is essentially a suicide mission. And I don't want to give them or afford them any excuses for not rising up and demanding freedom and autonomy like the Ukrainians did. I've said many times here on the space that I think that's one of the reasons Putin chose to invade Ukraine, is because if he didn't, it sets a deadly example, at least for him. It sets an example for the Russian people of how they could pursue a different way of life. And I forgot what I was going to say after that. We can go to some hands and I'll talk a little more on the backside. Lisa, go ahead, and then John and Prince.
Alrighty, thank you. First, I want to say to Battle Moose, I'm very proud of you. I wanted to become clean and sober from, I think like 1987, and it was 2007 when I finally did, and I have remained so since then. And I believe it was a result of the trauma that I went through as a child in foster homes and the things that happened and things that I saw. Um, and it's kind of, it just haunts you. I mean, still to this day, sometimes I have flashbacks, but, I've gone to counseling to help me deal with them. So I can certainly understand. I have a friend whose son's job was to go collect the body parts and try to get them all together. And he was fine there, but then when he came home, he just like was not himself. He just became so shut off. And it's like he went to the psychiatric ward at a VA hospital, but it just seemed like, and this was Afghanistan, and it seems like when he came back out, he was so drugged up, and that's pretty much all they did for him. So I'm glad to hear, Ryan, that you said they are implementing more programs.
Yeah, and they're constantly researching new ones. I have a real good friend. I was off the space over the weekend for my high school reunion, and a very good friend of mine that I've known since probably grade school is now a mental health professional at the VA in San Francisco. So I had the pleasure of going out and visiting him in San Francisco a couple of years ago, and that's exactly what he's doing is researching ways to treat former service men and women who have mental health issues as a result of their time in service. But yeah, they're not just handing those guys high dose prescriptions anymore and sending them on their way. They're actively trying to provide them mental health services in the form of therapy and group therapy, individual CBT therapy, and sometimes, pharmaceutical assistance. But they're even researching things like psilocybin, which is more commonly known as magic mushrooms, to help guide some of these people through a therapy session. And I'm not on here advocating anybody go use magic mushrooms, but in a controlled environment where the VA of the United States military is exploring things like that, I think that is demonstrative of the fact that they are actively looking for ways to help people in whatever manner they can, and they're trying to leave no stone unturned to get these people the help they need to get them back on track.
Where the hell do I sign up for that study?
Right? I tried to volunteer as a guinea pig, and he told me it was a no-go. So
Ryan's the control. Yeah, so the whole point is that Western civilization, we're invested in the people, we're invested into the troops, we're invested, and coming from the inside, sometimes it doesn't look like it, but it's better than what they have, 100%.
Exactly.
And further that, the brain is the hardest body part to heal. So.
And I also remembered the other point I was trying to make when Ollie was up. I hope he's still listening. Another thing about when will these people decide they've had enough that I thought was noteworthy is after Putin took power in, I believe it was 2001, he called a meeting of a bunch of the Russian oligarchs. And basically these captains of industry who had enriched themselves after the fall of the Soviet Union, and told them all at a meeting, and there's video of it, in no uncertain terms, that they could essentially continue with whatever business enterprises that they were endeavoring in to enrich themselves. But he gave them a hard red line of you can essentially take all the profits you want, but you are not to get involved in politics. And if you do, you will pay the price. And more or less everybody signed on to that agreement. And the handful of folks that did not sign on to it were made personas non grata in Russia. And either put in prison or chased out of the country, and most of their wealth was taken from them. And as I understand it, the majority of the people who did sign on to the pact also had an additional rider in the agreement that said they were basically honor bound or contractually obligated to remit a portion of this money they were making back to Putin himself or some of his human wallets, as they're termed.
Hey, Ryan. I wanted to address one more thing. Sometimes I have to use humor to get by in life. And when you were talking about the Russian mother was crying and what happened to my son and everything, the first thing that came to my mind was, okay, we'll give you 2 Ladas, 2 washing machines, and 2 dryers. And she was probably like, hallelujah, I'm out of here. I mean, that's just what came to mind.
Yeah,
So
well, and
I'll pass on that one.
just to put that into context, I've heard videos or heard phone calls that were videotaped of some of these Russian mothers who were given an opportunity to reach out to their Russian son or Russian soldier who happened to be their son. And you would think that any mother who received a phone call that says your kid is now a prisoner of war, do you want to talk to him, would immediately say yes, yes, yes. And I've heard with my own ears some of these mothers, instead of asking to talk to their kid, either say, no, sorry, I'm busy at work, call back later, or say, yeah, sure, I want to talk to my kid, and then ask the kid, well, how are you going to pay off the cell phone that your babushka grandma bought you? You know, that was a 50,000 ruble cell phone, and we can't afford an iPhone 13. So what are you doing, a prisoner of war? Who in their right mind would think about financial issues or what phone plan grandma had signed off on and how the phone was going to be paid off when their son is in captivity? It just boggles the mind, but it's an excellent representation of how people in Russia don't think like people in the West. And we do ourselves a disservice to presume that they do. John, go ahead.
Yeah, someone had mentioned alcohol in the United States Navy, and this is something that I, for some reason, know about. So I wanted to quickly come up and briefly mention that.
It's because you're a college kid, John.
Well, I don't drink, so there's absolutely no reason why I should know this. So, well, the reason why, so I'm sure everybody's heard the phrase "a cup of Joe" before, and it's related to the history of alcohol in the United States Navy. Essentially, alcohol was permitted on U.S. Navy vessels until sometime prior to the First World War, sometime between 1914 or between 1900 and 1914. I don't know the exact year it was permitted. Then a few years before the First World War, the then Secretary of the Navy, Joseph something or another, issued some regulations prohibiting the presence of alcohol on board all U.S. Navy vessels. And so, to my understanding, from that point on, there has been no alcohol permitted on U.S. naval vessels, and coffee got the name of Cup of Joe after this guy, after Joseph, whatever, the Secretary of the Navy, because coffee at that point became the strongest drink that a sailor could have aboard a U.S. Navy vessel.
That's a sad story, John.
Now you know why we have more problems with recruitment here in the U.S. than you guys do in Canada.
Just a note, language has come up, and I believe we're going to do another co-host swap soon. So, yeah, language, I guess you're ready, or will be soon?
Yeah, I'll be ready in 2 minutes. I'll throw up the text and map for this evening. If Prince Heather and other folks who are talking about the dry laws we have in the U.S. Navy here want to continue, the last thing I want to do is interrupt them. I'll probably be another minute or so.
Now I'm curious if John grew up in a dry county in Texas. But Prince, go ahead.
Dallas is not a dry county at all.
Yeah, I got drunk in Dallas. It's not dry.
Well, that's the funny thing about Texas liquor laws is even if one county's dry, you just have to drive a few miles over and you can pick up all the booze you want.
Yeah.
But welcome to the Bible Belt.
And I cannot address alcohol in the military. I could address alcohol in nursing homes, as I know somebody who got kicked out for hiding alcohol in their room. But I also know that when you become terminal, they will the doctor will prescribe you a alcoholic drink a day. And if you ask them if you can save them up for 5 days and have them all at once, they don't go for that. And the only other thing I was going to say is, Alla was asking about when Russian mothers are going to have enough, and I don't think it's going to come. I've seen sales projections for the Ladas, and they're expecting a big, huge spike in the next year or so. So all of those mothers want their Ladas. So yeah, that's actually what I came up to say. Lisa sort of already addressed it. I was just feeling a little bit of snarky humor as far as that was concerned, because I, like you, Ryan, I've heard some pretty crazy things that have been said on those phone calls. So anyway, just my random moment.
One of the funniest memes I've seen in the last month or so is a real photograph of a Russian kid who's probably 14 or 15 years old at most, riding on public transportation wearing a mock-up tank hat or helmet cap. It's a padded hat that they wear when they're riding around in a tank so they don't bust their skull open. But this kid is way too young to actually be in the military. And he's got like a Z on his shirt or a Z on his hat, and he's wearing this little goofy padded sock hat's what it looks like. But his mother sitting next to him, and both of these are real things that were happening, looks none too pleased with her kid, and somebody turned it into a meme and put a little caption bubble over her head, and the caption bubble over the mom's head says, "Where's my Lada?" But the image is worth 1,000 words. I'll see if I can dig it up. I'm sure I've got it saved in my photo history somewhere. I'll have to post it on Twitter now and pull a finance and share it up in the nest just for a little bit of levity.
I'm sure Gunny's here, and he's going to explain to us what splice the main brace means.
Gunny, go ahead.
Yeah, so splice the main brace. So we got rid of the rum ration in the 70s. My dad, he did 22. He had his last rum ration on a frigate. I have had one rum ration. That was in 1995 when we were told we'd won the Wilkinson Sword of Peace for ops off the Adriatic. I'll just give you a quick idea of why American sailors always look so miserable. The lack of beer. So on board a Royal Navy ship when I was in, it was 3 tins of beer, cider, or lager per man per day at 55 pence a can. Now we would run it on a profit, so we would charge 65 pence. And then the profit goes into the beer boat. And eventually what happens is you end up with a surplus. In my case, out in the Far East, we had £900 in the beer boat. The beer ration, although it was 3 tins per man per day, it was pretty much unlimited. You could buy what you could afford. So you would go down there. You would have to hide the crate. So you would have your issue beer in the fridge, in the mess, and then you would have all the spare beer in the lockers, sometimes stowed in the overheads above the ceiling, in people's boot drawers, things like that. So you could have beer nights, you could have socials. We would invite people down from other messes. If you ran out of beer, if you're having an amazing party, you just nip round to the mess next door or leg it up top to another mess, and then you would buy some more beer off them, just sign a chit. And it was all properly inventoried. It was all properly funded. you paid your beer bill every 2 weeks, and you had what you called the beer chit in the fridge, and it was just a column with your name on it, and you would put one line in for every beer that you got, and there were lots of traditions with it. So let's say Bal Moose is on HMS Invincible and it's his birthday, and he comes around to my ship at lunchtime. He comes into the mess, he says guest in the mess, I introduce him, and every single mess member buys Battle Moose a beer. And Battle Moose is not allowed to leave a mess until he has drunk all that beer, which frequently resulted in people being carried off. Now, what they did in 1995 is they decided to introduce wine, and it was this cheap Romanian crap, red and white, and it was rot gut. It was about 12.5%, and it caused carnage, absolute carnage. So the night that we got the day that we got the first issue, we had a mess meeting, and the boys decided they wanted to have a cheese and wine party. And I said, no fucking way. You can't handle beer without trashing the mess. We're not having we want a cheese and wine party. I was outvoted. So fine. So I got some crates of wine, and suffice to say, at 2:00 in the morning, we were all lined up outside the discipline office, and the mess subsequently went on a beer ban for a month. So, but we kept buying the beer ready for the end of beer ban party. So that's why Americans, Canadians, Australians, they used to love what we called a cross poll when we would swap personnel. And the Americans, would just come down the mess, and then they'd just sit in the corner, absolutely stunned as everyone got naked and watched Coral Sea and tabletop danced, and the padre had come down and the mess deck officer, and they were quite horrified at the shenanigans, but that's why it was so much fun. And as Moose says, it's a family thing, it's a bonding thing. These were the people who you lived and breathed with for 3 years. They were the boys who saw you through divorces, bereavement, promotion, just a bad day at the office, birthdays, shitty Christmas duties alongside, bad memories, all of it. And you would go down the mess, and people would take the piss out of you for a while, and then someone would slap you on the back of the head and say, have a beer, you idiot. And that's one of the things I think we agree, Musa, you really do miss. And I think beer has become a victim of our inability to look after veterans. It's not alcohol that drives veterans to suicide and mental health problems. It's a lack of a system in the military, and when you leave the military, to look after your particular needs and get you adjusted, ready for Civvy Street. It's not the beer's fault that you struggle to fit in. It's the system that you are joining. It's fundamentally from the system you've left, and you just need coaching. And I think the day that they will ban alcohol in the Royal Navy is probably coming. They've already banned smoking, and you've never known a bit of tranquility and peace until you've had a cup of tea and a cigarette on the upper deck at 2:00 in the morning in the Indian Ocean. They've banned that, and they'll probably ban alcohol as well. And I think that'll be a terrible day for the RM, because the boys and girls will just go ashore and absolutely get on it, but their tolerance to it will be far lower.
And that's exactly what happens in the U.S. Navy. As whenever those guys are granted shore leave, whether it's Hong Kong or Australia or wherever they end up disembarking, they go raid the town essentially and eat all the good food and buy all the booze for however long they have shore leave.
Yeah, and that's the problem. In the 90s and 2000s, we did have a tolerance to it, because I might finish work at 7 in the evening and I'd have 3 or 4 beers, go to bed, and then I'd be up at 11:30 and I'd be on watch at midnight. Or I'd have a few beers up until 10 o'clock at night, and then I'd be up at 3:30 ready for the 4 o'clock watch. So you built up a tolerance to it, but everyone understood drinking was the culture. Everyone understood if you screwed up and there was a massive fight, and the place got trashed, you would go on a beer ban. And it was the same with the senior rates, and it was the same with some of the officers' parties. Some of the things that went on were absolutely mind blowing, but it was just part of the culture, and I think it worked. But society's changed, and that kind of thing is frowned upon, mainly by the people who have never been to sea for more than a day on a cross-channel ferry. They tend to be the biggest proponents of alcohol-free ships. Well, do 60 days at sea and then get back to me.
I have a good friend of mine named John, and that's a generic enough name. I'm not outing him, but my friend John was a tow gunner. I forget what his MOS was in the military. He was a Marine, and he had the unfortunate privilege of being sent to Iraq when he was about 20 years and 9 months old. So just the luck of the draw, he ended up having his 21st birthday while he was stationed somewhere about 30 miles north of Baghdad. And me and some of my friends back here stateside who were not serving in the military took pity on him because we realized that the guy wasn't going to be able to get drunk on his 21st birthday. So we came up with an ingenious way to get him some booze and make sure he got sloshed on his 21st by buying cans of Pringles chips. They're foil lined cans, and we weighed the cans out, measured them, see how much the weight of the can was, and then we went to the liquor store and bought these things called pocket shots, which is like whiskey or rum or vodka, whatever you want, but it's in a plastic bag. They're typically snuck into football games, and we removed the required amount of chips to offset the weight, and then included, I don't remember if it was 2 or 3 pocket shots per can of Pringles, and then super glued the lid of the can back on and mailed them over to him to whatever APO, I think they're called, he could receive his mail in. So we made sure our friend Jonathan got good and sloshed on his birthday, and we expected that he would keep some of these pocket shots for himself and ration them out over, a little bit of time that he was there. And we found out a few days after his 21st birthday that he and all of his buddies decided to drink them all the night of, and they all got schlitzed. And they were extremely grateful. But that's how hard it is to get to tie one on if you're in the U.S. military, and especially if you're serving in a country that doesn't approve of alcohol.
You, Ryan, are a steely-eyed missile man, and you did your friend a great service.
It actually took a lot of work. We first attempted to sneak them in a Sam's Club or Costco size container of ketchup, and we couldn't get the lid glued back onto the ketchup container. So then we went with plan B, which was Pringles cans, and it worked beautifully. But Heather, if you have something to go real quick, I don't want to keep language too long with my drivel about how we smuggled booze to American service members serving overseas.
Very, very quick. If you are, I'm a veterans nurse here in Atlantic, Canada. And if you are a veteran, you are still entitled, if you are medically able, even at 100 years old, at nighttime, if you want a drink, you get a drink every night, every single night, every single guy. If it's written out in the doctor's notes, they get it. So I just wanted to let you know that our veterans are looked after as well as we can for as long as we can.
That's wonderful news to hear. And just to follow up on what Prince said about doctor's orders with booze, if I ever find out that I have a terminal illness and I can't get the doctor to prescribe me something a little stronger than a stiff drink at the end of the night, we're going to have some problems.
The thing about the psilocybin was just on tonight on CBC, and my husband wanted me to watch it, and I'm like, nope, nope, nope.
Well, having had the privilege of knowing my friend in San Francisco who was part of some of the clinical trials for that, he said it surprisingly had excellent results, at least preliminarily, with helping people. They were basically giving them this substance and then coaching them through a therapy session. So it's kind of a guided tour with magic mushrooms, but I would encourage you to not make any prejudgments on it, and maybe just take a look at what they have to say. I certainly think that beats the hell out of some of these pretty strong psychotropic drugs that they give these guys in lieu of antidepressants or something else. And if somebody can take that substance once or twice and feel like they're leaps and bounds better versus a lifetime of antidepressants or anti-anxiety meds, then why the hell not?
Okay, maybe instead of the psychotropic ride, let's go on a language learner ride.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you, Moose. Language, go ahead. Good luck segueing that one.
It's better when I have the mic on. Speaking of, I'm about 4 margaritas deep, so I apologize if this gets a little confusing. I have thrown the text and map up in the top if people want to follow along, so it's less confusing. I'll give you guys a couple moments to pick that up. Otherwise, to be perfectly blunt, most of the news here is either going to be around Liman, or it's going to be more of the political developments over the last few days, and then more isolated stuff, as well as talking a little about Iran, though not about the protests which are going on right now, and whether Ayatollah Khamenei is alive or just being weakened and burned somewhere around in Tehran. But hopefully, if this is your first time joining us, welcome. If you scroll up to the top of your phone or on your computer, you should see something called a nest. It's a collection of tweets. Either going up there or clicking on my username, you should see one of the most recent tweets I have. Has the text for this evening that I tend to go off of, as well as a map. Feel free to use either to follow along or both. And then if there's any questions, comments, concerns, I'll be happy to answer them at the end. Although I do appreciate the talk about sort of the naval history of Proud drinking and still being up for a watch much later or much earlier than we're actually prepared for. With that, let's jump right into it. So we will start to the northwest in Belarus, proceed clockwise, and end with some general statements. With that, let's begin. This is the military update, cumulative for the 19th and 20th of September, 2022, up to day 209 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Regarding Belarus, there's been no major change there. Both sides continue to exercise along the border, although, the Russians are expanding an airport in South Belarus near Lunanets. For what purpose is unknown at this time. Moving towards Kyiv and Western Ukraine, the Ukrainian defense industry conglomerate, you can think of them as sort of the main grouping of all Ukrainian defense contractors, is building an ammunition factory with an as of yet undisclosed NATO country. They also state that they have provided some 4 to 5 times the amount of munitions to the Ukrainian military thus far this year as they did in all of last year. The Ukrainian parliament adopted a draft law today that would allow military personnel who have 3 or more children under the age of 18 to be released from service. This document should enter into force after being signed by the president. And the military bonds issued by Ukraine, which can be purchased through the state directly, will now have the names of the occupied cities of Ukraine on them in order to bolster support and purchase of them. Moving east towards the Sumy and Chernihiv region, where shelling from Russian forces continues sporadically across the border, 3 servicemen from Russia who had taken part in the occupation of a village in the Chernihiv region will be tried today. According to investigators, they had broken into the homes of civilians and randomly shot into the buildings where adults and children were hiding. They also reported to have taken a number of individuals outside into freezing temperatures, this being earlier in the war, forcing them to undress in the presence of women and children. A number of them sustained injuries from the cold as a result. Moving east towards Kharkiv city and the area north, Ukrainian troops continue to consolidate their control along the border north of Kharkiv city, with Russian strikes both across that region and broadly into the northern area of Kharkiv city proper. In Kozachy-Lopan, the former main base, I should say, of Russian operations in the area, yet another torture chamber was discovered underneath the rail station with evidence of use. To the east of Kharkiv city, Russian forces fired missiles into the Pechenyi Reservoir Dam. It's that large swell in the Seversky Donets River, just to the southeast of Stary Saltiv, if you look on the map. However, thankfully, their missiles were not able to cause any major destruction or change to the river itself. This attempt follows the Russian actual success in doing so further closer to Kherson and Kryvyi Rih, and appears to be an attempt to flood the Seversky Donets River with the aim of hindering Ukrainian movement further downstream, both in the Donbass, closer to Lysychansk, and forces that are supplying into Liman, as well as the Ukrainian troops that are trying to move supplies into eastern Kharkiv. Unfortunately, though, shelling does broadly continue along the northern line here. Moving into East Kyiv and the Kupiansk region, the Ukrainian offensive has continued to consolidate control over Kharkiv Oblast, west of the Oskil River, all the way to the Russian border in essentially all directions. Russia launched heavy strikes on Ukrainian positions along the river with priority on Kupiansk. Elsewhere, Ukraine is continuing to fire strikes across the river onto Russian positions. Russian troops assaulted another time into the east of Kupiansk today, after that had been liberated by Ukrainian forces over the last 72 hours. However, the Russian troops were reportedly repelled with high casualties. The presence of Russian assaults here seems to indicate continued Russian control of the P07 and the P66 highway further south, which are now the main Russian logistics hub, and that they are at the very least attempting to hold Ukrainian forces while consolidating Russian battle lines further east. Ukraine is unlikely to have materially advanced along this P66 highway at the time due to Russian presence in this region, which, while apparently disorganized, is still considerable in number on both sides of the highway and outnumbers the Ukrainian troops on the east side of the river who are currently securing their positions. Should Ukraine attempt to sprint down this highway, they would be moving between two large Russian military groups, a near suicidal operation for minimal benefit at this time. It is more likely that Ukraine is amassing forces, as per both Russian and Ukrainian telegram sources, and will maneuver along the whole front at a time that they feel ready and capable. The lack of action does not mean that no action is going on, simply we are not aware of the preparation. And Ukrainian troops are reportedly grossly reinforcing their armored and mechanized units in the East Kharkiv region with the extensive amount of captured equipment left behind by retreating Russian forces. Moving south towards Izium and Liman, a Belarusian media outlet published letters from a Russian retreating unit in Izium who would ask for dismissal prior to the actual Ukrainian offensive due to terrible morale. This actually comes from units of the 1st Guards Tank Army, who were held as among the most elite of Russian forces prior to being essentially wiped out in the recent Ukrainian offensive in this area. To the southeast of Izium and across the river towards Liman, Ukrainian forces have advanced further into the town of Drobyshev, which lies immediately to the northwest of Liman. With Ukrainian strikes ranging into the northeast and outskirts of Liman, it appears that Russian forces are now threatened on 3 different sides here, to the north, west, and south, and that their supply lines to the northeast are menaced. It remains to be seen whether Russia will continue to hold an impassioned defense of Liman, as Ukrainian troops are broadly reported to be fighting in the northwestern outskirts of Liman near the lakes. It's unclear as of yet whether that's the lake centrally in Liman, based on the folks I've talked to. They've just said we're fighting at the northwest lakes, or those 2 larger lakes immediately on the highway outside. Either way, Ukrainian forces are certainly within decisive artillery range of Liman, and they continue to move closer with each passing day. Ukraine also continues to fire into the southeastern, smaller city of Yampil as well, with contested control along the northern side of the riverbank here, the side that is closer to Russian positions. It has been stated by Ukrainian military officials that taking Liman is a necessary condition before launching any further assaults into the Luhansk region further north, although we do continue to see a number of Ukrainian strikes further ranging into the back lines. Moving south towards Seversk and Lysychansk, Ukrainian troops have continued to press their control further east from Seversk over the last 48 hours, along the northeastern and eastern routes out of the city towards Bilhorivka and Verkno-Kamyanka, respectively. Russian shelling continues to strike into Ukrainian positions in Bilhorivka and Ivano-Dorivka, which lies to the southeast of Seversk, as well as in support of an attempted Russian push towards that southeastern region in the town of Spern, which was repelled. The reports of Ukrainian capture floating around of Lysychansk are unfortunately currently unfounded and broadly appear to be based on a flawed interpretation of Russian telegram channels stating that Ukrainian strikes are happening in that area. Presently, the closest known publicly Ukrainian positions are about 10 kilometers away from the city's outskirts in Bilhorivka, which was recently consolidated control by Ukrainian troops. This positively means that Luhansk Oblast is no longer fully Russian controlled following the Ukrainian withdrawal from Lysychansk. The biggest question now is whether Ukrainian troops in this area push directly east from here towards Lysychansk or appear to attempt a more circuitous route under Russian artillery fire via the northwestern highway into Lysychansk. However, given the continued shelling along the middle regions, any decisive movement either way will have to contend with Russian artillery set up in this region. Further south towards Bakhmut, Russian troops generally haven't taken much action in Soledar to the northeast of Bakhmut over the last 48 hours, although shelling does continue. Russia has maintained a steady offensive attempt into eastern Bakhmut and southeastern Bakhmut with heavy shelling on both sides. Russian forces are believed to have advanced somewhat into the east and have menaced into the southeasternmost suburb of Vesela Dolina. As a result, with the increase in Russian and Ukrainian shelling here, it remains to be seen whether Ukrainian forces will be able to fully consolidate control over the south and prevent a Russian attempt up from this region. What we do know is that the Russian claims to have fully taken Zaitsev, the main Ukrainian base in the area, are almost certainly unfounded. Moving south towards Donetsk, Russian hospitals in Horlivka, the major city to the northeast of Donetsk, are reportedly overwhelmed with Russian military casualties to the point where even more civilian hospitals are being repurposed and civilian patients are essentially having their appointments canceled or being kicked out of their beds early. Moving to Mariupol and situations regarding it, the situation remains grim in Mariupol, and up to 50 women from the Azovstal steel plant defense are being held captive by Russians. Two of them are reportedly pregnant. Moving to Zaporizhzhia and the southern axis, Ukrainian troops continue to shell along the front line with Russian forces with no reported major offensives in this area. Ukrainian troops continue to amass manpower and supplies at several points, with Russia feeling threatened by potential assaults towards Melitopol, Mariupol, or points closer to Donetsk city. Moving west towards Kherson, Russia intensified its strikes of Mykolaiv today with the S-300 anti-air missiles that have been repurposed, as well as their smirched long-range rocket artillery. Across the Kherson front today, the ongoing Ukrainian operation continues. Russia launched 10 airstrikes along the front. They have dramatically intensified their usage of Iranian-provided suicide drones, the Shahed-136, including deep strikes into Ukrainian positions. Allegedly, these drones have a several hundred-kilometer range minimum, with Iran alleging a 2,000-kilometer range, unclear, with up to 200 kilograms of explosives, which is about 10% of what was used in the Oklahoma City bombing, for reference. They can be launched en masse from the ground. There were 7 Ukrainian airstrikes, which, along with over 200 artillery missions, were responsible for eliminating some 151 soldiers, 7 tanks, 19 armored vehicles, 10 artillery guns, 3 ammo depots, 2 bases, 1 ferry crossing, and 1 radio electronic warfare grouping. In summary, Ukraine does continue to advance towards Kherson from the northwest direction. Fighting continues to be at its fiercest across the bridgehead on the Inhulets River, and the northeastern front remains apparently stagnant over the past 48 hours. Per Russian sources, the flooding of the Inhulets River is impeding Ukrainian bridging operations and logistics into their pocket. If you're looking on the map, it's that large blue region that you see jutting into the red region about midway up, which may be partially responsible for the increased amount of Ukrainian helicopter transit here, which is allegedly bringing over some manpower and supplies. The positive news, though, is that if Ukraine is utilizing helicopters in this region, given also the relatively equal numbers of both Ukrainian and Russian airstrikes, it seems to indicate that another level of air parity has been reached as compared to last week, where Russia was flying dramatically more combat missions. Whatever had happened then, thankfully, seems to have been undone. We're going to start from the west of Kherson and move clockwise. Ukrainian forces on the west side of the M14 highway, that major highway leading from the northwest into Kherson from Mykolaiv, continue to assault towards Pravny, where they've encountered resistance from heavy Russian artillery. Ukrainian artillery has meanwhile along the main highway shot further past Kislivka towards Kherson, which possibly indicates a general advance in Ukrainian control over the town itself. Russian forces in Snihorivka, along the western bank of the Inhulets, and Russia's, frankly, singular main base on this side, continue to be struck by Ukrainian artillery, as do their supply lines. Russian shelling is now striking the outskirts of the urban area itself, while Ukrainian artillery is actually striking into the southeastern and eastern extents of the town, which seems to indicate a Ukrainian advance into the urban area proper. Further up towards the bridgehead, fighting continues southwest of Davidi Brid near Suki Stavok, where Ukrainian troops who had crossed the Inhulets River earlier this month attempt to make gains towards the western of the two major supply highways for the Russian forces. This is the highest concentration of at least Russian air power and possibly Ukrainian air power. A Russian Su-25 was shot down over Cherivny today, which further indicates the extent of the Ukrainian advance towards the southeast front from here, as this area was previously reported to be just contested. However, if Ukrainian anti-air is able to operate here, hopefully that indicates a larger grouping of Ukrainian troops here, even though the towns northwest of there have not yet been confirmed as controlled. Otherwise, Ukrainian troops appear to be continuing to consolidate control over the riverbank areas on the east side of the river in order to continue to maintain their logistics and supply pathways, as well as firing towards the main Russian base in the region at Ishenka, which lies just along the highway itself. Ukrainian troops to the northeast of Kherson continue to engage in artillery strikes against Russian positions both near and far, and have targeted a larger number of Russian supply points along the main highways over the past 48 hours. There are reports of a number of Russian pontoon operations moving directly into Kherson city over the last few days. Ukraine also hit the Kakhovka Dam bridge with HIMARS again today after Russia attempted to repair it. And then this happened some 72 hours ago. We're just getting more and more confirmation that whatever the heck happened in downtown Kherson, I've frankly had good sources from Ukrainian partisans saying we didn't have anyone there. That's more, quote, TikTok bullshit, unquote. At this point, they're competing because we did see fire being shot, or a gunfire being shot towards a Russian armored vehicle that was shooting into a building near a train station. The two competing claims now are either that this was some attempt to try and say, watch out for the Ukrainians. If they come into town, they'll end up getting people caught in a crossfire, or that this was genuinely some strange attempt at infighting between two Russian military units. We don't really have much more information beyond that. Moving south to Crimea, the Black Sea, and Odessa, reportedly in the Black Sea, there's been an additional 2 combat ships added to the flotilla, with about 24 missiles available for use, stationed just off the coast of Crimea. The heavy storms continue in the region, meaning that the bulk of the Russian fleet is sheltering along the coast. In general, yesterday, Ukrainian forces eliminated 160 soldiers for a new total of 54,810, 4 armored vehicles, 4 tanks, 16 artillery units, 6 of which were long-range rocket artillery, 6 cars and trucks, 1 plane, and 5 UAVs, with the losses most pronounced in the Kherson region. Ukraine has further discussed the usage of the Shahed 136 suicide drones provided by Iran to Russia, and which have caused some considerable concern due to their low signature and rapid strike capability. However, defenses are being drawn up currently to mitigate these more effectively. Their sudden mass usage in a swarm in the East Kharkiv region unfortunately caused a number of Ukrainian casualties who were frankly not prepared or equipped for a large suicide drone strike, as well as enduring concerns along the Kherson front, where they have been propping up much further into the back lines than perhaps were expected, given the fact that they are very small and much more difficult to spot. Russia has stepped up its attempts to stage illegal referendums in the Luhansk and Donetsk areas over the past 48 hours, despite the presence of Ukrainian troops in both. These illegal referendums are scheduled for Luhansk, Kherson, Donetsk, and Zaporizhzhia region this Friday. The scheduled, then canceled speech by Putin this evening, which has now tentatively been rescheduled for tomorrow morning in Russia, is believed to reference these sham referendums. The most likely outcome of these Russian-sponsored referendums is the big air quotes here, voluntary accession of these regions to Russia proper. The question remains that if Russia should then attempt to freeze the conflict or declare escalation measures should Ukraine remain in the areas, whether Ukraine would accept such conditions. Thus far, it seems highly unlikely that Ukraine would withdraw forces and accept a unilateral end to the conflict dramatically in Russia's favor. Something discussed, the potential threat of Russian nuclear escalation under their existing nuclear doctrine in defense of Russian territory is far less likely to be heeded or respected as applied to this region, which means both the Ukraine would be unlikely to balk at such threats and that Russia would be forced to either detonate a device, which is politically suicidal internationally, or then fail to carry out such a threat, which is political suicide domestically. Thus, in my personal estimation, any such referendum is unlikely to lead to dramatic Russian escalation or a reliance on their weapons of mass destruction stockpiles. The White House believes that Putin is possibly preparing to announce the mobilization of Russian forces and a wartime footing. What is possible and thus far anticipated, given the rumors of Russian military-age males being restricted from leaving the country going forward, is that a full war footing and or mobilization will be enacted by Russia in response to an invasion of our territories. While this will work to solve Russia's crippling manpower problem, it will also dramatically strain domestic tensions, as seen by the number of people fleeing Russia over the past 24 hours and the cost of plane tickets approaching $3,000 for a small family, as well as serious damage to Russian economic sectors. And it's going to require at least 3 months if Russia seriously wants to train these people as anything more than raw cannon fodder. Plus, there's all the logistical issues of actually training, equipping, and moving all these people. The Russian Duma, their legislative body, adopted a draft law today with amendment to the Russian Criminal Code, which introduces heavy liability for desertion, surrender, as well as refusal to answer mobilization orders, further indicating that mobilization may be on the menu. According to the new law, refusal to participate in military operations will be punishable by up to 3 years. Surrender will also become a criminal act, punishable by up to 10 years of imprisonment. So I don't know why you'd ever ask to be a prisoner of war transferred if you surrender then. There are additional spurious reports, seemingly confirmed by radio intercepts, of orders of execution or other punitive punishment for unauthorized retreat of military units. While this is something that's been bandied around in a number of Western movies about the Second World War, most notably with Jude Law and Enemy at the Gate, in general, Russia didn't just shoot you if you retreated because the Soviet Union, I should say, because they still paid money and they'd given you arms and equipment and all kinds of things. They'd put you in a penal battalion and they'd send you to your death. As we've seen now with a number of Russian soldiers just ending up in ditches long in advance of Ukraine assaults in the area, if they are simply just shooting people on whim, that is quite literally less effective use of their fighting force than what Stalin did during the German advance into Russia in the 1940s. On September 20th, the EU Council finally approved some 5 billion euros of financial assistance for Ukraine. This is part of a package of 9 billion euros, which the EU wants to provide to Ukraine back in May. They plan to give money to Ukraine as a loan with a repayment period of 25 years and practically without interest. This should help, as currently the Ukrainian deficit is somewhere between $3 and $5 billion per month. The UN recorded some 5,900 civilian deaths as a result of the Russian invasion, of which some 380 were children. These are the officially confirmed numbers. The real number is, unfortunately, likely far higher. Russia is withdrawing another paratrooper regiment from Syria in order to transfer to Ukraine, further demonstrating the reduction of their capabilities abroad and, frankly, the continuing unease in other CSTO member nations such as Armenia, Kazakhstan, etc. Slovenia announced they will transfer 28 of their M55S tanks to Ukraine. In exchange for this, they will receive 40 military transport vehicles from Germany, essentially large trucks. These tanks are a modernized version with explosive reactive armor designed to defeat some tank shells and rockets of a very antiquated T-55 Soviet-era tank. Entry restrictions for citizens of Russia with Schengen tourist visas into the European Union, regardless of the country in which they were issued, as long as they are Russian citizens, have come into effect, blocking them from access in Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and Poland. And with that, we should be about done. Thank you guys so much for putting up with my ramblings, and stick around for any questions.
Thank you, Language. So we got a few hands. If anyone does have any questions for Language, please press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, and Language will do his best to answer your question. Language, I'll let you take the hands. Go ahead.
Let's go to Dr. Paul, John Ridge, and then Leonard.
Hey, Language. So, quick question going to Liman. I really have a question about why doesn't Ukraine just bypass Liman and instead cut it off by capturing Nampil, then moving north to Torsky? It essentially cut off all the supply lines to Liman, and essentially those guys would just withdraw and head probably northward up that river towards greener pastures.
I don't think Ukraine currently has the forces there and the ability to supply them as easily by the river near Ozern to actually maneuver that far, or at least they haven't demonstrated as such. There's also the risk of Russian forces in Crimea, which is still under Russian control, Zelena Dolina and other areas. That river that Zarichny lies along is what's appearing to become the next major defensive line of Russian forces. And as such, there's an unknown, ostensibly large quantity of Russian troops there. So just trying to thrust up there means that, yes, you could menace Liman enough to force a Russian withdrawal, but you could also get caught in smash between Russian units that have already redeployed there. I suspect that's why they're not doing that.
Makes sense. Thanks.
Okay, let's go to John Ridge, then to Leonard, then to Bill.
Yeah, two things. First, regarding the Shaheed 136 loitering munitions, the indications seem to be that the platform is in fact susceptible to Ukrainian electronic warfare techniques, and I believe the Ukrainian, I'm not sure if it was the General Staff or Operational Command South specifically, but one of them had commented that they have developed some effective means combining electronic warfare and the use of Gepards, as well as their, the Soviet heritage Shilkas, which are, obviously gun-based anti-aircraft platforms to counter the Shaheeds. So I suspect they will not end up being as much of an issue as, it is potentially being made out to be at this point. The second thing is, since the topic of mobilization has come up, I just thought I'd go ahead and briefly kind of reference how the Russian reserve system works, as briefly as I can, because it's rather convoluted. So there's really three principal components here that are of interest in a wartime mobilization situation, according to Russian law. There's the currently active duty conscripts. Russia, theoretically under Russian law, every male individual up to the age of, I believe, 27, between the ages of 18 and 27, is required to complete 1 year of mandatory military service. They do biannual, so twice yearly conscription cycles. And then, a month after a given conscript is taken in that cycle, they're released for military service. I believe right now the total numbers are around 250,000 from the two most recent conscription cycles. So I believe that in theory, I'm not saying this would actually be achievable in practice, just putting some upper bounds to it. A declaration of war and, would allow the deployment of those 250,000 conscripts. Granted, there's enormous practical issues that would go into that, and quite frankly, prevent it outright for the most part. And then beyond the current active duty conscripts, you also have Russia's active and inactive reserves. They call their active reserve, its full title is Mobilization Human Reserve, and their inactive reserves are Mobilization Human Resource. So the human reserve, that's essentially membership is on a voluntary basis, consisting of people who voluntarily sign contracts from the human resource, and what the human resource is composed of. It's composed of all the former active duty contract NIKI, so the contract servicemen, as well as former conscripts. Once they, complete their 1 year, all of them go into the human resource. And then I believe the human resource is also what the members of the general public who have not served, who are subject to military conscription, wartime circumstances. That is what they are sorted into to replenish that system. I believe the human reserve can be deployed in peacetime. It's my understanding, potentially. I don't know if they've already been deployed. Its size is totally unknown. The Russians don't publish that publicly. The Russians also don't publicly disclose the numbers in the human resource, but the human resource cannot be deployed without a declaration of war and, partial or general mobilization orders. Granted, I say all those just as upper bounds. As language discussed, there would be enormous practical difficulties. Russia doesn't have the officers, the NCOs, the training facilities to train these people. They probably can't equip them all. Even if they could equip them all, they can't feed them. They can't, supply them with ammunition, food, fuel, water, spare parts, medical equipment, etc. Sustaining them in theater. It's just infeasible from a number of different angles.
Real quick, and while this is by no means confirmed, just because you were talking about the deployment of conscripts, we do know that Russia has deployed conscripts against their own, frankly, laws into Ukraine, to much dissent, and at least one general being removed and blamed for it, although certainly it wasn't his decision alone. There was a document floating around back in, I want to say, April or so, and I was never able to get a good hard confirmation on its authenticity, so take this with a kilogram of salt, because Russia actually started their conscription efforts in, I want to say it was like February 15th as opposed to April 1st, so some 45 days earlier or whatnot, that they were going to change the law or something to allow for the possible deployment of recruits. I forget the exact terminology they used, but they said that, that this would be a special mobilization order, which, digging into Russian terminology, apparently is one of the loopholes that would allow for conscripts to be deployed outside of a wartime footing. I never really got confirmation on whether that order was actually true or not. Never really saw much more information on it. It was a draft order that was allegedly being circulated between two senior officers in the far east of Russia. However, whether or not that order does come into effect, at this point, it does seem likely, just based on what we've seen, that any new conscripts in the event that Russia doesn't declare full mobilization or wartime footing are still bound for Ukraine. They're not just going to sit around twiddling their thumbs.
Yeah, my understanding regarding the deployment of conscripts was that there were some that were deployed in the first month or so, in large part due to the fact that local unit commanders had packed their, in theory, fully contract units with conscripts to conceal the fact that they were understrength, and that they ended up getting deployed as a result of that. And I imagine that there was, also the fact that the people at the top, just didn't care about that. I believe that once the Russian public kind of picked up on that, once it kind of made its way into the Russian media sphere, they kind of pulled back on that, and they kind of dramatically cut down on the amount of conscripts that ended up, being deployed into theater. My understanding is that the amount of conscripts, has been on average fairly small, and that what they've mainly been trying to do is to coerce the conscripts to sign contracts and then deploy them.
Absolutely. That's a big problem. We could talk about this at length, frankly, but the Russian conscript system was historically tested quite a bit. I believe that some folks were talking about where are the Russian mothers in this, and there's some really good perspectives on what the average Russian parent is thinking of, their sons being killed. Frankly, while I can condemn the Russian military and Russian soldiers as a unit, it is still quite telling to see sort of the anguish on these parents' faces, especially as they realize that they sent their kids to die, in many cases for nothing, and that whatever dream they had, is just gone forever. But in the 80s, in the war in Afghanistan, under the Soviet rule, there's the alliance of mothers of Soviet conscripts who became a major political force in Russia, which are alleged to have played some role in sort of the withdrawal of Russian forces from the region, as well as a number of other many complex factors. Afghanistan's a complicated country. Don't ever try and invade there. But there's been allegations that since then that movement has been generally co-opted, although I'm sure the legacy of it and that sending a bunch of conscripts to die in a foreign land still probably rings true in a lot of Putin's government. With that, let's go to, I believe it was Prince Heather, Bill, Leonard, and then Daniel.
Thank you, Language. I'm actually rather quick here. For entertainment purposes, I know that you put out a number there for the cost of a plane ticket. Our friend from the space, Rosalie, has been doing a big long thread of the prices of getting to places from Moscow for a family of 3. And it's up there in the nest if you want to take a look at it. But it says 3 economy tickets to Hong Kong for 3 is $54,000. It's got an overnight layover in Dubai. So I think you said $3,000, but it's going way, way up there depending on where you want to go. Just sort of entertaining, but people might want to take a look at that. It's up in the nest. I mentioned it earlier, and since you put a price on that, I thought I'd bring that up again. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's certainly entertaining. It's worthwhile to note that even the $3,000 plane ticket is wildly out of reach for many people in the more poverty-stricken areas of Russia, and frankly, a lot of people in Western Russia proper off the jump. I mean, frankly, I think it's being told, hey, you've got 12 hours, pack everything you can onto, your carry-on, and then here's $3,000 just to get across into Turkey. Good luck beyond that would be a tough sell for most people. So I think we're going to see, if this should come to pass, where there's a large Russian mobilization, we're going to see chaos at the borders. I really would be astonished if we don't. Levels of stereotypical Russian corruption, because people aren't just going to go, oh, well, the government said I have to go and get conscripted and possibly die. I'm going to just sit here. I imagine this will become an ongoing issue in Russia for a while, should that come to pass.
Yeah, in that thread, she also goes a little bit into comparing some prices of like going to St. Petersburg or to Kaliningrad or Minsk, and looking at the price differences for that, which are, like under $100 to go to St. Petersburg. So it's a rather interesting thread.
Thank you for sharing it. Let's go to Leonard, then to Bill Space Host, then to Daniel.
Thank you, Language. I had one quick question on the military aspect, and then just more of a comment on the mobilization. But firstly, on the drones you'd mentioned, the Shahed 136. Do you have you mentioned that there was a payload capacity of about 200 or up to 200 kilograms, and a range of possibly 200 kilometers. If I got that correct, is that your assessment as far as that drone is concerned? And were there any other? Were there more than the one model? In other words, I assume there are several Iranian drones that are in the battle space. And did you have any specifics on those, perchance? Thanks.
I think John Rose will be able to clarify these statements much better than I can. It is a larger drone. This is more comparable to a full-size drone than, say, one of the loitering munitions like a Switchblade. Now, these numbers come from Tehran, so take them with a grain of salt. I believe their statement was that it could go 2,000 kilometers and carry 200 kilos of explosive payload.
It can't. I'm just going to say it can't.
I figured that those numbers are exaggerations. What, in your estimates, are a higher number or a more accurate number?
That is a very good question. I don't know, but 2,000 kilometers for a loitering munition with a 200 kilogram warhead is absurd. I'll try to dig up some numbers.
Yeah, I mean, the range seemed massively exaggerated. Frankly, the biggest issue we've seen with these, and there's some videos, it's unclear exactly how they're being deployed, whether they're being deployed individually by catapults. Iran has demonstrated a system where they get essentially launched out of the back of a modified container truck. Although even in that video, one of them malfunctioned, it seemed. The biggest issue right now is, and while there's a lot of electronic warfare stuff going on right now, up until this point, with very limited scenarios, Ukraine hasn't had to deal with the threat of loitering munitions deep into the back lines. This doesn't make it a game changer. It does make it a concern as, and I say swarm, I'm not talking about thousands of these. Frankly, it's believed that less than 100 of these were sent to Ukraine at all, but that there was an incident around Kupiansk or East Kharkiv where the better part of half a dozen of these were dropped on a Ukrainian position in the back lines that just did not see them coming because it was a lot smaller than what they were looking for, and unfortunately did cause some casualties. However, as the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy, and you usually can only get away with that sucker punch once. And because at least one of them was shot down today around Mykolaiv, the enemy gets to adapt, and in this case, Ukraine does have the opportunity and ability to change and respond to these, as well as the fact that, frankly, there's probably not a huge number of them.
I can offer a little bit of clarification. 200 kilograms is not the warhead mass; that's the overall mass of the vehicle.
That is much better, because I was a little confused by that too, because 200 kilometers or 200 kilograms is a lot. Do you have any estimate on exactly what the explosive payload might be?
That's what I'm trying to dig into now. The open source specs on this thing are kind of murky, but I'll try and see if I can't dig anything up.
Thank you. While we're waiting on that, and Leonard, does that hopefully answer your question a bit?
Yeah, that sheds a lot of light on the drone situation. And then I just had a quick follow-up comment with regard to the conscription or general mobilization aspects that you had mentioned. And just to point out that the fact that there's been a delay until supposedly tomorrow, which is at least the second, possibly the third delay of this announcement, I would just suggest that there are excellent reasons for that. And the people in the Kremlin are acutely aware of Russian history, and it should be noted that the whole issue of conscription and general mobilization have cropped up several times previously in Russian history, and starting with the Potemkin mutiny in 1905, which arose directly out of a massive defeat in the Russo-Japanese War, and then the total dissatisfaction in the military with conscription and a host of related issues of total dilapidation, and that led directly to the assassination of the Russian Prime Minister Sergei Schmidt at that point. So there was clearly an immediate political impact. And then the next major issue in terms of conscription was 1917, where the Russian army collapsed on the Eastern Front. There would be their Western Front against the Germans, and which led directly to the demise, the killing of the Tsar and the entire Tsarista family within just a very short time, less than a year after that collapse, and severe consequences through the whole Russian state, obviously, thereafter. And then again in the 1940s, when the Germans launched Operation Barbarossa, 1941, the Russians collapsed to the extent of losing in excess of 2 million men in the span of less than 2 months on the Eastern Front, and that the whole literally mass surrenders to the tune of 1 million, possibly up to 1 million further surrenders of Russian personnel, military personnel in the field. So conscription certainly did not serve the immediate purposes or general mobilization, if you will, of the Stalinist regime at that point in time. So yeah, there's an acute awareness there as to why Putin is seriously considering what the consequences are if he mobilizes, because the consequences historically have been very severe for the Russian state and the Kremlin writ large. So hopefully that puts that into perspective a little bit. And thanks for the updates, language.
Thank you. And then just mobilization is probably the word of the day today. The biggest reason why, I mean, the U.S. is saying it. I imagine they have access to better information than I do. Russian media is dancing around the point. I imagine they're closer to information than I do. And the real nail in the coffin for me is that Igor Girkin, noted FSB turned massive alcoholic extraordinaire, who has been screaming from the rafters to anyone who will listen that we need full mobilization now, was scheduled to do some sort of after effects commentary. This seems to be, if Russia is trying to acquiesce some of their more military bloggers, ultranationalists, right wings, who have been demanding this full war footing, crush Ukraine, et cetera, for frankly several months now, especially since the Russian losses in eastern Kharkiv, then it would make sense for him to come on afterwards. It doesn't really make a lot of sense for him to be given a spot on Russian news channels if the Russian government just says, oh, we're doing this tiny thing, so that he can come on and rail against the Russian government and say how Putin's an idiot because he's not doing full mobilization. That doesn't track well. However, the slim benefit is this, and I think John and I were having a discussion on this, and we have slightly different perspectives, and that's okay. The threat of full mobilization of Russia, while there's a tremendous number of difficulties that Russia would have in actually implementing it, has been part of the reason, well, at least one of the numerous reasons, why it's been publicly asked and frankly even more privately demanded that Ukraine not strike targets in Russia proper utilizing Western provided munitions. There's a reason we've seen Ukrainian munitions, Ukrainian developed munitions, and Ukrainian Air Force attacking this. We haven't seen HIMARS raining down on arms depots outside Belgrade. However, should this come to pass, where now not only has Russia kind of let the genie out of the bottle and can't get it back in, that threat's kind of gone, bullets fired, it also means you're going to have a large number of Russian troops that have to amass somewhere for training and somewhere before deployment over the border. And so this is speculation, maybe a bit of a pipe dream for me here, but I can't see it outside the realms of possibility that as Ukraine has been much more agitating for permission to strike into Russia proper, that America goes, hey, these guys are fully mobilizing. It's a war. Russia said it, not us. Go ahead and, you can start hitting Russian troop concentrations. What the effect of that is, that's two steps beyond what I can, see through my crystal ball. But I imagine that's not that, should it occur, and this is still very much speculation, it wouldn't play well on the home front for Russia if now, we all got together and then we all got killed right outside Belgrade where everybody can videotape us. That probably wouldn't do wonders for the Russian morale. Again, all speculation, but trying to, piece 2 and 2 together to make 5 at some point in the future. This could be a possible beneficial outcome or the silver lining to the cloud of mobilization should Russia go down this path. With that, let's go to Daniel and then to Gray Monson.
Morning language for you is midnight. Allow me to calm you a bit, and everybody who probably enjoy his midnight. Let me explain something very important, which probably escapes you. It's not about military at all. And the words like conscription drafts, take it out of any plan. Let me explain a bit. Remember February, end of February, we saw that swarm of attack helicopters around Hostomel, deploying flares, and the start of the invasion looked credible. it looked like a good army. Our worries were, I can say, normal, plausible. There are a possibility. From that time to now, we gone from VDVs with their nice uniforms, their deployment looking like, I don't know, an army, to compulsory recruitment from prisons, night shelters, migrants, Turkmeni and Uzbeki who don't have any chance to wash the floors in some city center, from supremacy of artillery in the Donbass to no more ammunition for us, from the explosions of the bases of Ukrainian army to, wow, we don't have bridges, we don't have trucks, we don't have ammo depots. From Slava cruiser staying in the front of the southern Ukraine and all the ships around raining calibers on the Ukrainian cities, which I decry and I will decry forever, to bombing Saki Air Base, bombing Sevastopol. We are in a place where that master strategist, keen politicians, is just a bad poker player. He showed his hand. All the Western leaders just said, call, show your cards. And we are at the end of September. He's empty in political power, empty in military might. Economically, is totally destroyed. Any comments about how well their economy works is just fantasy. The reality is, at this moment, he's on borrowed time. If you ask conscriptions, who will go? Which mother will choose to send to slaughterhouse her son, a beautiful son? In Russian family, the mothers have power. It's very difficult for them. Don't remember Afghanistan wars and 10,000 deaths, which supposedly was another nail in the coffin of the Soviet Union. We, at this moment, see military bloggers getting power against President of Russia. Imagine a stupid shithole like Gherkin with his silly mustache getting power against Putin. Who is Putin? The guy who said, I will declare martial law, war, conscription, and after that, all the televisions, all the publications delete the statement. What he will do? Nuke Ukraine? Sorry, General Zelensky said very clear, even if they use it nukes, we will not stop fighting. They are in a quagmire at this moment. Political, they are in a very dangerous spot. A very, very dangerous spot, because what they do, they made army their enemy. They threaten every general, every oligarch, everybody. And when they need to express this power, they look not weak, but very, very weak. Don't forget what happened in Uzbekistan. The meeting with Central Asian countries, with India, with China, with Turkey, where it was humiliated. And Russians saw that. Then what they cherish the most in their society? Power. The projection of power. The idea of power. Where is the power? political, international, military, economical, is nowhere. There is no hope. There is no ideology. There is nothing to keep that people in a prolonged war. Ukraine have 50 brigades. 50. And they are recruiting prisoners. They getting people to the front and Wagnerites, these prison Wagnerites, at first glance, they surrender. What will happen with Kherson? That army starved, without ammunition, without fuel. What do you do? You'll surrender. What's happening in Donbass? They are totally destroyed. What is hope? There is no hope. And Putin is a dead man. Look at him. He's just a dead man walking. So, in my opinion, don't take their threats. After 7 months, we discover just empty words. There is no power there. Remember, their economy is smaller than Spain. Their men are weak, alcoholic, sick, and there is no courage. It's very easy to stay in the front of television looking at, I don't know, any Russian television program and cherish for the win against Ukrainian Nazi. When they say, take your Mosin gun and your steel helmet, go to fight, they will run like rabbits. That's why Google searches how I can escape Russia at this moment. So be wise, respectful with our leaders, because even if they are scum, like all politicians, in comparison with Russians, they are rational men, and they won this war. Glory to Ukraine.
Absolutely. I mean, I think I agree with most of what you said. I think it's always very difficult to paint with a wide brush across a country of 140 million people. My hypothesis is not that they're going to go for conscription. They do have a rather considerable quote unquote reservist population, bearing in mind most of these are not what you would see as like the National Guard or the, U.S. Army Reserve or, something like that here in the United States, but rather people who had served, in their conscript role, maybe another year for some young men left. However, regardless of who they take these folks from, these are people who have, by and large, I imagine, settled down. They are working. They're running a bakery. They're working in a factory. They're going to school. They have a wife, kids, people who love them. And just taking those people out of society is not going to work well. Now, I'm a little young to speak on the Vietnam War era, but I imagine that was part of the reason why people were aggravated, because young folk that they knew and were aware of were suddenly being sent off to a war that they may or may not have agreed with.
Yes, language, but Americans are rational people. Even in the 60s, America had a stable democracy, working institutions, working economy, was a moral stuff there, and took years, not 6 months, years to convince the political decision is better to retreat from that. In comparison, you look at people who maybe make $300 per month, where their problems are, we have enough vodka, we have enough tampons. There is their idea to get these people and say, go fight for the motherland. Where is the fatherland? In Kherson.
And I understand what you're saying, man. I'm trying to draw a reference to the fact that regardless of country, it is generally unpopular when people start getting pulled out of what might be considered normal civilian life and being deployed further afield to a war that may not be popular, that does not seem to be a war of national survival, a la what Ukraine is currently facing. And as a result, there are deep consequences for that in the Russian, domestic situation that I'm not nearly well informed enough to predict. But I think that's part of the reason why they've been sitting on the fence for so long, because you can have a couple 100,000 troops, or you can have an economy that's not completely being shot in the foot by yourself, but you can't have both. And that's the issue we've been running into. With that, if it's all the same, let's go to Gary, and then open class actions had also come up. I don't know if they had a question, but just in the interest of time, let's go to Gary.
All right, great. It's Jerry, by the way. But yes, okay, so I agree with the previous speaker that Putin's done and Ukraine will win. I want to just kind of say what I think Putin is doing is thinking. Is just trying to playing a desperate card, and what I think how the West will respond. So I'm just going to say what I think Putin is thinking here. And we can kind of see a little bit in the fact that we know that there's going to be this referendums coming up this weekend to make the for those the regions that they've mostly taken to join Russia, and that tells me that he's not going to announce a war and full mobilization, because if he were, he wouldn't have to do this whole referendum thing. If they declared war and went on a full mobilization, then then he could send all the troops he wanted to Ukraine. What I think is happening is that with those referendum having them join Russia, is that it will allow Putin to take the already existing conscript class, let's say the ones who have been in, who are doing middle of their military service, say they've been around for about 6 months, let's call that 100,000 soldiers. Not saying that they're special forces at all, but at least they've shot a gun, they've maybe know how to use an RPG and throw a hand grenade. And so then he can take those 100,000 troops and put them in Luhansk and Donetsk, maybe even shore up a little bit in the Kherson area, and just hunker down as a defensive line to stop the Ukrainians from making any fast advances this fall. Then what I think he's thinking is that, like, okay, if I can stall the line, and then of course the Rasputia, the mud season's coming up, the winter season's coming up, spring mud season's coming up, the line's going to freeze up then, and he's really hoping that Germany really does buckle with the cold winter and all. It's not going to happen, but that's what he's thinking, is like, well, if I can just get through the winter, maybe an opportunity will come up where I can force some kind of a peace deal or a ceasefire where I get some of this. That I think that's what he's thinking. As far as what the West is thinking, how the West will respond. I think the West will continue and if nothing else, increase the support for Ukraine. I think we're going to see training for Abrams tanks, if that's not already happening, training for F-16s, if that's not already happening, and more artillery systems going in there, so that when the spring mud dries up, I think Ukraine will be a 21st century army going up against a 1970s army, and will win in the spring. That's what I'm thinking Putin's going to do. I don't think he's going to declare war. I don't think he's going to do general mobilization, but he's going to use the fact that these areas are now considered Russia, according to Russian law, to be able to use about 100,000 of the current conscript class to shore up his lines. That's it.
It's definitely a possibility. I think and the best way we can kind of see is what unfolds over the next 24 to 48 hours. You see what Zelensky, what Biden says, the fact that the U.S. came out and basically said, concerns about declaration of war and mobilization, that it's a statement that's also sort of what's been discussed circumstantially by other EU member nations, and also the fact that Igor Girkin is anywhere near a microphone right now that's not his own kind of leads me to believe that's mobilization. But as you said, declaration of war, we'll see. I suspect that the rapid push for these referendum is to try and go down the mental gymnastics pathway of, well, these areas are now part of Russia. oh, they're now invading Russia, ergo, we're now at war. It's these dastardly Ukrainians doing it, it's not us. Now, if that doesn't make sense to you, you're not alone, but, war is peace and freedom is slavery in this 1984 world of, Russian internal domestic politics and media. So it's not meant to make sense to us. But at this point, all we can really do is wait and see. I apologize for anybody who spent 2 hours waiting with bated breath for Putin to do his speech so he could try and just, I don't know, take an 80s power move from a bad, sales lecture on show up late or don't show up at all. They said that they'll do it some point today in the morning when, quote, the eastern region of Russia is awake. That should be in the next 4 to 6 hours. I got no idea. Anybody who does probably doesn't. We'll see what he says. But it will be interesting to keep an eye on. We're just sort of spitballing stuff here, or at least I am, to be perfectly honest with you. Jerry, does that kind of answer the question? Was there anything else you'd like to add?
No, sounds good. Yeah, like I said, we'll find out in a few hours. Wanted to be able to put my prediction out there before it happens. We'll see.
Absolutely. Hey, and thank you for bringing it up. Let's go to open class actions. Hopefully not a lawsuit against me, but to you, brother.
I don't think class actions are a thing in Russia. You get lotta or you get nada.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm entitled to a quota of 1 terrible joke per day, and that's apparently dropped in the night of an answering question. So all good. If you do have a question, comment, concern, shoot a DM up. Again, I'm, a little under it this evening, but I'm happy to stick around for, say, another, 20 minutes or so at max, and then I do have to vamonos, as they say. So feel free, if you have a question for me, for another speaker on the panel, we're more than happy to have you up here. Click that button in the lower left-hand corner if you're on a mobile device. If you're on a computer, sucks to be you, doesn't work. The one shaped like a radio, or a microphone rather, will allow you to come on up, ask a question, call us names, whatever suits your fancy. We're happy to answer anything you might have. You can always shoot a DM. Joseph, Ryan, Daniel, myself, if necessary. We're happy to answer it. Do you think, oh, well, it's a dumb question? It's not. If you think it's a question that's been asked a bunch, doesn't matter. If we've answered the question 1,000 times, then well, shit, we should be pretty good at answering it by now, right? And if you don't know the answer, I guarantee there's a dozen other people that don't know it as well. So with that, I'll try and jump into the DMs a little bit. I know some people have sent me some stuff. I'll do a little rapid fire. And if there's any more questions, I'm happy to answer them before I skedaddle.
We do have mockers on the panel and open class action as well. So we can go to open class act. If they know how to come off mute, it's that button on the bottom left hand of your screen.
Hi, thanks. I had a question. If we were to just think through the possibility of Ukraine taking back Mariupol, what do you think that would look like? What would be required for that to happen? Do you think it's realistic before winter or anytime soon after the winter? Thank you.
So it's a good question. Now I say this gingerly because I had talked to somebody who was in Mariupol, and they were very and understandably offended at my, saying that I've been saying that the city was dead, with a lot of statement about no, the city's not dead, it's damaged, it's rubble, will survive. With all due deference to them, there's basically no heat. They can't feed half of the city or give them clean potable water. Frankly, in some areas, this has since changed since the shelling of the Azovstal steel plant stopped. It's the only place I've ever heard of where roaches and rats left apartment buildings because of the devastation, to the point that bodies just lay desiccated and weren't even being devoured by anything aside from microorganisms. This is as close to a killed city as we have seen since the 1940s, as best I can tell. Russia has nothing to gain from sticking around there and fighting in a freezing hellhole with no fuel, a bunch of citizens with incredible desperation who will be more than happy to see the Russian soldiers out and their backs to the water, and also an industrial fuel site, waiting to poison the groundwater there, but that's a separate topic. I do not expect, and that's why I'm focusing so much on Liman, that Russia has the capacity or the willpower to engage in an impassioned urban defense in an area with Ukrainian civilians. We've seen Ukraine do this. We've seen Ukraine get as good with that as just about you can get right now. I'd say arguably members of the 4th Rapid Reaction Brigade are probably some of the preeminent fighting force as far as urban warfare goes, and they have bled heavily to learn that knowledge. The Russians are not interested in doing that. I do not see in these southern cities with their backs to the coast that they cannot adequately resupply, because assuming they're attacking Mariupol, they're not just driving into it, they've cut it off at this point, or they've moved to cut off, that Russia would pull out and would not put up an impassioned defense, similar to what we saw in Balaklia when they pulled out, similar to what we saw in Izium, where broadly they pulled out. Dissimilar to what we're seeing in Liman, where as long as there is still a supply route, Russia is still engaging in a defense, though there may be multiple reasons for it. That's my prediction, and you can broadly apply that to other cities along the southern coast in like Berislav as well. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yes, it does. Could I follow up with another question on the same subject?
Please.
So one key difference I think is Mariupol was occupied by Russia much earlier on, right? We're talking about back in April. I actually have family there. My girlfriend's family is there. They've sent us photos. It seems like Russia's at least making it look like they're building things. They're building residential buildings. They seem to be establishing some sort of faux residential buildings to embed troops in. It seems like they've had a lot more time there, or defenses. So I'm just wondering how that impacts calculations of taking it over. If you think Ukraine is thinking maybe that's not the next priority because it would be more difficult for that reason. I'm just thinking, how realistic is it? Would it be a much harder battle than what we've seen around Kharkiv? I'm just concerned for obvious reasons, but I want to see if that makes a big difference. If we've seen anything, as Russia has had all this time to build up defenses there more, perhaps.
So for starters, my heart does go out to your girlfriend's family, if I heard correctly, who are still there. I hope they're able to get out safely as quickly as possible, regardless of where that may be, frankly. Mariupol is a bad situation, to put it mildly, and my heart really does go out for them. I'm sorry.
Thank you. They have very old relatives, one of whom has advanced Alzheimer's. So you can imagine how difficult it is to take someone out of their home in that condition.
Yeah, it's the individual I was talking to was basically just northwest of the steel plant, or had a residence just northwest across the river from there. So hopefully their experience was hopefully it was worse for them, but hopefully was a much worse retelling of that specific location than what's occurring to your folks' family. There's no easy answers there, and I'm sorry. As far as what a battle there looks like, though, let's just try and game theory this out, right? What does Russia have to, and also before I preface all this, it has been visualized that Russia has taken a large number of their entrenched military equipment there and has moved it to other locations. They've moved it west. We're not really sure where. Some people say all the way to Crimea. I suspect probably not. Somewhere between Kherson and Zaporizhia region. There's other statements that it's actually been just going to the northeast towards Donetsk because of concerns of what could be a Ukrainian assault in the region, right? Or at least pro-Russian concerns there. There is not a lot to gain from entrenching Mariupol at this point. It has significance as a figure, or as a structure, I should say, but this is not Kherson, this is not Sevastopol, frankly, this is not even, Berdyansk, or Berislav, I'm sorry, again, long night drinking, mixing up the names, major functioning ports that Russia can attempt to use. I've seen the pictures of those apartments Russia has thrown up there. Frankly, I wouldn't live in them. I suspect they're not quite built to code, and I do not and have not seen evidence of mass Russian efforts to try and sustain a habitable environment in that city. The biggest one being, like you said, they've been broadly in control of the surrounding area and infrastructure really since week 2 of this war. They don't have gas supplies up for many areas of the city. They've bulldozed large amounts of it and other, just sort of generalized destruction and rubblizing. If you're expecting to make a city someplace you want to habitate, much less fight in, it's probably worthwhile to find a way to get water to people that doesn't involve trucking it in, and a way to keep people from freezing to death, admittedly by the coast, it's warmer, I understand, that doesn't involve, setting fires in the streets to cook food over. That's my estimation, and why I suspect that Russia will not put up an impassioned defense if and when the Battle of Mariupol re-engages, plus for all the reasons that dealing with an insurgency of Ukrainians who have quite literally at this point been placed in some of the most dire circumstances imaginable. It generally does not pay well to have a bunch of desperate locals looking over your shoulder, praying for your death, and doing so in a very active way. We've seen what's been happening in Kherson, where things are much better than they are in Mariupol. I don't imagine Russia's going to stick around. At least that's my hope. In such a case, hopefully they would just abandon, as we'd seen in Izium and Balakliva, and they wouldn't cause any further harm to the civilian population, including your girlfriend's relatives.
That's my hope as well. Thanks, Language.
Thank you, brother. Really fantastic questions, and I appreciate your insight. Let's go to Mockers and then to Daniel.
Hi. First, I just wanted to congratulate you on being able to still speak after 4 margaritas, because I certainly wouldn't be able to. And also, you mentioned a radar system being hit. Was that the one at Chornobyivka? And gosh, it's busy, that place.
So they didn't explicitly come out and say one way or the other where it's hit. The Ukrainian Southern Operational Command does a phenomenal job of putting stuff out on Facebook and blogging it every day. I encourage everybody to do it. I wish the other operation commands did that, but for understandable reasons, they've got a war to fight. They can't all, put stuff on Facebook. They just said, hey, we hit this today. Separately, there were statements from other sources of strikes on Russian electronic warfare or radar communications array at Chornobyivka. For those listening, this is also where Kherson Airport is. This is to the northwest of Kherson. It's been struck, I want to say, on the low end some 40 times since the war began. Russia continues to move things there. They continue to set up defenses there. They've allegedly continued to bring helicopter transports across the river 2 at a time to drop off supplies there, since their riverine transport has been interrupted. This is a strategic location for Russia. It is very much within Ukraine artillery range now, as we've seen demonstrated. And the Russians simply do not learn here, which means either they're all completely stupid and somehow we haven't gotten through killing all the stupid ones, or more likely they are simply so desperate at this point that they are opting to take this option, and somehow in their calculation, this is still the least bad option. I don't know about you, but if I kept running into a place and getting punched in the face 50 times, if I had any other way to go in there, I'd probably choose that one. So hopefully this continues to signal to Russian desperation. Does that kind of answer the question, Markers, or comment on it a bit?
Oh, good. Yeah. I just it just astounds me that they keep going back there, and I can only, like you say, figure that they must have no choice. And it's a bad day for them.
Well, here's to many more of those, right? Let's go to Liberal, and then I will hit some of the questions some folks have sent into the DMs. Thank you guys so much for being patient. I'll try and run through those a little more rapidly, but let's go to a Liberal Woke Mobster. To you, sir.
Hey, Language, I think Daniel was up next.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah, I'm so sorry.
No problem. Let the Liberal talk.
Hey, thanks, Daniel. Daniel on the Danube. You're not experiencing tornadic winds tonight, and I think that's great. Hey, Language, did you see that report from the Ministry of Defense that Ukraine's tempo and their counteroffensive will not let up in spite of the impending winter? I, for one, think that they have to keep pushing the fight and pressuring the Russians and keep them on their heels, because a stalemate is not what Ukrainian forces want. But did you hear about that?
So Yes, the thing is, there are benefits to being on the offensive. There are benefits to planning before it. Zelensky came out the other day, 2 days ago, explicitly said, hey, it seems like we're in a lull right now, but just because you don't see anything happening doesn't mean nothing's happening, right? It takes time to prepare for these things. To be perfectly blunt, like, let me choose my words carefully here. Sorry. The combat operations we have seen and other ones we haven't seen yet have taken not days, not weeks, but in some cases months to prepare for. The East Kharkiv offensive, while it went off, frankly, better than anticipated, was not something that developed overnight. It was something that developed over months. Now, I'm not suggesting it will take more months to push east of the Oskil with evidence that there's already been several crossings made, but it takes time to consolidate things because Ukraine gains nothing by taking the Russian strategy of sprinting into a city and getting wiped out. This is their land, these are their people, these are their lives, which they care about, right? So you have to take that balance because yes, if Ukraine says, oh, well, we're going to sit here for 6 months and wait till everything is perfect, well, spoiler, it will never be perfect, right? You have to take the best opportunity that you have in the situation that you're in. But it is finding that middle ground. And then there's other things ongoing, other plans that may or may not be realized, et cetera, et cetera. War is complicated. That's probably part of the reason why we're seeing this right now. As far as we have from official public statements from the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense and other members of their military, Liman, down further to the southeast, is a necessary condition before any further offensives to the east in Kharkiv, so these rapid, or a continuation of the rapid offensive may begin. Why that's the case, there's a number of speculation for it. I won't pretend to necessarily know one way or the other. I would just be giving my own personal opinions. But again, the best I can really say with that is just because we don't see the flash and bang of, cities being recaptured, Russian forces en route, doesn't necessarily mean that equally important things aren't happening. Logistics matter, and when you screw that up, then you end up being like the Russians freezing to death in your vehicles northwest of Kiev. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting that the Ukrainians were, on a thunder run, to coin a word that I first heard you say months ago. What I was getting at is that the Ukrainians seem to be very measured in their advances. So they'll do a quick strike and then they'll consolidate. They don't continue to go forward. They're being very careful. They're very protective of all of their soldiers. I guess what I was getting at was that I don't, I'm not a general or field marshal, but I don't see the Ukrainians letting up on their pressure against the Russian forces. I feel like, yeah, it's winter. They'll adapt, and maybe the offensives won't be as large, but I feel like the Ukrainians have a sense, like they smell blood in the water, and they're going to continue to press the Russian forces.
I'd say that seems accurate. I mean, that's my gut feeling as well. Just because Ukraine was able to get themselves set up and able to execute a stunning offensive in one region doesn't mean that's all they can do, right? And does not leak anything from publicly available information. The amount of Western equipment that we saw utilized in this Eastern Kharkiv offensive only accounts for about 50% of the numbers that have been, officially sent, which would seem to indicate that there is another 50% or some odd about there elsewhere. And Russian sources have said, yes, Ukraine did not fully commit its reserves to this operation. So it's not like they're all tied up there. And as you said, blood in the water, people like to feast on it. And, morale is high after seeing what happened in Eastern Kharkiv. While it was bloody in a lot of locations, frankly, it happened faster than arguably anybody really saw. I'm sure there are people who predicted it, but it happened faster than even some Ukrainian units were expecting, where they ended up a town or two further than where they were supposed to be that day. And there was at least one case where a Ukrainian officer basically called up and was a mixture of, first sort of frightened, thinking his unit had gotten wiped out because he shows up at a town and there's nobody there and there's evidence of a battle. And he goes, what the hell? And they go, oh, well, we're not there. And he, then gets very upset, saying, well, what the hell? This is where you're supposed to be. I told you to be here. We need to worry about this. The Russians could be coming from this town or this town. And they go, well, they're not, because we're in this town or that town. So it went off about as well as you could hope. Here's to many more of those, and in many other locations. And as you said, blood's in the water. People are smelling it.
Hey, language, quick follow-up. Lend-Lease, what impact do you think that will have on the armament for the Ukrainian forces?
I think it will be substantial, more so in the medium to long term. There's been ongoing negotiations for all manner of things from Western nations, including EU countries, Canada, the United States. It would be improper for me to try and speculate on what those might be that haven't been publicly released, right? But everything is on the table. That's reasonable. We're not necessarily sending them the latest in everything, but more things are on the table than would be otherwise, and that's really the benefit of Lend-Lease here. And it's for an extended period of time. I think we've allocated somewhat $2 to $3 billion in medium to long term cases. So while I would love to see Abrams tanks rolling across the Ukrainian battlefield within 6 months, I'm not sure if we're quite on that time frame, but we are still on a much more accelerated time frame. And even if it's just starting now with Slovenia sending, and I've gotten a couple competing comments in the DMs here about whether these basically very much modernized T-55s that have a much larger upgrades compared to their older versions, apparently a NATO turret. I'm not a tanker. I've been around Abrams, and that's about it. So, mea culpa when I get all this stuff wrong here. But they are also, people tell me, oh, they're much older, they're reactive armor, can't do this, that. I'll let you guys fight them out amongst yourselves. I don't know the specifics, but it is still significant in that this is, you could say, arguably the first quote unquote modern or modern derived NATO tank that is being sent to Ukraine. That was not in their arsenal beforehand. We're not saying them T-72s or T-64s or whatever. These are things that, in this case, Slovenia, was using, driving around Mount Triglav or whatever, right? So hopefully this is an indicator of future efforts. I know the Leopard tanks from Germany have been hot on everyone's minds, but it just means everything's on the table. That's really the takeaway. And so, the sky's the limit. Hopefully soon those skies are filled with more capable strike fighters.
As Yehuda would say, 100%.
Fantastic. Daniel, I know you had your hand up, and then after that, I think we can go to August.
Okay, language. You don't say Liman was liberated?
No. Liman is still being actively contested.
No, mate. No. Defmon is very conservatory when it's about claiming things like that. And Defmon said already, in this night, Liman is liberated. And what I saw also, Donetsk is in a deep shit hole also. So the things are evolving faster than you can imagine. And how he called them, the washing machine heroes are in total panic because they said the reserves around Kiev are coming. We stay very well. Ukraine is moving more faster than we imagine. So Liman is out.
So with all due respect on that, just because,
please,
if I may, just because I talked with troops that are there. So it's possible, but tracing back where that comes from, because as of 2 days ago, they were not fighting in the city. It's entirely possible they pushed them out. I hope they have. I hope I'm wrong. The sources go back currently as this. You have Defmon quoting Conrad Muzica, who is then sourcing Fuat, who is on Twitter, and to put it politely,
he is Fuat. No, Fuat, no.
Yeah, he tends to be a little more optimistic in his statements that aren't necessarily backed up. If somebody has photographic or video evidence, because frankly, Ukrainian troops have almost a compulsion I've seen to get the flag up and tear down the Russian flag in areas that are even just in the process of being liberated, much less that have been fully secured. So when we see that, then I will be more than happy to say Liman has been liberated, the city's been cleared, the next phase can begin. But just based on the evidence that I am aware of as of about 36 hours ago, the fighting was not in the city. It's possible that Russia is fully withdrawn, but this is a good exercise in sort of following the source back. The source that tends to be giving these articles, it's not super, it's not something I'm super familiar with. And so that's why I'm
agree with your language.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you. But the army was on the open source reports in the forests in north and northwest, and they were total panicking there. And probably they pull out the troops because they were in danger of encirclement. Maybe they pushed faster because Liman, you know how he's looked now. And I think it's plausible. Totally agree about Fuat. Fuat is no good source. But Devmon, I don't think he put that claim just because the sources, because he saw previously the situation there. And probably Ukrainian didn't record any video of flags, but I saw on the channel in Telegram around Donetsk some flags keeping up. And I think is a very, very disputed area, and I don't think Russians have more than 48 hours there. For me, more interesting is about what I see a possible push to transform Donetsk in a pocket. They demine there, they get a lot of troops, and if Donetsk is encircled, I can say the game is over.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of possibilities as to where the next strike could happen regarding Donetsk. If we're talking about Donetsk city here, the speculation has been, and I don't have a clear answer on it, was that in the highway that leads north from Donetsk to Horlivka, a couple of days ago, about a week ago now, Ukraine just kind of came out of nowhere and said, "Oh, we pushed off an assault from the town of Mykolivka." People were like, "What the hell are you getting hit from there? That's way further behind the lines," which would seem to indicate that the lines are not where we think they are. They're in fact much deeper and closer to this main highway there. Since then, there hasn't really been any statements about it, which means the situation is unclear. However, Russia, this is from Russian Telegram sources because they tend to leak like a sieve, is very concerned, to put it mildly, about Ukraine's force grouping in a couple areas, one of which is Vuhledar, that is located just to the southwest of Donetsk city. And it's concerning enough that it's at least keeping Igor Girkin up at night, which is something I'm always a fan of. So who knows when the next Ukrainian offensive happens? We will all know, and then we can all discuss it with everything we know. But until that point, unfortunately, that's all we know.
Totally agree, mate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, brother. It's good to see you again. Let's go to August.
Hey, Language. Thanks. You did a great job as usual. I love how you're able to put it into simple terms for us non-military, very very well-informed folks, but I appreciate that. But I was wondering, in these areas where Russia wants to hold their quote-unquote referendum, what are the pro-Russian populace? Do we have any idea of what they're feeling? Do they sort of have a sense that they might be being set up as pawns, to possibly drag them into fighting? Do we have any idea how they're feeling about this? That they might think this is not going to be as a good thing as it seems?
So maybe to answer a question that wasn't phrased, but as long as we're talking about these referendums, I would be astonished if any of these votes ever get counted. I'm sure the numbers are already made clear. I'm sure the reports have already been written. I'm sure in some cases the videos have already been filmed congratulating people for their, 90-something percent. My, back of the envelope guess is going to be, we'll see somewhere between 85 to 95%. So that way it's not quite North Korean standards, but it's still enough that Russia can say, oh, it's an overwhelming majority, right? The people in these areas, and I'm going to speak more about the areas that have been long occupied by Russia in the east of Ukraine, because these are areas that frankly have had more of a sustained pro-Russian, relationship for a variety of reasons. They're not happy. Russia's war has not done a tremendous amount for their economy. They've already forcibly mobilized a number of individuals, going all the way down to those just graduating. They've quite literally, in at least one case, flooded a mine, so that way the miners would have no other work except for joining the military. When they get killed, and they frequently are, their bodies are left to rot, their families get nothing that they were promised, and all that is left is pain and degradation in their wake. So the mood is not good, to put it mildly, as far as in the Russian occupied areas. Does it rise quite to the level of, an active insurrection, of resistance? In some cases, yes. In all cases, not necessarily. That's just sort of what we're seeing here. In the areas that have been more recently occupied by Russia, that mood is even more dismal towards the Russian population. The Ukrainian resistance, whether it's more passive things like the Yellow Ribbon movement, whether it's more active things like the fine folk in Kherson and Melitopol, they continue to abound. Frankly, they are a little bit more than chomping at the bit, from what I understand. And any opportunity, even however small, to get at the very least revenge, even if not a total victory against Russian forces in their midst, is something they look for. Does that kind of answer the question?
Oh, exactly what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's run through the inbox real quick, and then I will have to nod off a little bit. Thank you guys so much. Statement from Shylock 8ever. Some substantial upgrades on the Slovenian M55S tanks. It is upgrades that even some T-72s don't have, including what's known as hunter-killer sights. I have no idea what those are. And good thermals. Thermals are important. It's also armed with the same 105mm gun that the Leopard 1 and early Abrams tanks were equipped with. So, and the big thing that I'm focusing on, because I am, again, not a tanker, explosive reactive armor. To put it very simply, if you have a action or a force and you have another force counteracting it, well, it's like waves. They kind of cancel out. This is a very bad, poorly physics drawn example here. This has explosive reactive armor. Now, I've had a few people tell me that, hey, this isn't going to defeat a lot of specific modern tank shells. Are those the ones Russia's using? Again, I'm not a tanker. I got no clue. But for things like going into an urban area, or dealing with rocket attacks, or dealing with armored fighting vehicle attacks, etc., this should be sufficient. And frankly, any tank is better than no tank. And in my personal opinion, it's more that it speaks to the fact that some modern tanks are being sent rather than the exact model. It'd be great to see Abrams. We probably won't see those for a while for a variety of reasons. They have a very unique logistics pathway that's not necessarily conducive to fuel shortages, as well as a couple other things. Thank you guys for being so patient. Another question about what's going on with Ukrainian or NATO aircraft over the Black Sea. There doesn't seem to be any. I don't have the answer for that. Yes, there seems to be on publicly available flight radar a notable lack of NATO military aircraft flying over the Black Sea. Where are they? I got no idea. Why are they not there? I got no idea. It's not something I track. There's a few fine people on Twitter. Grammar Dominatrix does that. If anybody else has better information on that or would like to come up and talk about it, speculate, please, I invite you to do so. But it is not any way.
Yesterday was in the south of Sevastopol. not Global Hawk, the Reaper, I think. And he was there making his route a lot. And probably they switch off the transponders, just that. They are always there, always in the west of Black Sea, but also in the south of Crimea.
Absolutely. I think people are talking about some of the more publicly available ones, not just oh my gosh, I'm blanking on the name of the drone there. That tends to fly on Forte. But whatever the reason is, maybe
exactly
it's Forte. Maybe it's an issue with the flight radar site. Maybe they turn the transponders off. Maybe they're taking a day off. I've got no idea. If somebody else wants to comment on that, please. With that, I see we have Gunther Jones. Let's go to Gunther first, and then to Bill Space Host.
Oh, hi. Good evening, everyone. Okay, this is a tangential question, but if there is like chaos in Iran, does that have any like any effect at all on what's happening in Ukraine, or they're just sort of separate good things?
Can I help you with this? Already are Iranian munition used by Ukraine. I think will help you that.
Yes. So there's a lot going on in Iran. Frankly, we would need to take a while to explain how things got here. In the very short form content, what's happened recently is a young Iranian woman who was apparently in Tehran, 22-year-old woman without a headscarf, was beaten into a coma and later died by the very, I don't know what the proper adjective is, but the very poorly named morality police. And now there's been widespread protests. We've seen fires. There's been some reports of gunfire being used against the crowd this evening. Iran is a very different animal when it comes to suppression of internal dissidents. Those who remember the Green Revolution in 2009, frankly, the Iranian militia, secret police, sort of municipal forces, the Basij, they are present. I think it's a little early, unfortunately, to say that the whole situation is spinning out of control there, the same way that we may be seeing things in, the Azeri Armenian conflict. But it is one of Russia's few remaining allies that is actually willing to send military equipment. I don't know how much more they can provide. Iran is very much locked in its own sort of Cold War with Saudi Arabia and, by extension, Pakistan. There's a number of things going on in Iraq, and to a much more covert way in Afghanistan. So Iran has its full with other things. The biggest thing I can say there to keep an eye on, I don't think anybody's seen Ayatollah Khamenei in the last couple of days. Hopefully he kicks the bucket. Should he die while this is all going on, then now we're a little bit more off the rails, and a lot of things could happen. That will most likely affect more things in the Middle East than it will necessarily affect things, in the Ukrainian war proper, as I suspect. At best, it would reduce the supply of Iranian munitions. I believe there's also a satellite that Russia threw up that was an Iranian payload that, I guess in a real extreme scenario, Iran might try and deny access to, but that seems a little ludicrous, frankly. But, things are popping up all over the world. It's difficult to necessarily tie direct connections there. I'm sorry, I can't really comment any more than that. I can't see that far into the future.
For a brief period in time, they claimed, I guess there's some domestically produced Iranian SUV that they were planning on debuting in the Russian auto market. I don't know if they've walked that back yet, but I presume there's only probably a couple hundred people in all of Russia that could even afford one. But yeah, I don't think any civil unrest in Iran can be directly correlated or connected to what's going on with Ukraine and Russia right now. It's just too soon to tell. There's way too much going on. If anything, they might have to decrease some of their military assistance to the Russians. But again, it's really hard to connect those dots.
My worry is that this ends up like the Green Revolution again, where whoever's in power locks it down and just shoots a bunch of folks on the street.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of faith in the Iranian government, with or without Khomeini, to suddenly turn over a new leaf.
I've seen some pretty intense videos of Iranian citizens protesting and basically attacking some of these morality police in the streets. But like you've alluded to, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard will clamp down on that with an iron fist and just shoot everybody if things get too far out of hand.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. Let's go to Bill, Space Host.
Yes, I got three short questions to ask you. Who has the most advantage in this war, would you say? Second of all, how long do you think this war is going to last? And the last one, what's the chance of somebody using a nuclear war during this with this war with Ukraine?
Sure. So, three good questions. Some of them we've got a lot, and some of them we may not have a clear answer for, which I apologize. Who has the advantage? Arguably Ukraine. There's an old saying in Afghanistan that was used against NATO troops, and even much further back, saying you have the watch, but we have the time, with the idea that this is their land and that eventually we will tire and leave. Leaving Afghanistan behind, this is much more true in Ukraine. You have a very much impassioned defending population in a war of existential survival being supported by the largest economies the world has ever known, against a country that is in very poor economic conditions, that has expended a large quantity of its munitions that it relies upon, that is dealing with crippling international sanctions and a legacy of bureaucratic rot and corruption, and they call it corruption because it destroys everything it touches. This is not something that they can flip a switch and be back better tomorrow. Now, is the price paid in, by and large, Ukrainian civilian lives and Ukrainian soldiers' lives and Ukrainian infrastructure? Yes, on the Ukrainian side. However, overall, it is, I'm not going to say it's a cost that can be sustained, because it's not a cost that should be sustained, but the onus does, or the balance does decisively seem to be in the Ukrainians' favor at this point, though this is not a war that will end, quickly. That leads into your second question. How long will this last? I wish I could give you a clear answer on that. I don't think it's going to end this year. The Ukrainian government has come out and said they don't expect it to end this year, especially with the stated goals being the very least recapturing or liberation, I should say, of eastern Ukrainian territories and possibly a diplomatic solution towards returning Crimea to the Ukrainian fold. These are things that are going to take time. These are not things that are necessarily going to happen overnight. Unfortunately, I suspect not every front will collapse quite as quickly as the one in east of Kharkiv did. And it's good to prepare for that, because in the event that they do all collapse early and the war is over by Christmas, as some people had said about wars in the past, then we can all celebrate. But these things do tend to take longer than we would like. As far as will Putin use nuclear weapons, the long and the short of it is no, outside of exceedingly specific circumstances. Russia, and there's two things we'll jump into. One, when would Russia use a nuke? Two, the escalation pathway. So Russia is, how to say unique, but their statement is that they will use a nuclear weapon in order to, quote, escalate to de-escalate. The idea being that it's the Cold War, Russia storms across, Germany, and they get their ass kicked. And now it is a conventional war that they are losing. NATO has not brought nuclear weapons to bear, but NATO troops are pushing into Russia proper. Russia is freaking out. They say, hey, we detonate a nuke in the middle of a field somewhere, and we say, everybody stop, or the next one will be on you. It is a crazy kind of nuclear brinksmanship strategy that they theorize is enough to freeze a conflict, not necessarily to extract territorial concessions. But their exact statements were either A, if you nuke us, we'll nuke you. Okay, fair. B, if there is I believe the exact wording was something along the lines of, if there is an attack, a conventional attack that threatens the territorial integrity of the Russian Federation that cannot be stopped with conventional forces, then we will use a nuke. Now, we are fighting in Crimea and Ukraine. We're not fighting in Russia proper. I don't think Zelensky is making a grab for Belgorod anytime soon, right? there is questions about what Russia and more specifically Putin's red lines are around Crimea. Frankly, my own personal, somewhat negative onus is that as long as Putin is in power, it's going to be very difficult to cross those red lines and take Crimea militarily. But there's a number of other ways to affect the situation. But now let's talk about the escalatory pathway and why I'm not worried about nukes. Certainly not now. You can use more devastating weapons in a war, right? But there are more political, both domestic and international consequences for it, right? Same thing, go into a bar fight, you punch somebody, they punch you back, and then you pull out a grenade and you blow up half the people in the bar. Okay, well, yes, you've won, but the cost from that to you will be dramatic versus if, say, you slugged it out. Right? The escalation ladder that I have thus far seen and what I hypothesize is as such. We are right now probably like rung 1.5. Mass indiscriminate shelling and bombing of Ukrainian territories that they control or have air control over. We saw this in MriyaReport. We've seen this with artillery. The next step up the ladder is widespread use of incendiary munitions. We've seen this, a lot of thermite. I'm sure you guys have seen those videos that, look hellish, to put it mildly. After that, I would say would be somewhat sort of pseudo-chemical weapons, by which I'm really speaking about white phosphorus. It is an incendiary device. It's something that's been used by NATO troops, which would allow Russia to try and claim that, oh, well, it's not really a chemical weapon and you used it. And there's enough ways for them to muddy the water. However, that is a relatively easy thing to make. It's something which they could load into their artillery guns and some capabilities, as I understand it, and start firing it tonight and burn down half of Bakhmut. Thus far, they haven't done that. The next step up from that would be chemical weapons. We have not seen any widespread evidence of any military chemical weapons being used by Russia. The next step after that would be a tactical nuclear device. And the next step after that is strategic. So put your heads between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye. So my personal estimation, until you see Russian troops burning cities to the ground, gassing what remains, and sending troops in, don't worry about nukes. Does that kind of answer your questions and hopefully allay some of your fears? Bill, are you still there?
Bill, you're on mute. You got to push that button on the bottom left. We'll take that as a yes.
Yeah, Bill, if you click that button on the bottom left, I do want to, hear from
Okay,
you.
I got one more point. You think Biden's going to intervene if this war goes on too long, up through the winter time? You think Biden's going to intervene and try to stop this ridiculous war between Russia and Ukraine? I mean, this war is going on and on and on. It's like it's not getting anywhere. Where people are killing each other. So far, Russia's taken 3 million captors and send them back over to Russia and stuck them in prison. But to me, I think Biden should step in and stop this war. I mean, before this goes on too far,
Hey, Bill, the Russians need to stop the war. The Russians invaded a sovereign country.
Yeah, I think I understand what Bill's saying. I don't think he's suggesting necessarily that. The issue is that the war is terrible. Good people die, innocent people die in pain and suffering, in confusion for no reason. This war is not going to get less terrible, right? That's just the unfortunate reality. It's why it's not something that any of us lust for. However, at this point, as Brian so adequately said, it's not adequate, I'm so sorry, aptly said, this is a war Russia's making. They can leave. They could turn around tomorrow. I guarantee you if Russia said, hey, you know what, mea culpa, our bad, we're taking a mulligan, we're withdrawing from, all these regions, I don't think Ukraine would necessarily contest that, right? However, they're not doing so. The US and other NATO countries have pledged some $2 billion not separately, but just as a specific section to sustain Ukraine's defenses for years to come, not just for the next 3 to 6 months, but for years. That does not seem to indicate to me a lacking of resolve or a desire to take the least bad option on the part of Ukraine. Also, to be perfectly blunt, given the polls that have been conducted in Ukraine, if Zelensky came out tomorrow and said, yes, we're accepting the battle lines as they're currently drawn, I doubt he'd last 24 hours politically before he was out of office, right? So the best thing we can do now in order to end this war as quickly as possible and to minimize the human toll of suffering, and you can argue that this is a human toll of suffering for all combatants, is to provide Ukraine with the intelligence, the material, the political support, while exerting the same level of economic and material degradation on the Russian Federation, so that Russia is placed in a position where they can no longer conduct this offensive war. I do not think that Biden is going to intervene. Frankly, there's no real quick way to end this war aside from a third country intervening militarily, and you do not intervene militarily with nuclear powers for obvious reasons. It's a terrible situation, but it is the one we are in. Does that kind of answer your questions? I'm sorry I don't have a more positive response. You may have to click that microphone button again in your lower left-hand corner there, Bill.
Thank you, Bill. I appreciate, Ryan, I appreciate you giving me my answers I wanted. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Leonard, and then I've, kind of blown past my deadline by 30 minutes, then I will have to Vominos.
Actually, language learner, I'm going to pass. I was just going to reassure Bill somewhat, but in case he was. But I think you pretty much put that to rest or just leave it at that. So thanks, language.
Thanks,
Much
language.
appreciated, language.
Yeah, definitely gave us 2 solid hours tonight, so definitely a great job. And real quick, I just wanted to remind our listeners we have 2 incredible guest speakers coming up, guys. Today, for most people, it's tomorrow for me still, but for all you normal people out there, today, 12 p.m. Eastern Time, we are going to have Valentin Nalivaychenko. He's a current member of Parliament and the previous director of the Ukrainian SBU after the invasion of 2014. So that'll be done in cooperation with the Kyiv Post. Again, that is at noon Eastern Time today, New York time. So noon today, New York time. And then also today, we're going to have Maria Zolkina. She's the head of regional security and conflict studies at DIF in Kyiv, and she's an expert on Donbass issues and the Russia-Ukraine war. She's also a DAAD fellow. She'll be here at 3 p.m. Eastern time. So 2 extremely distinguished guests. We're very excited for both. And of course, I can't wait to speak to the former head of the SBU. Holy cannoli, Ryan, back to you.
I'm very impressed by that. You said the second speaker you announced was a DAAD fellow, but are they a fella as well?
I don't think so. I've followed her for a while. I don't think she's said any direct fella stuff. I think she's cheered on NAFA before, but I don't think she's like directly involved.
Okay. Before we get too far away from the questions about Putin, I had to pull up this joke I saw the other day. It's posed as a back and forth between Putin and one of his advisors, and Putin asks his advisor, "How's my war against NATO going?" And the advisor answers, "Well, so far we've lost 50,000 troops." And Putin answers, "And NATO?" And the advisor responds, "NATO troops have not arrived yet." So.
Yeah, it's a Russian joke. It started as a Russian joke, and then the other one was, what was the other one? It was like, "Mom, this is a meat grinder," and then Mom says, "We don't need a meat grinder. We need a washing machine," or something like that.
We need a lot of. Well, I'm going to have to get some decent sleep for once tonight because I don't want to miss either of those phenomenal guest speakers we'll have on tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be a crazy day, Ryan.
I hope Delman's back up and at him tomorrow.
Probably not, right? He's sick. I'm really hoping Doman gets well soon. Yeah, he's our rock, Doman. So yeah, definitely. Well, Ryan, I guess the UN summit is going on right now. I don't know if the summit is the correct term. I feel like Doman would be the one who knows all this procedural stuff, but all I know is a bunch of world leaders are making a bunch of speeches. And the one I heard that was like, I wouldn't say like incredible, but it was like good. I read it and went, okay. Was Macron's speech. I thought it was good. He said like Russia's trying to bring about a new dark age of imperialism and conquest, and it has to be stopped. Ukraine's sovereign borders have to be respected. International law has to be upheld. All the stuff we would expect a normal person to say, and nothing about calling Putin. Supposedly he even hung up on Putin recently. So I guess just like good signs from Macron personally. I don't really know how important that is in the grand scheme of things, but it's a little heartening, I guess.
If he really hung up on Putin mid conversation, I will not make any more French jokes for the next week.
Yeah, well, so what I heard, I don't know if it's true, and maybe people could DM me or Ryan, like probably Ryan, because I'm usually outside, guys, for my reception, and so like I do try to come in and check DMs, but yeah, Ryan will probably get it if anyone can send. In my understanding, Putin called to talk to him, and he was like, no. That was like what happened as far as I know, but I could be wrong.
Call. Yeah, I've
Correct,
been endlessly amused by all of these photo ops as of lately, where Putin is now the guy who's standing, waiting for the foreign dignitary to come and meet up with him, and he was famous for making people wait before now, and it really seems like the tables have turned in that situation. And I know, I know in my bones that nobody is more keenly aware of how much status Putin has lost than Putin when he has to stand in front of a huge bank of press and photographers, and people make him wait for a change. Colby, go ahead.
Annual meeting of the UN General Assembly, Joseph.
Thank you, Colby.
I am not Daman. I will do my best to, fulfill his role in his stead, but I will fail miserably, most likely.
So have you been following much of it at all, Colby, in terms of like the speeches, or do you think there's anything to pay attention to in terms of what's going on there?
I wish I had more time to follow it. I have not very much still. Hopefully, in a few more weeks' time, I'll be able to be back here at least with more regularity as I used to, and be able to provide more commentary on this sort of thing. But I mean, long-time listeners will know I have a fairly cynical view of the United Nations. So I don't think it's unfair to say that there's not really many speeches that could be given that are going to be of, aside perhaps from what the Ukrainian delegation might say, but world opinion for the most part is fairly united behind them already. So they wouldn't really be winning over too many new allies with anything they could say, but I'm sure that whatever they do say will be well received and would be worth listening to. But the General Assembly obviously does not have a whole lot of ability to make decisions of consequence. The important things get done in the Security Council, and as we all know, the Security Council is not going to do anything because Russia has a veto on that body.
Yeah, I guess I'm just curious, Colby, as far as I understand, like a lot of obviously the leaders of countries are there, right? Macron and Raisi and all sorts of other people. And so I'm just wondering, does having all those leaders in like one physical place, do you think that that's significant at all, or like not really?
Well, if they can be, if they can come to some agreement on further assistance to provide to Ukraine, then that's obviously very useful. So hopefully the Ukrainian delegation can get, the leaders of the United States and France, United Kingdom, Germany, and some of the other key players into a room and get them to make some further commitments to providing material assistance for Ukraine, because as we all know, there's still a fairly substantial need. The more Ukraine gets, the sooner all of this can be over.
Yeah, definitely. So I think that ends my interrogation of Colby about what's going on at the UN. Ryan, if you want to go to hands, otherwise, maybe if you had a question or a comment, go ahead.
No, we can go to hands. I have not been following any of the UN speeches, so I don't really have a whole lot of input to add here. I think RW was next. And we do have a lot of new speakers on the panel. If everybody could raise their hand if they have a question or a comment, just so we can try and maintain some sense of order here. If you hang on a second, RW. If you're not sure how to do that as a new speaker, you hit the little heart button with the plus sign on the bottom, and it's just a far right emoji, just like Leonard did. Sorry, go ahead, RW.
Big shout out to all the Canadian listeners around the world, and just want to thank all of you guys specifically for giving your time for this space and all that good stuff. So got one question. I forgot the name of the Air Force base that was hit in Crimea. What was the name of that one?
No, Saki.
Okay, nailed it, guys. Thank you very much for that. So my question for you guys is, supposedly from all the threads on Twitter and what have you, was that it was a domestic built Ukrainian whatever it was, projectile missile, whatever you guys want to call it. Do you guys think it was that, or do you think it was an American ATACMS or a long-range HIMAR, or what actually, what in your estimation? I mean, we don't know. We're all speculating, right? What actually hit that field, and why aren't more of those going in there?
I suspect personally that it was domestically manufactured Ukrainian munition. Standard HIMARS cannot reach that distance. ATACMS could, but the U.S. at least
up until this point, has been adamant that they have not delivered ATACMS to Ukraine yet. We speculated long and hard about that when the Saki airfield was attacked. According to Russia, it was a bad cigarette problem. Shout out to Atacam's brand cigarettes, but I don't think that was actually an ATACM.
Yeah, I
So
think at the
John
time,
Ridge's
real quick, RW, I was just going to say, at the time, as Ryan said, we tried to go into a pretty deep dive about it. We had John Ridge here, who is kind of our resident rocket scientist. And from what I remember, John basically sort of settled on, he thought probably domestically produced, which is the HRIM-2 or the Sapson missile, because it does have a payload that, like, this was a big explosion. So probably basically either ATACMS or Sapson. We sort of talked about like the other possibilities, special forces and a drone attack and things like that. They just don't really make sense in terms of like the size of the explosion and the way that the air base was set up. So yeah, that was just like what we thought at the time. But really, as Ryan said, like we never quite were able to figure it out. At the time, I think we were maybe thinking more ATACMS, but you know, because it's been so long since then and no further evidence that ATACMS are, you know, being used directly has come out. I don't know. I'm kind of leaning towards you know, some type of domestically produced system. The one last thing I'll add about that is that it never was formally completed, this Sapson missile. It was like basically almost done, but the Ukrainian government wasn't funding the very finished part of it. So we don't actually have confirmation it was completed or tested or anything like that. And it would be a little weird to just like use a missile, you know, that like that. But, you know, stranger things have happened. So anyway, that's just like what I remember John mentioning. Ryan, back to you.
Another question I quickly got. Read an article on Twitter that basically all these you know, all these clowns coming out of the prisons and stuff, what have you, and from Russia. They're talking about, you know, 5,000 absolute. I don't even know what the word I can use. Just absolute the worst people in the world. Throwing them up against a meat grinder, per se. And then they were talking about on Twitter that Ukraine has many battalions in reserves that they're not even using yet. What do you guys think on that?
Yeah, so Ukraine's currently training a lot of, you know, reserve brigades themselves, and then in addition to that, there's a foreign contingent that is training, I believe, every few months. I want to say 2 to 3 months, about 10,000 Ukrainians, and in fact, they've sort of exceeded that production quota just because other countries have sort of stepped up and volunteered to help. So that capacity seems to be increasing quite rapidly and is going beyond expectations. But yeah, so Ukraine has been standing up a lot of new forces, and a lot of the forces that they have been standing up, it's pretty clear that they were used in the recent Kharkiv counteroffensive. We had like reports on Russian Telegram that the units that were in these places, some of them were rotated out with fresh new units of guys with, you know, new gear. A lot of it, you know, help, you know, given equipment, provided equipment, and that they were, you know, using the new techniques that they had learned. So, you know, a lot of it has. It's very clear that Ukraine has been able to set up a lot of new soldiers and new units. Russia's capacity, and on the other hand, it seems to be decreasing. So, yeah, Ryan, any follow up there? Go ahead.
None for me. I think you pretty much hit it on the head. Did we answer both your questions, Ardeb?
One last one. Putin brought up, or Putin was basically born and raised, I believe, in St. Petersburg. Did his KGB shit in East Berlin, what have you. Do you guys really, if you guys really,
Dresden.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dresden, yeah.
East
If you
Berlin's
guys
where the
really,
important people went. Sorry, I just had to clarify that. Go ahead.
no, I totally get you. if you guys really analyze everything, and you guys do such a great job, and everybody on the panel does a great job, and hats off to you. Do you guys really think if you dove into the soul of Putin, and I mean that this is a what do you want to call it? A long ball. Do you really think that he knows that his gig is up?
No, I think he's delusional. Yeah, I think he's completely delusional and doesn't truly understand the depth of how screwed he is. But yeah, that's just my completely personal assumption. Ryan?
Cognitive dissonance. I don't think he can conceive of a situation where he's not in total control and succeeding. I think it might be a healthy dose of denial, but he's not the only one making, well, presumably he is the only one making decisions in Russia, but how long that situation remains as it is yet to be determined.
Yeah, I think when he does realize the jig is up, he turns on the Russian people or the Russian people turn on him. I'm not sure which happens first. That's probably what happens. But
I think the latter of the two is much more likely at some point.
So coming back around to what I was questioning you guys on, do you think that he's getting the proper information from his commanders that are saying, I'm literally getting my ass kicked? And, is the secrecy for basically staying alive in the military in Russia, do you guys honestly think that he's getting the right information, or do you think that everyone's just trying to save their ass?
Well, it's two things. So the first is no, they're all lying to him constantly to try to please him and get in his good graces and not upset him and blah blah blah. Everything you'd expect in a crony-based totalitarian regime. But then also, I think just Russian metrics are broken, right? They're just a lot of it's numbers based. We destroyed 18 targets, right? We advanced X kilometers or whatever. Like they don't actually track, okay, these targets were valid or important military targets, or these kilometers were actually important territory, right? It's all just sort of like numbers. They go to their commanders and they say that we got the numbers, boss, and then bosses say, okay, good, and they go to their boss and say, all my guys got the numbers, boss. And then Putin gets a nice big stack of folders that say the numbers look good, boss. So that's like my kind of thing. Is I think that there's like a kind of a two problems. One, they're completely lying to him. Two, like the Russian sort of metrics or the Russian states, the Russian empires understanding of kind of how this stuff works is still like partly Soviet driven or bureaucratic, and it's driven by numbers, and they just think, okay, the targets, that's a lot of targets, we're doing good. So that's like my take. Ryan?
Like production quotas during the Soviet era. If you get these outlandish orders from the top and you have to meet your quota or face a gulag, you're going to report that you met your quota, whether you actually did or not. So I think the same logic follows through in some of these situations with the military operation right now. People are unwilling to admit how bad things really are. They're sugarcoating, and that's a hallmark of dictatorial rule is people are afraid to speak truth to power, and you surround yourself with yes men, and before you know it, you don't have any reliable data to work from because you're getting all of it stovepipe from people who fear you too much to tell you the truth.
But for REW's benefit, there's pretty clearly when you've lost 50,000 dead, another 50,000 injured, and possibly another 10 or 15,000 disappeared beyond that, you can't hide that.
Exactly.
And even the Russians know, and even Hitler knew when his army got chopped up at Bastogne and was getting chopped up, he knew. Now, he didn't quit for another year, but he knew what was cooking on the front. And same situation with the Russians, even in the fallout with Stalin at the wheel. They knew that they had 3 million men got chopped up by the German Wehrmacht on the Eastern Front. Stalin knew that. The Russians all knew that. But I mean, that kind of thing you simply cannot hide. but it doesn't mean that the end happens abruptly at that point. The body can still keep on kicking for a while, for a little while after that, and that's likely what's happening in Russia right now.
Yeah, I think you make good points. At some point, it becomes impossible to conceal how poorly this military operation is going, even if somebody's blowing smoke up his skirt. Eventually, reality slaps you in the face, and whether or not he's willing to accept those realities is the big question. But I said cognitive dissonance, and Tom Zimbardo popped up, so I may have used a psychology question or psychology terminology here and provoked him.
Yeah, delving deep into Putin's soul is basically my bat signal. It's like if we start talking about trains and Craig shows up, right? So yeah, I'm leaning closer towards what Ryan was saying, that Putin is in denial, which is essentially when you kind of know something, but you really don't want to admit it, even to yourself, let alone to anyone else. And, cognitive dissonance is the uncomfortable feeling that you get when you're presented with information that doesn't fit what you believe, and you don't want to believe it. So you could argue that to some extent that they're different descriptions of the same thing. You get that a lot in psychology. People coming up with different names for different cognitive biases and problems. So I don't think I would use the word delusional, but I think the reason why I say that is that delusional typically is reserved for people with things like psychotic illnesses, where you believe something that, as far as we know it, couldn't be true. So, for example, my mom isn't really my mom. She's been replaced with an identical imposter, that sort of thing. I don't think he's actually delusional in that sense. I'm sure Joseph didn't mean it that way. I think he meant it in terms of he's not accepting reality in the everyday sense of delusional. I think there's a few things going on. I think exactly what the last questioner said and what you guys have been discussing. Because he replaces or kills people that disagree with him, he's surrounded himself with yes men, which is a standard pattern in dictatorships, and so he can't get the accurate information. And so not only does he not want to know the truth, but he's not even receiving the truth. So the thing about the Russian state is that they all lie so much that even though they know quite a lot of it is propaganda, sometimes they're actually going to get fooled by their own propaganda, because there's so much bullshit out there that even though, as the Russian state, they know quite a lot of it is lies, there's going to be some that slip through the net and that they think is true. So I think the problem for Putin is going to be several things. I think to the extent that he might be somewhat narcissistic, he's not going to want to believe the truth that Russia's in trouble. But I don't think he's a total fool. I think he realizes that he could be in trouble to the point where he is in trouble, that he could lose power. And so whereas, there was speculation in the May Victory Day address that he was going to call for a mobilization and declare war then, but he didn't do it because there's the risk that arming tens of thousands of civilians or hundreds of thousands of civilians could backfire. He may now realize that he's in a position where, well, this is like a last throw of the dice, right? It's like, all in. And it's also possible that maybe other people in Russia have realized, what the hell is this guy doing? And I think the longer that we don't hear anything from him, the more likely it is that something is seriously up in the Russian power circles at the moment. I couldn't begin to speculate what that would be. But yeah, I think denial really covers a lot of it. I think Putin is not going to want to accept that he's basically lost this war at this point, and that he's also at risk of losing power. It's going to be really interesting to see how this works out.
Got one more for you guys, and then I'll drop down. So I'm not a Biden supporter whatsoever. I'm a Canadian, but if I was an American, I'm actually in Tampa Bay, Florida, as I speak, at our vacation home. But I'm not a Biden supporter, but I will give Biden full credit for what he's actually done in regards to given a lot of American blood, sweat, and tears in regards to tax money, in regards to armaments and everything. I got to give him credit. I'm not a Biden supporter whatsoever, but I will give him credit on that one. So, last question, make it quick. Abrams and F-16s minimal, because I was at the Tampa Bay air show and I saw an F-22 Raptor and some just unbelievable shit. What do you guys? What's the panel thoughts on Abrams and 16s going over?
I love air shows first and foremost.
Awesome.
Just in the last, I've never been to one in Tampa. I've been to one in Chicago, and it was wild. Go to the one every year here in Oklahoma. That said, F-16s are going to take at least a year for pilots to become competent on. You are also going to need the requisite mechanics to repair and maintain those airframes, and an enormous supply chain of spare parts that can be delivered expeditiously into Ukraine. So all that said, I don't think those are immediately on the table, but people like Adam Kinzinger, who has been a fierce advocate of sending F-16s to Ukraine, tried to put up some legislation that would authorize training of Ukrainian pilots. I hope and pray that they will get some F-16s and maybe some A-10s, since Lord knows we have enough spares of those. To the final question about the Abrams, I think the Pentagon made a remark just here in the last 72 hours, probably reiterating that M1 Abrams were definitely not out of the question. There was some kind of puzzling terminology they used when they made that statement, and that they qualified it by saying that Ukraine would need to demonstrate an ability to maintain a much more technically complicated piece of equipment like the Abrams. And I scratch my head at that remark, because I don't know how they can demonstrate the ability to maintain an Abrams unless we give them a few dozen.
Yeah, there's something. I think it was more like something like logistics support. But yeah, so as far as I understand, the main issue is that the Abrams uses, I believe, some kind of jet fuel, not straight up diesel. I'm not totally clear on that. There's a lot of debate among tank people, tank enthusiasts, who come up here and they talk about whether or not the M1 Abrams can use straight up diesel or not. The one thing I will add too is that yesterday I was really tired. I was like just waiting to change over to Doman. But they were talking about how I think Australian M1 specifically can definitely run on diesel, that they've been tested or something like that. So yeah, just like some stuff about why the logistics of an M1 would be complicated. In addition to the more complex parts and so forth, the fuel specifically, you want a tank that's going to run on diesel. That's going to make things a lot simpler for Ukraine's logistics. Ryan.
Thank you for
Yeah,
adding
the M1 is a real teaser. You probably saw CJ's posting a day or two ago showing a picture of an M1 Abrams with unknown location, sporting a white cross, and with a serious question mark as to where it was located, what the origins, what its provenance was, etc. But the point was made that there have been M1 Abrams delivered to Poland within the last several months, and that nobody is qualifying as to the origins of that, or whether that has that supply has somehow begun leaking into Ukraine or not. So it's a big question mark. But certainly, if the bottom assessment of any of the tank jockeys who've come up and spoken on the point is that if the M1 Abrams were present and it was in operation, it would decimate anything that the Russians could put anywhere near the field. So it's a very tantalizing question mark that hangs over the battle space right now.
Yeah,
I was hoping.
Oh, sorry, Ryan. Super quick. Okay, I'll let you go ahead, Ryan. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I was hoping the whole time they were talking about this Kherson offensive through August, that the September surprise would be a bunch of M1 Abrams rolling out of a forest towards the front line against some Russians. And unfortunately, that was not the case. The CJ picture that had questionable location on it has since been debunked, unfortunately. But Leonard was exactly right in stating that the U.S. military is beefing up its presence in Poland, and I wouldn't doubt for a second that a few of those might not have leaked across the border, as Leonard put it. If they haven't already, I think they might be, hopefully when the Lend-Lease program kicks into effect in the near future.
Yeah, I think it was in Georgia, right, Ryan? Someone found the original and there was no cross on it.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was just a little bit of light fun on the behalf of whomever created the photo, and it had its intended effect. It went like wildfire across some of the Russian Telegram channels, and I hope they had to change their shorts.
Daryl, our resident tank jockey, opined that there was no red Georgia mud on that tank, so he was pushing the narrative a little bit away from the Georgia locus in any event. But yeah, you're probably right. It probably was actually in Georgia, just some location where they did not have the traditional red Georgia mucky mud.
Yeah, that clay. We have red dirt here in Oklahoma as well. Catherine has been waiting an awful long time. I'm sorry for skipping over you. Please go ahead.
Oh, no, that's no problem. Hi, everyone. Thank you for taking my question. Judy Woodruff on the PBS NewsHour interviewed President Erdogan 2 nights ago, and I was just wondering, she had some pretty pointed questions to him regarding his understanding of whether or not Putin is
Your cat's hungry.
yeah, whether or not Putin is winning the war, losing the war, how long does he think it's going to continue? What is he doing to sort of, sorry about that. What is he doing to sort of bridge the discussions of ending the war? How does he feel about the war and things like that? I don't know if anyone had an opportunity to watch that interview, but I was wondering if you know what your ideas are on that interview and or on Erdogan's involvement in this whole thing, seeing that he is and has been a long time, quote unquote, very good friend of Vladimir Putin.
Unfortunately, I have not seen that interview yet, and I am a huge PBS NewsHour fan, and more than that, a huge Judy Woodruff fan, so I will be going and reviewing it when I'm not co-hosting later this evening.
Oh, good.
With respect to Erdogan, I can't praise PBS NewsHour enough. They're the only 1 hour, full true hour news broadcast you get anymore that is right down the middle of the road. They have protagonist and an antagonist on every political conversation they have, and they moderate extremely good discussions that are enlightening and informative. I like to think that we try to bring the same level of balance here to the MriyaReport. But with respect to Erdogan, I kind of feel like he's been playing both sides of this conflict from the outset because he's faced with his own internal political issues. As much as we like to beat up on Erdogan here, it's worth remembering that his son-in-law owns the Bayraktar company that has been a godsend to the Ukrainians. But I still feel like he talks out both sides of his mouth and takes every opportunity he can to insert himself as a power broker at any chance he's given. I wish he would take a more hardline NATO member approach to this situation, but unfortunately he hasn't. with respect to what he could do to end this conflict sooner rather than later, I'm not really sure he has the political stroke as a power broker that he would like to convey to his domestic audience. I think he just happens to be the guy that controls the Bosphorus Straits, and that's really the only political leverage he can bring to bear in this situation.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me know that Erdogan was on the NewsHour a couple of days ago. I unfortunately have not been consuming all that much domestic U.S. news as of lately because they don't cover the Ukraine issue nearly as thoroughly as I wish they would.
At the recent UN meeting,
I ask?
Ryan, I was just going to say real quick, at the recent UN meeting, Erdogan expressed interest in joining the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and I believe Olaf Scholz said that he described it as irritating. Sorry, go ahead, Leonard.
Yeah, that would be irritating for sure. But I just had a question in terms of, did you get an essence of what the main questioning was? In other words, what did Judy Woodruff actually extract out of Erdogan?
Yeah, she was really she was just asking him just some real sort of rock good questions about, the war and like I said, she asked whether he thought Putin was winning the war. Um, does he think, what does he think about the war? And he said it's terrible. It needs to end now. And he said I'm in talks with Putin regularly about it. He was very diplomatic though, and he wouldn't take sides. He said I'm not going to take sides. Who's right and who's wrong? We're just trying to come up with some um oh gosh.
Mediation.
Yeah, exactly. Come up with some mediation that was, he didn't say fair for both sides, but that didn't favor one side or the other, but
Yeah, you
rather
see that
was,
that
yeah.
condemn. That's all you have. That's all you have to hear right there. Firstly, you're probably aware that Erdogan was the holdout and could still be the holdout on both Finland and Sweden entering NATO, and yeah, so that alone puts him right in the blacklist book
Right.
within the
Well,
entire
she asked
NATO.
him about that too. She said, you voted down allowing Sweden and Finland to become a member of NATO. And she said, what is it about the terrorism in Sweden, in other words, or Finland? And he said, well, there's a certain group of people, I can't remember who they're called or who they are, but anyway,
They're called Finns. They're
yeah,
Finns.
right. They're definitely terrorists, basically. And then he said, now the Swedish. And then he said, the
Right,
Finnish,
but
not so much. The Finnish, not so much. We could sort of let them slide.
Right.
But
But do you have to hear any more than that?
yeah,
to
exactly.
assess Erdogan? I mean,
Right.
that wraps it up in a bow right there.
I know.
Charming liar. Sounds like he turned on the charm for Judy.
Yeah. It was interesting. She was really sticking him with some good questions, just very direct questions. But yeah, that was all. I was just curious. I don't know a lot about how he's involved or not, other than he did vote Sweden, Finland down from joining NATO, or however you say that. Otherwise, yeah, I was just kind of curious. So he is just sort of a player, so to speak.
Two things to keep in mind with Erdogan is he controls the Bosphorus just based on the location of Constantinople, or Istanbul, as he calls it, and which gives him a significant geo stroke, if not geopolitical stroke. And secondly, he's been wanting F-16s out of the U.S. inventory so badly he can taste it for years now, and
Mm.
he's getting close. He's getting close to the point where the U.S. if he plays his cards right, he may just get a concession on that front out of the U.S. So you could pretty much strategically see this whole package of dealings from Erdogan's
Mm-hmm.
perspective as trying to lever war material, planes, hardware, etc., out of the U.S. as much as possible. So
I
that's
think
the
he
game
wants
he's playing.
F-35's
Interesting.
even worse, but you're exactly on point, Leonard. He's trying to
Yeah.
extract his pound of flesh before
Yeah.
he
F-35s, that ain't never going to happen.
exactly. And at this rate, he's not getting any F-16s either. But I suspect if it comes down to it, as far as NATO ascension, Lloyd Austin might have to make a trip over to Istanbul or Constantinople, however you want to call it, and do a little arm twisting and remind the Turks that their friends in NATO are a lot more beneficial to them than their friends in Moscow.
Yeah, exactly. Is the F-35, that's not the stealth bomber, is it?
The
Not a
F-35
bomber.
it's the Joint Strike Fighter. There are multiple variations of it, but it's not the F-22. The easiest way you can tell the difference between an F-22 and an F-35 is the F-22s have 2 engines on them and the F-35 had 1.
Okay.
The F-22 is not shared with anybody. It is United States military property, and the F-35s are being distributed amongst multiple NATO nations. It's also kind of a joint development project that other NATO allies are delivering some equipment for, if I'm not mistaken, and they all are kind of putting little tweaks and variations on them. The Marine version has a vertical takeoff and landing option on it, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, anything going outside the United States is going to be an F-35 or lesser. There are no F-22s currently even being produced. We put a cap on those. The 50 or so that we have in the hangars now are all that we'll be producing for the foreseeable future.
Oh, okay. Thank you, guys.
Anytime. Thanks for coming up. Joseph, I've totally lost order of the hands. I don't know if Colby or Dryfly or Leopard were next.
I think Colby probably want to talk about Turkey, so we'll let Colby go take it, and then we'll go Dry Fly, and then Colby, go ahead.
Can I
On
jump in real
Turkey.
quick? Can I jump in real quick? Because I got to go crash.
Oh,
I
yeah,
just
yeah,
have
go
one
ahead.
thing to
Go ahead,
say.
Dry Fly.
People keep talking like Putin isn't getting feedback, and there's really no evidence to that. Everything Tom said in his pitch earlier, but there is virtually no evidence that Putin isn't getting accurate information from his people. He's fired 7 generals. He had a meeting, I think, probably a week ago, where all of the generals that were involved in the disaster in Kharkiv Oblast were at the meeting. He's getting information. He's either ignoring it or just going on his own. There's a lot of suggestion amongst people that are watching him, and you see this on Twitter, but you also read it in the mainstream media, that they're trying to set up the narrative that he has been fooled by his people. But realistically, there's no evidence of that. And I will step down and let you all chew on that one for a while.
I don't think you're off base at all with that remark. I wonder if he wasn't receiving sugar-coated reports of how successfully or unsuccessfully this 3-day military operation was going on back in the beginning, and I suspect that's exactly why he sacked 7 of his top generals.
There's suggestion
yeah.
that he got that it was such a closed loop that the early estimation, the planning was flawed. But also, if you read, Colonel Spencer's take on it or hear his take on it, I mean, some of the stuff he got closer to pulling it off than people give them credit for. I mean, had they gotten into Kiev, it might have happened. But the reality is, after that, they missed that. But since that point, he's been getting information. The problem is that the execution has been horrific. Not that he isn't getting information, but they're painting that in the press that somehow Putin's not to blame, and it's to protect him.
Yeah, so I think definitely like, oh, sorry. Yeah, thanks, Ryan. So it's a good point, Strifelight. Yeah, I don't want to make it sound like, Putin, as you said, the Tsar's being fooled by the greedy boyars, right? I mean, that's a common Russian trope in their propaganda. Yeah, so I don't want to make it sound like that. Obviously, any choice that he has, like to not understand what's going on, is like his choice, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it's he's the leader or whatever. But yeah, I think like he's making a decision to I guess like maybe part of it's like semantics, right? I think that the difference is I think he thinks that if I fire a general and I rejigger something here and I do something there, and I wave my nukes around over here and I put some disinformation there, that like I can rejigger this thing and fix it, right? And I think that that's the difference, right? The people aren't coming to him and saying, "Hey, dude, this whole thing can't work. Like you can't replace a general or do something over here or there and fix the thing. Like it's just the whole thing is a doomed project." And I don't think anyone's coming to him and saying that to his face. Call me crazy, but that's just an assumption I'm making. Ryan.
No, Putin is live on Sky News for anybody who wants to watch it.
Thank you,
Snap,
Prince.
he's making the speech.
Somebody call and wake up John. I bet he just fell asleep.
Oh man, John was waiting for that speech for so long, and he was like, "I'm going to bed. He's never going to speak."
Yeah, he's going to be really mad. He missed the live version, but I'm sure it will be plastered all over Twitter within the next 30 minutes. So I will wait and review an option that has captions because I don't speak Russian anyhow.
Just one further sidebar on Putin's level of ignorance also. So in addition to the political and the Machiavellian machinations at work in the Kremlin and for Putin, also keep in mind that he may well be orchestrating a potential defense to be utilized before the International Criminal Court of Justice when things go totally sideways for him, because that is one distinct future prospect that may well be in his cards, and he knows that he's sufficiently reptilian enough in his brain that he would certainly have that as one of the backstop considerations in this entire picture.
Yeah, he's
okay. So
go ahead.
Oh, real quick, I was gonna say, me and Ryan are busy co-hosting, so if you guys could please maybe watch this for us and help us out, maybe send us some DMs, Ryan.
Much appreciated. Yeah, I think Prince may be doing that as we speak. Tom, go ahead, and then Torixus.
Yeah, so I think with the whole, is Putin getting accurate information? Isn't he getting accurate information? We could fall into like a false dichotomy of like he has 100% the truth of what's going on, or he's getting 0% accurate information. And I think the reality probably lies somewhere in between that. I think the reason why I don't think he's getting as accurate information as, say, I don't know, Joe Biden, for example, would be getting, is that lying is just absolutely endemic in Russian culture, from the top to the bottom, or from the bottom to the top, put it another way. I mean, we know that the guys that were supposed to be maintaining Russian trucks weren't checking the tires. I mean, how many flat tires did we see? Because someone got cheap Chinese tires and stole the money to get themselves a new car. We know that they had out-of-date rations from 2015. We know that their BTGs were under strength. We know that they had conscripts when they should have had Kontractniki. So, like, someone from the bottom is lying, right? And they're not necessarily lying directly to Putin, right? I mean, this could be some sergeant who's supposed to be checking the tires are right, who lies to his captain, who lies to his major. And the major doesn't realize what the lie of the sergeant was, right? He knows the guy below him is bullshitting him a little bit, but he doesn't know what bullshit there was from further down the chain. And by the time it gets up to Putin and he says, you know, how's the army? They're saying we've got this many BTGs and they're in good condition. And the people don't even realize that they're not giving Putin the truth. So it's not necessarily that people are lying directly to Putin. It's that there's so much lying in Russian culture that by the time it gets up the chain, it's not very accurate. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I think we all played the telephone game at one point or another in our childhoods. And you know how that goes. But when you play the telephone game in Russia, there is definitely an incentive to be a little overzealous or embellish somewhat in your capabilities and the capabilities of your subordinates.
Exactly. And furthermore, like I need to do my thread on like Russian lies at some point. I keep needing to do a Twitter thread on it. Like, not only is there a massive amount of lying, but people are actually incentivized to lie in the Russian system. Because, you know, if a United States Army sergeant found out that troops in his platoon, squad, whatever, I don't know, military stuff, were selling the diesel from their vehicles to buy moonshine and getting drunk on it, he'd report them and they'd probably be, you know, really punished or booted out of the army, right? And if he didn't report them, he would be booted out of the army. He'd be court-martialed for letting that happen and turning a blind eye to it. But I strongly suspect in Russia that they turn a blind eye because they would get blamed for it. I think that the sergeant that said, oh, my guys are selling diesel and they're buying vodka and they're drunk, and reports that, his commander's going to be, what are you doing? You're embarrassing us. You're embarrassing us. I've got to report to the colonel and say that everything's fine, and you're telling me this? Why haven't you sorted this out? This is your fault. And then he goes to the colonel and says, I'm really sorry, Colonel, but the sergeant didn't diss troops properly, and this has happened, and it's entirely his fault. Entirely this guy's fault. It's not my fault. I told him to discipline the troops properly. And so is the sergeant going to tell his captain that? I don't think he is. I don't think he is. I think he's going to keep his mouth shut and lie, right? The guy directly above the sergeant knows that he's lying, but the guy above him does not know. And that's the reason why I think Putin isn't getting like fully accurate information. I suspect people are very, very careful about directly lying to Putin, but they don't know what lies have been, 4 or 5 steps below. That's my issue with Putin's accurate information. But I do think there's a certain amount of willful denial, cognitive dissonance, arrogance, overconfidence, whatever you want to call it, as well as that. It's not just that Putin's a completely stable, rational person that just has been lied to. I think it's a combination of all of those things.
I totally agree with you, Tom. And I think as much as the superior officer might be upset that he has to report that information, or that he would presumably need to report that information to his superiors, I think he would also be upset that he was not cut in on the deal. And the old saying goes, don't shoot the messenger, but there's a very real risk within Russia. If you take a look at how many human wallets have managed to fall out of high-rise windows lately, that if you deliver bad messages in Russia, there's a real chance you might not survive.
Exactly. The risk is losing your job, going to prison, or being killed. But more than that, because corruption is so endemic, supposing you're the sergeant that does try to say, right, what the hell are you doing? You're selling your diesel and on vodka, you're drinking vodka. What are you doing? We're the Russian army, you're on duty. They're going to say, well, Sergeant, we know that you took that money out of the ration budget and you've got a very nice car, and we could report you to the captain for that. And then the sergeant's going to think, oh shit, and he's just going to let him get on with it. I think that one of the reasons why corruption is so tolerated is that they're all in on it, and they know that they can't snitch on one another, because if they do, the jig is up. They'll be snitched on as well, right? And they all go down. So I think that's part of it.
Yeah, if you turn in your subordinates, they might turn around and snitch on you for having sold all of the engines out of the tanks in storage. We have a whole slew of hands up, and I have lost complete count of the order.
My real quick update, Ryan, is that he's ordered some kind of partial mobilization. The rest is just whining from what I can hear. Sorry, back to you, Ryan.
I did see a quick snippet in the back channel communication of the Sky News video or coverage of the speech, and my first immediate reaction was that Putin looks so made up. It almost appears that his Madame Tussauds wax replica is giving a speech. The guy looks not like Putin. Maybe that's just all the Botox. Let's go to some hands. I think Confucius, Troy, Terexus, Colby, RW.
Okay, if I can speak, okay. Good morning. There's one thing that I would like to talk about. That's Turkey and the role of the Turkey in the war. And the lady that was talking about that, she said that he is a neutral. Actually, Erdogan is not a neutral. At several occasions, Erdogan said that Crimea is a part of Ukraine and that Russia has to move back from the all occupied territories of Ukraine. That's one of the things. Another thing, everybody who calls Istanbul Constantinople actually has something that is not clear, actually doesn't think about Turkey as a normal country, still dreaming about Constantinople out of Turkey's hands. That's really unfair because I've been listening this podcast for a very, very long time, and I actually contributed for several times with different questions. Turkey has very constructive role in this. At the end, and what he said, actually, what Erdogan said, at the end of any war, everybody has to sit and negotiate and find proper peace. And he's actually. He said that Russia has to move back, and that's the only important thing. Of course, that he tries to gain as much as possible from the situation. In Sweden, a lot of Kurdistan, the Communist Party fighters are involved in Swedish politics. Some of them are a member of the Swedish Parliament. That's fine. That's democracy. But those elements have been marked as terrorist into Turkey, and Turkey has spent God knows how many lives in the conflict with those terrorists. That's one, and nobody shouldn't be safe haven for any kind of the terrorists. That's something what all members of the NATO should have on their mind. We cannot have ended the role of the Turkey in the NATO always has been very, very open. Turkey was probably the most loyal NATO ally for the United States. Don't forget, besides the Americans who had the biggest losses in Korean War, those things you easily forget. And the reason, okay, I don't want to talk about so-called queued whatever. It could be a false flag action. God knows what actually happened. But from that point of history, Turkey was pushed away from the NATO very, very hard. You're talking that Turkey will never ever get F-35s. Okay, but what was the result of that policy? Turkey has developed its own military industry on a remarkable level. It's not only Bayraktar. You can find them almost in all areas of the military production, that they increase their capacities for several times. Do not be so antagonistic over the Turkey.
If
Because
Turkey wanted
Turkey-
F-35s, they shouldn't have bought the S-400 system. I'm sorry, we made it very clear.
But let me say, Turkey couldn't get enough Patriots. The first reason why they decided to buy S-300s because they couldn't get Patriots. Whatever, there's a reason for that. That everybody has right to protect themselves on the way how they think that they should do that. I'm not a Turkish advocate, I'm not a Turk. But we should know that Turkey is probably the most loyal ally of NATO.
You think
Turkey is the only country that actually financed its military according to the NATO agreements in Europe.
what
And
about
Turkey
Adnan
has
Khashoggi? Do you know Adnan Khashoggi? You heard of him?
yes, yes, and he was killed by whom? Are we talking about this journalist or Khashoggi family of international military equipment traders? Which Khashoggi we are talking about? Are you talking about? And
The
who
one
killed
was
him?
the one was butchered in Istanbul.
Yeah, and then who killed him? The finest friend of U.S. President, Mr. Trump.
Okay, I'm going to call this officially a derailment. We got a lot of hands, so I'm going to try to go to some hands now. So we're going to go to some new speakers first, and then we'll go next. So Tori Axis, please go ahead.
Hi, good morning. I don't want to get into the Turkey thing as a whole, but I do want to emphasize that indeed Erdogan said the only way to end the war is to give Crimea back. And that was kind of surprising to me. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks,
Actually,
Tori.
I read.
I think it's fair.
I read. Excuse me.
Okay, you're not just going to cut in. Okay. So yeah, I think it's fair to say the situation is definitely complicated, and yeah, maybe we're a bit dismissive, but I think that now we're getting into a point where we're getting a little bit in the weeds, and Putin's literally talking right now, and I'm trying to pay attention to what the crazy man is saying. But anyway, yeah, I think I'll concede the situation is complicated, and maybe we oversimplified it a bit. That's completely fair. Troy, please go ahead.
Looks like the speech is wrapped up, and it is exactly. I think we could have wrote it in this group in the last like 12 hours while he was stalling for time or whatever. He was trying to get a good cut with no fidgets or stumbles. So yeah, it's Dmitry Alperovich. I put it up in the nest. He did a great live tweet summary translation, and his summary. I'll just read it out loud. Immediate partial mobilization of those with military expertise, bashing of the West and Ukrainian neo-Nazis, and some not so bleak nuclear threats. And the threats were centered around, like, it's literally like, you can go read the whole thread real quick. It was literally projection on like all bullet points. Like the West is NATO's threatening us with nuclear weapons, so of course we're gonna have to use nuclear weapons if it comes to it. We're not afraid. The wind can blow, some like he said, oblique, like poetic threats that probably maybe sound eloquent in Russian, but sounds like bullshit to me.
So
Yeah, thanks, Troy. What I caught from
standard,
that is I agree. Ryan, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so basically it sounds to me like the standard laundry list of whataboutisms and deflection and just typical Russian BS talking points. Stir up a whirlwind of crap and see what sticks for everyone.
Yeah, if anyone knows maybe the legal definition, what is a partial mobilization versus a mobilization? It sounds like a bunch of garbage to me, but I don't know. Colby, or actually, let's have Luca go ahead. He's just up. Go ahead, Luca.
Well, hey guys. Okay, so the Zara spoken, and like what? He gets more cannon fodders. That's it.
I think,
and to complain.
I think any realistic country would have probably elected to do a partial mobilization before they started scraping the bottom of the barrel in prisons and mental health institutions and addiction treatment centers.
Also, how long does it take to really send people to the fronts? A few months, at least.
If you want them to survive longer than a month. But the human cost is apparently of no consequence in the Russian Federation. They were gloating about how so far in this military operation, as they've termed it, they've suffered relatively low cost, and that's completely sidestepping the fact that 50,000 of his young men who are soldiers or conscripts have given their lives to try and oppress their regional neighbor. So yeah, I'm not at all surprised. It doesn't sound like I even need to go watch this speech, but I will, just to say that I did.
Yeah, I think
Sorry,
the only
just
thing,
one
Ryan,
thing
at
on
this
the
point.
partial. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Troy. Go ahead, Troy.
Just realization, and then I want to let everyone else speak. It's just such fucking Putin bullshit. Like, sorry, that's all the swearing I'm gonna do. But he gives the West so much crap for being, full of, being basically full of shit and making stuff up. And here he is saying the partial mobilization is a mobilization, and it is not a mobilization for the people who are gonna, protest or flee the country. It's not a mobilization. And for the people who are expecting it and we're going to be the next part of the war anyway, it's a mobilization. So he gets to say he's mobilizing, but he can't really do the full mobilization because he doesn't have the political credit in his own country. And that's not good when you're a totalitarian.
Yep, exactly right, Troy. I couldn't have said it better myself. Ryan?
We can go to some hands. I think Colby and RW, and then looks like Wings has joined us.
Yeah, thanks for being so patient, Colby. Go ahead.
So partial mobilization. So this applies to members of Russia's military reserves, and it also applies to other former service members, which is potentially a very large pool of people. So I doubt very much that everyone that could theoretically apply to is going to be rounded up and drafted back into service. Because Russia doesn't have the capacity to do that. But it's highly questionable that they have the capacity to induct any significant number of new personnel into their armed forces in a short period of time. Even, members of the reserves, these soldiers would, under normal circumstances, have cadres of officers, waiting for them, and they're going to fill out the ranks of new units. And most of those officers and NCOs and other, full-time active duty professional soldiers, quote unquote, are either dead or currently serving on the front line. So it remains to be seen how all this new manpower is going to be organized into effective fighting formations and deployed on the front lines. Russia has very many challenges in executing this, even a quote unquote partial mobilization. One of them being that all roads lead to Moscow in Russia, and there is no scenario in which they move large numbers of troops around the country without transiting through Moscow, which has always been the most important logistics hub in the entire country. And that is a problem because their economy and their rail network is already under immense strain, and you're going to have large numbers of soldiers who are expecting to be sent to the front lines in Ukraine to potentially die or be wounded. And they're probably not that happy about that. So this is tremendously risky for Putin to have a lot of disgruntled young men transiting through Moscow, and probably some of them are going to be stuck there for a while because the rail network is not going to be able to move them around in a timely fashion. And this is in large part how the Russian Revolution in 1917 got started. And Putin should know that. But I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. So here we are. And just very quickly to go back to the discussion about Abrams and F-16s, Poland is receiving brand new M1A2 SEP-3s, I think. Those are most certainly not being sent to Ukraine. However, there are very large numbers of retired U.S. Marine Corps M1s that are sitting around that theoretically could be delivered to Ukraine. And I do believe that they could, in fact, operate on diesel, even though the engine was designed with jet fuel in mind. So that is possible, more possible than the F-16. That's not a realistic proposal, and it's a distraction, quite honestly, especially since Ukrainian MiGs are now using HARM, so that pretty much eliminates the need for Western aircraft in the first place, so they can actually operate Western munitions. But M1s are a slightly more plausible scenario. There's still significant time here because it takes time to train, and more importantly, the M1 is a very complicated piece of equipment that has a very significant logistics strain, which would introduce a lot of additional strain onto Ukraine's already strained logistics. Obviously, not as bad as Russia, but they have their own challenges. So I'm of the opinion that there are other systems that would be far more impactful on the battlefield than Western tanks. I continue to believe that ATACMS is the obvious thing that hasn't yet been sent that should be sent. But M1s are certainly something that should still be considered.
Thank you very much, Colby. Axel, a good European morning to you, sir. Got a little hard from Axel there. Okay, up next we'll go to Wings. Sometimes I switch up the order a bit if we got like a new speaker. So Wings, please go ahead. Welcome.
Yeah, hi. Okay, that was pretty interesting. I think so. When they say reservists, we automatically think people like me, sort of between 40 and 50, with a beer belly and a long beard. That's not going to be the case because obviously Russian military service is quite short. So there's going to be, sort of late 20s, 30s, as well as 40s and 50s. It kind of makes sense to me. I suspect what's been happening is the T farms units, as they sustain casualties, they probably stripped out the support elements to try and backfill casualties. So your, the chefs, the mechanics, the logisticians, probably anyone who could hold a weapon system was just thrown forward to try and maintain a bit of strength. I reckon they'll probably use these first of all to try and backfill some of those slots. So for the support units, try and get some people with skills in there. As I said, the mechanics, people like that. You'll probably find the really older ones will be quite useful because they're using increasingly older vehicles. So if they're, T-72s, 1970s, T-64s, T-62s, 1960s. So I don't think it will be that much of a struggle to kind of, get them doing work. I think they'll probably use the younger guys who were T-farms probably to top up units that have been absolutely smashed around, that are combat ineffective in a minute. The beauty of this, of course, is there will be no very, very little training involved because they're reservists. So, they'll be used to what end of the rifle goes bang, what feet to put the boots on, and they'll have at least some kind of retained knowledge of what being in the military is about. The other thing I would think about doing would be to start setting up training cadres for a full mobilization in future. Because one of the things we talked about was you don't go 0 to 50 straight away. You need accommodation, you need instructors, you need some kind of formalized training regime. Your training cadre, your experienced bodies are the ones that take newbies in and then try and turn them into something mildly useful. I think this might be a good way of doing that. I think some of the older guys will probably be dragged out and they may start forming these training cadres ready for something bigger in terms of mobilization later on. It's a smart move. He could have done with doing it in January. Will it make a vast amount of difference? It's all down to can they actually get these people moving and how many turn up. Personally, as a reservist in Russia right now, I'd be packing my suitcase and driving. But I suppose we'll have to see just how many they manage to corral up. I suspect their admin is probably pretty good, so they'll probably know where a lot of these people are, and a few people will be getting a knock in the next 24 hours, and they won't be very happy about it. So yeah, let's just see how it pans out.
Yeah, thanks for that analysis, Winston. And real quick, while I've got you here, could I ask you one question? I heard some brief news that perhaps that most of the Russian submarines were relocating from Sevastopol to like Novorossiysk or somewhere. I forget exactly. That probably isn't the right place. But there's like a different naval base, not in Crimea. Is that correct? And is that like significant?
Yes, that's correct.
It looks like they probably have. Will it make a difference? No. There's no anti-submarine threat for them, so a speed run on the surface, it might stick 12-24 hours on their journey time, but they can still get in and out of theatre quite easily. There's nothing hunting them, and like the warships, they can just steam up towards Sevastopol and then just carry on west if they want to. So I really wouldn't read too much of it, and it's certainly not going to stop them launching cruise missiles at hospitals and schools. I'm afraid it just makes their journey time a little bit longer, but then they should be able to stay on station for weeks if necessary. So yeah, it's no big shakes as far as I'm concerned.
Gotcha. Thanks. Yeah, I was just curious because your background, you might have a little more knowledge on that. So thank you very much. And with that, we'll go. Ryan, are you familiar with the order? Please go ahead.
Absolutely not. We've been actually. I can't even see any hands up right this second. So
Sorry about it. I'll go. We'll go Luca, RW, and then Confusije. Luca, go ahead.
Just kind of like clarifying, you guys said, oh, that's a lot of people. I heard someone saying that's potentially a lot of people. I know that it doesn't really matter because they need to train them and then actually equip them. But what does it mean? How many people are we talking about? What's the quote unquote talent pool that he's looking at right now?
Millions.
Yeah, it's a fair number of people. I mean, I think that like all things with Russia, right? On paper, it's a lot, like for sure. Just like on paper, Russia has a lot of tanks. But the question is, in practice, how many of those people are fleeing Russia right now? For example, a ticket from Moscow to Istanbul has gone up like at least 500%. There was millions of Russians, presumably of military draft age back then, on February 24th, fled the country. We don't know, exactly how that has affected the pool. And I presume the same thing is happening right now, right? As this the word mobilization is now being used, regardless of what adjective they want to put in front of it. So I think that's the question. On paper, a lot. In practice, how many, right? So that's kind of my take, Ryan.
we can go to some more hands, actually.
Yeah. Any follow, Luca?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Luca. Next, we'll go to RW. Please go ahead.
Hey guys, just checking in again. So I'm from Winnipeg, Canada, and we have a house down here in Tampa, which I'm in right now. And we went to this is kind of a good news story for all the Dire Straits stories we've been listening to, since February. But we went to the MacDill Air Force show, and I was talking to F-22, I believe, Raptor pilot with my two sons, who was signing autographs to give away for donations to whatever charity it was. Anyways, I asked him, I said, listen, I said, is this your plane? And he said, yes, this is actually my plane. He was actually posted to that plane. And I said, have you been overseas with it? He says, yes. And I said, where have you been? He says, I can't say. I said, cool, I get it. I was thinking Afghanistan, which is probably correct. Anyways, I said to him, I said, have you run into Canadian pilots? And this is a good news story because we're all hearing Dire Straits stories. So he says, you know what? He says, the Canadian Air Force guys, he says, all the American Air Force guys, when they're off duty, they want to hang out with the Canadians because these guys, this is off duty, right? They're slamming beers and doing whatever. He says they're the most fun people to be around, and all the Americans want to be around the crazy Canucks. So, just a shout out to my Canadian Air Force pilots. But I do have one question. I read an article a little while ago that the A10 Warthog, which was at the Tampa Bay Air Show, is kind of getting I don't know if you want to call it neglected or put on the shelf or whatever you want to call it in the American Air Force. So, if that is true, why are they not sent, instead of putting these things on the shelf and putting them out to Arizona, the desert or what have you, to do whatever? Do you guys have any information on the A10 Warthog, which I believe is called the tank killer? Are these things getting put out to pasture? And if they are, why aren't they getting sent to Ukraine? That's my question.
I think one primary reason is because those typically fly low and slow. While they are highly maneuverable, they, just by virtue of how they carry out their attacks, they would be extremely susceptible to shoulder-fired rockets, and the largest concentration of shoulder-fired rockets in a theater of battle in the world right now is Ukraine. That said, there were some reports from Time magazine, if I'm not mistaken, that some Ukrainian pilots were being trained, at least on flight simulators, how to operate those airframes. So I don't think it's entirely out of the question that they might be delivered in the future. They are fairly easy to fly as far as jets are concerned. And we'll see what the future holds.
Thank you so much.
And I would just tack on real quick. My mute button's going, I'll rejoin in a sec. But I'll just tack on real quick that I think the A10, it's a good little aircraft. We've of course gamed out every possible airframe that we could possibly send to Ukraine. Tucanos and all that. But I think it wouldn't be a major game changer. I think that ultimately the ability of Ukraine to put HARMS missiles on MiG airframes was the real game changer in terms of the Ukrainian Air Force, because that was what, as far as we can tell, again, we're looking at this from the outside in. There's a fog of war. There's a lot of, I'm sure, secret squirrel stuff going on with a lot of the Air Force stuff. But from what we can tell, those HARMS missiles were able to blind the Russian radars. And then from there, Ukraine was able to systematically pick apart Russian, the Russian air defense network, and ultimately, therefore, the Russian logistical network. And that was kind of instrumental in Ukraine's Air Force's ability to operate effectively. And so I think that if we see more cool stuff like that happening, I think we're pretty happy. I think an A10 would be great, but if we can get more capabilities for them on the MiGs, and then ultimately, I think let's stop beating around the bush here. We got to get them some kind of a NATO airframe at the end of the day. I think we all understand that long term. Ryan?
No, I think you're right on top of it. We can go to Colby.
In a world of constrained and woefully inadequate defense budgets, even for the United States, the U.S. Air Force decided that the A-10 was a platform that they did not deem worth spending their money on, and so it's being retired, and a lot of them are just sitting around in the desert, if I understand correctly. Because it's primarily a weapon platform that makes the Army's job easier rather than, killing other aircraft, which is what the Air Force, more views as their purview. So it is, something that could theoretically be sent to Ukraine. Would it make an impact on the ground? Maybe yes, maybe no. It does have vulnerabilities. It was very successful in the, Iraqi desert during the Gulf War, but Russia is a different enemy than Iraq was, and the terrain in Ukraine is a little bit different. So I think it's fair to say it probably wouldn't be as effective as it was back then, and they would certainly probably be more vulnerable. But Ukraine could probably put it to good use. But again, when not every possible weapon system can be sent over due to logistical constraints, you have to make choices about which platforms would be most efficacious. And I think the A10 at this stage of the campaign makes less sense than other platforms do. And I think a lot of the hype around the A10 really stemmed from the fact that there was, that miles-long convoy that was all just strung out along one road, which is sort of a prime target for an A10. But we're a little bit beyond that stage now, and the Russians don't seem to have the same concentration of forces all strung out in one convenient spot. So it's not a platform that I would suggest should be high on Ukraine's list of asks.
Yeah, definitely need to give them what they want. And if Russia has finally learned not to stack up a 30-mile convoy of equipment on Ukrainian roads, then I don't think the A-10 pilots here in the U.S. are salivating anymore and licking their chops. Tom, go ahead. And then Confucius.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question, sort of following on from Gunny's point, which I thought was a really good one. So by calling a partial mobilisation and getting those people that have got the military experience, there's the advantages that Gunny pointed out. But as well as that, I understand that in Russia for a long time, a lot of like middle class families from like Moscow and St. Petersburg have always been able to like blaggily escape the draft for their kids, and this has apparently been going on for decades. So what it means is that those people won't be included in this draft, even the ones in their 20s, their 30s, possibly even their 40s. And so as a result, those are the people that might have most protested against this. I can't imagine little towns and villages out in Siberia and Eastern Russia are going to be able to do or say very much about this, like en masse. When the recruiters come for them, they're going to have a lot harder time dealing with it. Whereas, 50,000 people in St. Petersburg all demonstrating at the same time might be a little bit harder to press gang. Does that make sense to people?
Absolutely. But the question I still have is, why didn't they elect to make this choice before they started recruiting people out of prisons?
Most definitely. I mean, the whole thing is stupid. I wonder if what was going on over the last 24 hours is that Putin really was going to call for a full mobilization, and maybe someone's talked him out of it, and maybe that's why there was a delay. And someone's just managed to go, look, lad, we do need to have a mobilization, but we can't do a full mobilization. It just won't work. It will lead to riots, streets, and people trying to flee and everything. Let's get up all the reservists, like Gunny's just pointed out, and that maybe that's what's going on. I don't know. I'm speculating, but that's the most sense I can make of things.
Well, and to call up people who have prior service would imply that they don't need as extensive training. Sure, they're going to have to brush up on their skills, but it's not some kid off the streets of Moscow who's never held a gun in his life. These guys presumably have some degree of previous experience, even if it was 20 or 30 years ago, and they know how to fall in formation and do all the typical military rigmarole.
Mobilization has an economic cost. Reservists have jobs in the civilian sector. So why Putin is opting to empty prisons first is because people in prison have no value to society. They're just sitting in a box doing nothing.
And they won't be missed when they go in a box.
Yes, exactly. So they're much more expendable. But if you are mobilizing reservists, people who have military service or who have served in the military and are still, expecting to possibly be called up, those people, they have jobs though. They're in the civilian sector. They may perform fairly important functions in the civilian sector, in critical industries, which even the defense sector, potentially they could be factory workers or railway workers, people that are very much needed to continue to function critical industries for the war effort. So there is a tremendous economic cost when you're mobilizing them to go fight at the front lines. This is a problem that Nazi Germany had during World War II, is that they had a lot of available manpower tied up still in factories and performing other jobs in the war economy that Western democracies were able to utilize female labor much more effectively in those roles, freeing up more manpower to go to the front. So this is the dilemma for any country that's executing mobilization, even a partial one, is the economic cost of mobilization, and then of course there's the political costs. But to Tom's point, those are less in Russia, given that the people that are going to be deployed here are sort of from the bottom of Russian society, and the well-to-do Muscovites aren't the ones who are sending their sons off to die.
Thanks, Tom and Volpe.
If I may just add, there's also very little to be gained from speculating about what may or may not have happened. It is much more likely, as Colby just reasoned also, that the decision to make it a partial mobilization was already called quite some time ago, has been around for that a long time around, was discussed twice at least, as we know, with Patrushev, who yesterday spent time yet again in China, probably to advocate for more small arms ammunition to be brought forward, because they're running out of it as of now. At least they're running out of what they need, which is interesting given the fact that so much of it. Having said this, if it has been argued twice already, as it seems, the partial mobilization is their only way out, and the rest was drama theater for both internal as well as external consumption. Internal, in order to make it more palatable, keep everybody on their toes, and then let them off the hook with a partial mobilization, and still supposedly look decisive enough on the one hand, and towards the outside world. It was just yet again manipulating the Western media cycle away from war crimes, from losses in Kherson, from surrendering troops, from losses in Kharkiv Oblast, from significant messages such as the commitment of the United Kingdom, yet again, from clear statements. By the way, yesterday, one of the most important statements of the day yesterday was not the announcement that there might be a speech by the Tsar, no, but that a State Department official, when asked in Congress, highlighted that they'd be moving the foreign currency reserves into a frozen asset, and they'd be conveying it to the Ukrainian National Bank in custody. So they have found a way to do what we discussed on this space last Sunday as one of the key options available, and that we were hoping that the Treasury might find a solution for it. So that is real news. The rest is propaganda, and we shouldn't fall for it, and we shouldn't allow the media cycle to impair us as much as it seems it yet does, even here.
Thank you very much for that insight, Axel. I've been waiting for Europe to wake up to give your take on it, and I think that was really insightful. So thanks so much.
Well, Europe is up for already 3 hours, mate, but Europe has some work to do.
You know what I mean. But yeah, so real quick, a lot of people are tuning in. Yeah, I know. A lot of people are tuning in, of course, because of the speech. So I just want to let everyone know, that we are the Maria Report and kind of what we're all about. So we are a 24-hour Twitter space dedicated to discussing the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the Russian genocide against the Ukrainian people. We do our best to bring you guys experts up on the panel who can try to answer any questions you guys have. We also have guest speakers who are real experts, people like generals and of course experts on economics, politics, and military matters, as I said. And of course, we also try to get Ukrainians who are on the ground in Ukraine right now to give you guys detailed information about exactly what's going on there. So of course, we have some special guest speakers coming up. some really, really special guest speakers. And so I wanted to let everyone know. So in about 9 hours, we are going to have Valentin Nivlichenko. He is a current member of the Ukrainian parliament. He's the previous director of the Ukrainian SBU during the 2014 invasion. This will be done in cooperation with the Kyiv Post, and that'll be at 12 o'clock New York time today. So we're definitely looking forward to that interview. That's going to be an absolutely incredible interview. I'm sure about that. And then, of course, today also, we're going to have Maria Zolkina. She's the head of regional security and conflict studies at DIF in Kyiv. She's an expert on Donbass issues and the Russia-Ukraine war, and also a DAAD fellow. She's going to be here at 3 p.m. Eastern time. So again, 3 p.m. New York time. So once more, former head of the SBU will be here at noon Eastern time in 9 hours. And Maria Zolkina, head of regional security and conflict studies at DIF in Kyiv, will be here in 12 hours at 3 p.m. So thanks very much. Ryan, unless you had anything to add, we can go to Hans. Go ahead.
I appreciate Axel's sober analysis always. One thing that has been pointed out to me by a listener is that potentially one of the most important or remarkable things about this Mobilization Act is that all existing military contracts, either 3 or 6 months, will now be extended indefinitely. So anybody who thought they were going to sign up and make a quick buck and then get out of the Russian military is in for a surprise.
Yeah,
And,
that's one part. That's one part of it. The forced contract extension, despite the fact that we have already information that in the past quarters, forced contract extensions by other means were already pushed through. But yes, certainly, it consolidates the remaining armed forces committed in theater.
Yeah, thanks, Axel. And real quick, if anyone does want to come up, you can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. And one last thing, do please check out MriyaAid.org. They're a great charity that sends non-lethal aid to Ukraine. And they send great stuff like body armor, drones, thermals, night vision, firefighting equipment, bomb disposal equipment, and other great stuff to Ukrainian soldiers and civilians on the ground right now. It's run completely by volunteers. Tourniquets, thank you, Ryan. Run completely by volunteers. No overhead costs, no administrative costs, no salaries paid, no cell phone bills paid, no parties. It all just goes directly to acquiring the aid and sending it to Ukraine. So please do check out MriyaAid.org. And if you're so able and so inclined, please do consider sending something over. Ryan, go ahead.
I think, and I know I've mispronounced this Confucius a couple of times, but I'm somewhat amused that it comes through as Confuzz on my screen. So if he could tell me how to pronounce his handle properly, and then please go ahead.
Okay, my handle is Confusia.
Confusia, okay.
Confusia, because I like to make confusions. I'm just joking, guys. Actually, I was reading about this so-called partial mobilization. Actually, from my point of view, that partial mobilization is not going to have any impact, at least not in immediate future. But something else that actually bothers me is that these referendums that Russians are planning to do in the Donetsk, these new territories they actually have conquered so far. But why that's important actually? As far, if I'm not mistaken, Russians have a law that soldiers can apply a so-called call of conscience. If they are asked to go over outside the country to fight, they can refuse that. In the case that those areas that they plan to have these referendums become, even though that this is a legally charade, but in that country, at some point of time that referendum, they will be officially part of Russia, and a lot of soldiers that don't want to fight will have to go to fight. That's even more important than this. why did I say that this partial mobilization is not going to have any significant impact in the immediate future? Because if the active duty units were in such a bad shape, can you imagine the shape of reserve units? Can you imagine what happened with the equipment that they keep in the storages? They have to clean them, and God knows how many spare parts are missing on that equipment. Sorry, and another thing I want to say, because I have to go because it's 9 o'clock, almost I have to work. Sometimes people disagree, and it's not okay if someone tell you something that is not 100% according to your point of view, just to shut them up. That's not democratic, honestly. I was trying to explain my position on Erdogan, and I was shut up. This is not okay.
I think more than anything, we didn't want to derail the conversation on domestic Turkish politics.
But
So
I'm not from Turkey, of course.
I understand. I wasn't implying that you are Turkish.
Just let me finish, and I will shut up. Okay. Why did I decide to speak? Because that lady actually said something which was not true, which was not said in the interview. Because Erdogan, at least at the Ukraine issue, was always from the very first day he was with Ukraine on the general issues like Krim, I said Krim because I'm Slavic, and those occupied territories. From the very first moment, at least we can give him a credit. We can agree or disagree with them and with Turkey, but on that issue, we should have give him a credit. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Confucius. Shaggy was next, then Adrian and Colby.
Good morning. Yeah, I was listening to the transcript of what Shogu was saying. So 300,000 are going to be called up, and he's admitting only to 6,000 KIA Russians. So that's all I had to say on that one. Just a little bit of info. So Adrian next.
If he's only admitting to 6,000 KIA, which is an undervaluation by tenfold, then would it be safe to assume that they're overestimating the 300,000 that they're calling up by tenfold as well?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just kind of reporting what he's saying. I did send Doman about a week or a bit ago, a document that was released. I think it was it's to do with payments to dead Russians, and it was stood at about just over 48,000. I don't know the veracity of that that document, and I haven't heard back from Doman on that document either. I've
told you here about it, Shaggy.
Pardon?
I've replied here in voice. I said nobody knows whether it's a true document or not.
Okay. All right.
So, until we get verification of whether the document is true, it's hard to comment on the content of it.
Okay.
That's 3 lotas, not 1.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so the numbers obviously are all up in the air. They'll just pick up whatever numbers they want. But the 300,000, 1.1% they're calling up apparently. He's trying to make it sound all nice and low. But yeah, so I'm just reading through my Russian commentators on Twitter at the moment, seeing what they're saying. They're coming through with some translations, so it may be a bit wrong. Anyway, I'll drop down now to
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen the same. I wasn't at all implying that the numbers you were stating were not accurate from you. More so that we can't trust damn near anything that comes out of the Russian information channels.
I walk around with a bag of salt.
Wildly over or under exaggerating things.
Yeah. I was just kind of relaying the numbers, not because they're accurate, not because they're going to be accurate, just what they're saying, type of thing. So that's what the Russian people are hearing. That's what the Russian people are hearing. And yeah, so there we go. All righty.
That's probably why ticket prices to get out of Russia have gone through the roof.
Yeah, I mean, my thought was there was going to be some kind of mobilization, not really to do with the Ukraine war, but to solidify the Russian Federation, i.e., all the stands kicking off in Armenia and Azerbaijan and things like that. So I think it's probably partly to do with a show of force for there as well. So they try and keep them together because the Russian Federation is slightly starting to fall apart a little bit as well. So. Not just to do with Ukraine, but to do with the actual Russian Federation and the motherland, as he calls it. But that's just my speculation on that one. Okay, I'll drop down and let Adrian
Well,
talk.
and I remember from thanks. I remember from months ago that they were supposedly diverting mechanics and machinists from their day jobs in train car factories to have them work to inspect and repair military equipment. So one immediate thought that comes to mind when they claim that they're calling up these former military personnel or reservists is that they're going to have to come up with the equipment to outfit them properly, and a Mosin Nagant's just not going to cut it. Adrian, go ahead.
Come on, Ryan. The Mosin Nagant is a perfectly decent hunting rifle.
Yeah, the problem is its rate of fire.
Yeah, most definitely. Maybe Shaggy has I wanted to speak about something else, but I wanted to piggyback on what Shaggy said. Maybe he does have a point that we've been hearing that they've been pulling troops from South of Ossetia and Abkhazia, and also from some of the other border regions, especially in Asia. So maybe they're also trying to fill in some holes that they left out with these troop movements, and that's also a thing that they could do with them. I guess there you can just put people, and maybe you don't need equipment. But it's interesting that the announcement was this morning, so for the Russian Far East. So even if they do partial mobilization, reservists, whatever, it's the feeling that they're still just gonna bring people from beyond the Urals mostly, and they're gonna try to protect, limit bringing up people from European Russia as much as possible. Oh boy, that's an oxymoron, European Russia. Or what's it called? A contradiction. Whatever. It's not European, even though geographically it looks like it's in Europe. So yeah, they might maybe this announcement was more for the Far East, also to tell those guys that they're coming. And all the other reason, Axel also pointed it out very well. I guess I'm curious about the UN General Assembly meeting, and I'm curious of the strong reaction tied to this referenda that are supposed to happen. I do believe that yes, the most important news of the week should be this diversion of this seizure and diversion to the Ukrainian Central Bank of the 300 billion. I mean, that would, especially after this mobilization announcement, that would be the proper and timely although it should have happened at the beginning of the war, but okay. But since it didn't happen yet, that would be the proper and most appropriate and timely retaliatory measure from the West to just transfer this money to Ukraine ASAP. And F around and find out, So Russia will mobilize, wink, wink, 300,000 people. The United States will divert 300 billion of Russia's money to Ukraine. That sounds like a fair exchange to me. Thanks.
Just because I haven't had an opportunity yet to say good morning to Doman. Good morning, Doman. I hope you're feeling better. I'm not sure if Doman can get off of mute. Either that or I've lost my audio.
No, you're good.
You're here, Ann.
Perfect. I don't know the order of hands. I think it was Christian Colby Luca, and I see a new speaker.
It was Colby.
Okay, Colby, go ahead, and then we'll take it from there.
Thanks. There's two components to Russia's military reserves. You have a voluntary reserve that you have to volunteer to join once you've left your active service period, and then there's the involuntary reserve, which everybody is automatically put into after they've concluded. If this 300,000 figure is correct, that suggests more that they're just looking at calling up those who are serving in the voluntary reserve, which I would imagine is disproportionately made up of former contract soldiers and not conscripts who were, forcefully inducted. They're now serving in the involuntary reserve. Now, 300,000 is still a very large number, certainly larger than they can reasonably process in a short period of time. But if it is predominantly former contract soldiers, then at least they're dealing with people who have a little bit more experience and knowledge, understanding, and aren't going to need so much training to get back into shape. Now, to Adrian's point, if Putin and Shoigu and everybody else is smart and has any sense, then they will in fact use a large number of these forces to backfill vacancies that they've created all around the Federation and among foreign deployments as well, because they've been drawing forces from the Caucasus and from Central Asia, and those bases have been left under strength, and we can now see the consequences of those decisions that Russia's made in the war between Azerbaijan and Armenia and the fighting in Central Asia. So if they're smart, because as I've said, their transportation network cannot possibly hope to move 300,000 soldiers through Moscow and into Ukraine in any short period of time, they will deploy some of those forces to these other locales around the Federation and the former USSR and backfill the forces that have been already drawn out of there. And then they'll put the rest towards Ukraine. So we'll see whether they do the smart thing or if they're just going to actually send 300,000 troops through Moscow, which is a revolution waiting to happen.
Absolutely, but I'm still scratching my head wondering why they waited so long to do this, and to me it stinks of desperation.
Well, Ryan, sorry for jumping in. To me, the answer is super simple for that. It's pride. It's Russia thought they will take down Ukraine in 3 days with their elite troops that they show to the world and their fancy new tanks, and they couldn't. This is an admission that all the crap Russia has sold the world about the prowess of his military, professional military, wink wink, is absolute hogwash. And yeah, even partial mobilization is an admission that Russia is not capable to project power in its near abroad against a military that is 10 times smaller. So, that's my thought.
Yeah, they totally planned on this going like Georgia in 2008 or Crimea in 2014, and it's failed beyond their wildest expectations. So now they're grasping for straws. Let's go to Christian and Luana, and then James.
Thank you. Glad to be back on the space. Regarding to your question, to be honest, we've been planning for this since March. If you don't believe me, you can check out my last tweet. I've been talking about mobilization since March. So after the they realized their special military operation sucks and it's failed. So basically what they've been doing is trying to go with this plan, with the special military operation, to go forward and just rearrange it and hope for the best. But the point is that they, or at least Putin was really afraid and is still really afraid about mobilization, general mobilization. I've been saying that at least a partial mobilization will happen, and it has its advantages since you can actually declare on the limiting oblasts or, for example, the newly annexed territories. You can declare it there. You don't have to declare it through the whole country. So this is the advantage of a partial mobilization without touching the Russian proper territory, yeah, St. Petersburg and Moscow. The whole thing is that whatever happens, we don't have to be scared about this mobilization. They might have, to be honest, if you think about the 144 million population, they might have 300,000 reservists that have served the military in the past. So they can have it. They don't really care about their let's say what they equip them with. They're gonna go through 2 weeks of training and slap a AK-74 in their hands and go off to war. Regarding to the backfilling of defensive positions throughout the country, what we have seen for the past 8 months is that they don't really care. They've drawn up forces from Finland, from the Finland border, from the Chinese border, from Ossetia, from wherever. They don't care. They don't care that they're gonna be attacked. They know they won't be attacked. So they still have the nuclear threat that keeps them safe on this. And believe me, if they will be attacked on their territory, their military doctrine and the nuclear doctrine allows them to use the nuclear threat. So don't care about backfilling, to be honest. I think they're all going to be, most of them, they're going to be sent onto the front. And what they will achieve, in my opinion, draw up time. This is all they can hope with this mobilization, even general mobilization. So the next days and hours are vital for the West, in my opinion, because the West now has to really step up its game. Tanks, planes, whatever they need, just give them to Ukrainians. Do not draw out this war because it's going to cause a lot of deaths, more than necessary, and it's gonna fail. Like, I mean, the Russian army is gonna fail anyway. But from now on, it just depends when. Thank you.
I predict that there will be an overwhelming number of broken ankles and wrists flooding Russian hospitals in the next week.
Yeah, absolutely.
Self-inflicted ones.
For sure.
I guess that only applies to the ones that can pass a sobriety test.
Well, there's still human beings with 2 legs and 2 arms, and they can carry a firearm, and they can still shoot. Maybe the allies, but they can still shoot.
The next step from there is accidentally cutting off your own thumb. And I actually know someone who was a survivor of the Vietnam War. His parents lived in the North, and I knew him as Uncle Mooey, but he didn't have all of his thumbs on either finger because his father took him out to the woodshed one day and removed those thumbs for him so his son wouldn't be conscripted into the North Vietnamese army. I mean, there are varying levels of desperation, and if you really don't want to go fight, there's ways to get out of it. Doman, I'm not sure if we've lost hands or if my phone is acting up. I think we lost Luana.
Oh, she's there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead. Good morning.
Yeah, so I want to talk about mobilization because I'm not an expert and you talked about it extensively. I wanted to talk about the speech in general because, well, I'm from Romania. I grew up during the communist times and I know a few things about propaganda. But what we've seen today, it's surpassing everything we knew about propaganda. Propaganda is meant to alter reality, but what Putin is doing is creating an alternate reality. So he takes everything and it turns it upside down. It's amazing how he manages to do this. I studied language, I studied pragmatics, logic, critical thinking, everything, and I still cannot grasp what he's doing there. I know it's from his own, for his own public, but even so, how can he aim to convince his Russians that what he says is true? He says that the West is blackmailing with nuclear menaces. In fact, from the beginning of the war, he is the only one that's doing this. He says that he has to protect the Russians in the Donbass and Lugansk regions from torture from the Nazis and the mercenaries, and they are the ones that are doing this. So everything that happens, he turns this upside down. I'm amazed by this. I don't know if there is a specialist in communication or something to dismantle it a little bit, this speech, because for me it's something that I never saw. That was my comment. Thank you.
I think anyone with a Socratic education is just as puzzled by his remarks as you are. But as we discussed earlier in the evening, we do ourselves a disservice to presume that the mentality in Russia matches that of our own. And I don't mean that they're not capable of critical thinking or anything like that. The implication is that their worldview is wildly different than that of anybody who's grown up in a post-Soviet era or outside of the Russian sphere of information. I think primarily his speech was directed at internal recipients, not people who have widely available access to free press and media. So as much as it has us scratching our heads, we weren't the intended audience of his speech. He's trying to rile up his base, so to speak.
If I can really quick.
Sure.
So thank you. Since you're a fellow Romanian, I have to ask you this, and you know the answer already. It's a rhetorical question. So whenever Ceausescu spoke, was he speaking the truth or the reality? Of course not. Well, what he was doing was following the official propaganda and the official line of the party and the People's Workers' Party and so on and all that crap. The thing is, in authoritarian regimes and with dictators, just like Putin is, it doesn't matter what the truth is. The truth is what the leader Maximo is saying it is. So, in our case, if Putin says that the sky is purple, orange with polka dots, the Russians have to believe it. It doesn't mean that they do, but they have to believe it. So that's the only explanation, like closer to the truth that I can give you.
Yeah, I totally agree with it, but even Ceausescu wasn't going so far with it. And I think he's aiming to create this cognitive dissonance because many of the Russians have seen some images from the I don't know, from the war, from Mariupol, from Bucha, they have seen some communication from the West, and they maybe have some idea, and he turning it all upside down. Maybe he wants to create a doubt. Maybe, I don't know. It's, as I said, it's inconceivable, and I've never seen something so upside down as this is. And thank you, Christian, for this.
Thank you both. We do have some speakers trying to come up, and I think we lost Doman and Joseph all at once.
Ryan, can I help you with hands? You don't see hands. I see
I
four
don't
of
see
them
hands
already.
either. I think I need to cycle my app as well. So if you can see the
Well,
hands,
I
please.
can tell you, Ryan, I can tell you the hands. So it's Spirit, but I don't know the order. And then James, and that's about it.
Perfect.
There is
Spirit, go
Luca
ahead,
too.
and then James.
And Luca,
They've been
what's your
waiting for a while.
L5C?
Oh, Luca's been waiting forever as well. Let's go Luca, Spirit, then James.
Yeah, I'll be brief, and then I'll go to sleep. It's like almost 1 a.m. here. Yeah, I was just reading that Thomas Tenier has a very interesting thread articulating that the right response now is to give, maybe a few batches of ATACMS. I mean, no, we've been saying for a long time, but to Ukraine, they can wait a little bit. That Russia starts to move some of those people in, and then just hit, some deep logistic hubs, potentially even the Kerch Bridge, and then all those new people that moved in, new soldiers, new cannon folders will be effectively sitting ducks because the logistic is already collapsing. But like with a few ATACMS, it could be completely collapsed, and that would basically be, the right strategic response. I thought it was an interesting thread, so I just wanted to say that.
I agree with him.
Domin, we cannot hear you very well.
Let's see if this works. Can you hear me, please?
Better.
Yes.
Crystal clear now.
Okay, this is without earphones.
Gentlemen, how are you feeling, buddy?
The second one is bad. The first one is good.
Oh, that's bad, Doman.
Yeah, this is
Skoda.
The other one, Doman. The other one. The good one.
Yeah, but this will cause feedback. That's not going to be very useful for very long. Very simply put, wait. Well, look at what we're saying. Yeah, I agree with Thomas Steiner. Give them the ATACMS, get them to ruin Russian logistics, and it'll be much easier going forward. Excellent. So I can either speak or see things. That's a wonderful, wonderful situation.
I'll just say one more thing, and then I'll go to sleep. It also shows that we're not afraid, of the dude bullshit. Sure, call a whole bunch of untrained people. We'll send in ATACMS now. It's a good response. We really, call your bluff. Completely wreck whatever is left of your logistic, and then, well, go ahead. Have fun with your sitting ducks. Good night, guys.
Thank you, Luca. I think Spirit was next while we're trying to get Doman's audio issues worked out.
Yeah, I had a question about the what's life like in Ukraine, and in the are there cities that have little interaction with the war, like in Kiev, and are there arts and sciences and schools, and is life somewhat normal? And then my second question is corruption. Before the war, because of the Trump era, corruption was, utilized in a big thing in Ukraine. Has that been weeded out, and is the culture less corrupt now? Yeah, so those are two questions. What is life like in corruption?
I can help with that, Ryan, if you don't mind, since
Sure,
I
go ahead,
went there
Adrian.
often. Hi there, Spirit. So I've been living in Ukraine for, so a little bit of context if you don't know me. I traveled to Ukraine since 2015 to work. I went there on a very regular basis. I've lived there since 2020. I left one day before the invasion on one of the last planes on 23rd, 22nd late at night actually. Let me be accurate. And I have a lot of friends and very close people in Ukraine, some of them involved in the war. And I've also visited Ukraine 5 times since February. So I've seen it in all stages right after Maidan and including in wartime. When it comes to, and actually the way I go there, I go by train from south and western Ukraine to, last time I went all the way to Kharkiv. So basically I traverse the country from the most peaceful part to basically Kharkiv, which is a city on the front line, like 30 kilometers away from the front line when I was there. And well, how's life? It's not as before, that's for sure. I mean, how can it be? A lot of people have left. It's a country with an economy at war. There is some inflation, not as bad given the circumstances, but there is some. There are difficulties, but on the other hand, a lot of the people who became refugees once the expanded invasion started in February have returned. Economic activity has started again. When I was last time, like there were restaurants open and even galleries were open. And now with the news and yeah, people are trying to make the best of their life given the circumstances. Lviv's tourist destinations are open, and actually the official Ukrainian website is encouraging people to come to Lviv for a weekend. That's on the border with Poland. So Lviv region, to my knowledge, hasn't been rocketed in about 3 months, I think, or 2 months easily. And yeah, there's a lot of people coming to visit. Kiev itself is about 80% to what I saw it before the war when it comes to people. When I was last time, the subway in the morning was really crowded, so a lot of people going to work. You know, people have lives there, and after the initial shock of the expanded invasion, and now that Ukraine is pushing the Russians back, it is this feeling that, okay, keep calm and carry on in this very British fighting the Nazi spirit. We do our jobs and we try to do something. And I keep talking about this, but I'm not going to make it too long of a speech. A good sign of that is that the trains, all of them run on time, and the services work. You know, if electricity falls, they try to repair it as fast as possible. If there is issues with gas, they figure it out. Like the administration of the country works. In some cases, I think it works a bit better than it worked before, because there is a sense of urgency. If something is broken, we need to fix it. Schools is the last point. Some schools are opening in the West and people are going to school. I think the Ukrainian government said that only schools with bomb shelters should open, or with access to some sort of bomb shelters, even in the West. Most of the education is still done online because of yeah, you know, they have the experience from COVID. Also there is this what's it called? And in Kharkiv they do it in the subway. Essentially, there were some pictures of kids doing school in the subway. Now, when it comes to corruption, I mean, I'm saying this very clearly as someone who lived in Ukraine and knows about Ukrainians. Yeah, the corruption was a problem. I'm not going to deny it. It's a problem in Eastern Europe. I come from Romania that after the fall of communism was extremely, extremely corrupt, and we're still fighting this fight. Fighting corruption is a journey that each country takes, and it's a fight that you always have to do, because the forces of corruption are like a hydra. You cut off one head and another one props up. But I must say that I've seen definite improvement in the almost 8 years I've been traveling to Ukraine. the most important thing that I see is that they have switched quite a lot to digital administration, and you can do a lot of your taxes, a lot of your permits and so on digitally, things that are not fully done in Romania yet, by the way. We've been dragged kicking and screaming in the digital age, and we're in the European Union. Although we have fast internet, but that's a diversion, doesn't matter. And so having a more digital focused administration, you interact less with officials that or employees that you would have to bribe. This was a huge problem in the 90s and early 2000s in Ukraine. Also, people are kind of tired of it. So Ukraine, since 2017, Ukrainians were free to had visa-free travel in the European Union, and they traveled a lot. And Ukrainians, unlike Russians, they see how much Poland has progressed, they see how much Czech Republic has progressed, and they see how the Baltics, which were in the Soviet Union, have progressed, and they want the same thing. So there are some, there's always going to be in any country some corrupt people, but Ukrainians have less and less tolerance for it. And you could see it. I wouldn't say that I'm a big fan politically of President Zelensky. I wasn't when he was elected, and a lot of my friends weren't. Now he's a good war leader, I'll admit that. But he came on a message of anti-corruption. He came on an idea that we should stamp out corruption. Many people didn't think he was genuine. That's why that was the problem. But you can sense that if he comes on the mess, people are fed up. Like they don't want to have this oligarchs, businessmen profiting. So I would say that, yes, Ukraine has some problems, but they are not worse than many other countries in Eastern Europe. And for that matter, many other countries in Western Europe. I mean, you want to speak about corruption in Eastern Europe, but then you have Gerhard Schröder, who was chancellor of great Germany, the beacon of Western correctness, and he essentially was paid millions of dollars a year for being on the board of a Russian gas company. While Russia is committing genocide in Ukraine, he goes to Moscow and takes Russia's side. So, you know, corruption is absolutely everywhere. The eastern side of corruption has a certain flavor, but I believe Ukrainians right now, especially because the ones fighting on the front are from bus drivers to PhD and university professors, and they fight side by side. And when they will obtain their victory, they will not take this shit that much anymore. So I have great hopes for them. Sorry for being so long-winded. It has definitely improved in the last 7 years with ups and downs. 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but I believe the Ukrainian people want a European future and a fair country. So, and especially after suffering so much and bleeding so much in this war, they will definitely not tolerate anyone stealing their country from them through corruption after they are victorious.
Yeah, that sounds great. You know, one test of corruption, I was in like Leningrad in '88, and you know, there were no, you know, when you went to the stores downtown, there was no food on the shelves at all. Basically, it already had been taken by the time, you know, it got to the store. So that I interacted with the Russians, and the way they got food was they went out to the taxi stands about 5 miles, you know, outside of the city, and each taxi had a type of commodity in the back seat, like light bulbs or soap or vodka or whatever. And that's where it was all black market. In other words, there was so much corruption that the people had adjusted, you know, and established a black market. So the test, you know, is does, you know, Kiev and other parts of Ukraine have food on the shelves? Because, you know, corruption, you know, or was that a problem before?
Let me just tell you this. When I went during wartime in Kiev and I went to my friend's flat, I went to the supermarket and bought myself an avocado, among other things. The supermarket shelves are full. Prices are a bit higher, but they're a bit higher everywhere. So no, Ukraine has you can go to Kyiv and get a nice specialty coffee. Coffee shops in Kyiv are very good, and they care a lot of about what good coffees they bring. They have trouble with imports because there are huge lines at the border of trucks. But no, I mean, people can get what they need. There is food, so it's not like that. And when it comes to fuel as well, so when the war started, they had restrictions: 10 liters of that's about 2 or 3 gallons of fuel per day per car. And now they've eased back those restrictions in most regions. So, no, I mean, from that standpoint, no, you can get whatever you need, including an avocado if you want it.
Yeah, that's great. It's a good test, and some places aren't able to do that. And then a final question, like I'm a quantum computer engineer, so I have a lot of I have a lot of technology behind me and stuff. Are engineers and scientists have they switched? Like, is the government getting them to work on war production and and developing weapons and stuff like that? So would people like me be recruited to work in the war industry to to
Spirit,
advance that?
I think it's a little bit more complicated, just because weapons nowadays are a whole lot more complicated than the ones were in, say, the Second World War, which I think is probably a time that you're thinking back to. It's a little bit more difficult to do that now. We had an IT entrepreneur on a few days ago, on Friday, I think, who has a company in Ukraine. He's Ukrainian, has a company in Ukraine with about 100, programmers, developers, etc., employed. A few of them went and volunteered for the military. A few of them went off and are helping with the logistics for the military. The bulk of them are still working just as normal. There is, some they do track people with computer skills and the like towards, say, the whole drone piloting stuff a little bit more, I think, because they're a little bit more adept to learning quickly how to operate the drones. But I don't think I wouldn't say that there is a concerted recruitment into weapons development per se, just because it's not that easy to make stuff, or it's not as easy to make breakthroughs in that respect as it was during the Second World War. So probably not. But if you volunteered to be in the military, you would be much more likely to end up in a drone recce unit than not, I would say.
And one more thing, Domen, Ukrainian entrepreneurial spirit. So many of the men have not been taken to war, not what the Russian propaganda says all the time, and they say it in Romania also. But a lot of clever Ukrainians, men and women, are very entrepreneurial. So I know of a company in Odessa that started making night vision optics that are cheaper than the ones in the West. Or there's the example of Aerosvitka, which are people who, I don't know how they exist, if they're a foundation or a company, but they just basically started to customize drones for the military. So it's like there's many this kind of little initiative. There's companies making bulletproof vests for kids, which sounds horrible, but needed apparently. So there's like a lot of private individuals who see problems that need to be solved, maybe not ultra high-tech problems, and they just get on it and make it happen. That's it.
Exactly. I think that's a really good point as well. There's a lot of capabilities. There's a lot of ability to do stuff by Ukrainians within Ukraine, and they're obviously trying to make themselves as useful as possible for their country in this time of need. Thank you very much, Adrian. Thank you, Spirit. I'm gonna need to cycle you down, Spirit, as well as a couple of others, just because we have a lot of people coming up. I think we have James, who's been waiting an awful long time. James, please go ahead, and then we'll talk to Jim, to Shaggy, and to Rika.
Thank you. Yeah, it's first time into this group here. Listened for a period of time, and certainly, I guess my heart does support the people of Ukraine. I wish them well in their endeavor. But I'm also one to never, or I try not to put emotional context into strategic understanding, and so I appreciate this only because I suppose I'm of Ukrainian heritage, but I admittedly don't have people directly in the line of fight, if you will, and for that I try and occupy a space of practicality to part of this conversation. And the topic that I kind of went to is that while listening to or not listening, but hearing about Mr. Putin's statements today, it led me to kind of ask the question, and I may fall off here because my phone having waited here is about to run out of battery, but I will try and convey my point. So what I understand is that the Russian army had approximately 1 million service personnel in 2021. Of that, they utilized 450,000 of them on the coast of Ukraine in the staging, and then have dispensed them throughout accordingly. I don't know how that number has changed, but as it pertains to now, when I looked at this document from 2021, it also mentioned that there was 2 million reservists. Now, I understand that Russia does have a policy, much like Romania and other countries have had, where there was a necessity for you to do 1 year of service for your army, and that's where some of these people are getting their $2 million or 2 million population of reservists. So if they are just saying to a threshold of approximately in this document today of around 300,000, I think what that is inferring is it's kind of the old saying of Axis and allies, reinforcements have arrived. And in that statement, it does a couple of things, right? It tries to replenish those on the front line and create a support system to it, right? And you can, I kind of take my mind as to what it would be to be a Russian soldier and to be in the skirmish where you're in a different land, and your own mind has to be working, right? You understand that propaganda has been high on them to convince them to push forward on this conflict. Now, to that, there is then the necessity to offer them some support, and so you could see where
James, I'm very
yes,
sorry, but you've made this thing so abstract that I think that you're able to distill the whole thing into 2 sentences and be very concrete, so people can actually follow where you're trying to go. Because I'm confused, and I've been thinking about this every day for many hours for the last 6 months. I have no idea where you're trying to go. Can you please be a little bit more concrete and take into account that people listening might not be listening at full focus.
Well, I guess where I'm painting the picture of was that if you were a Russian soldier, you would be supported by having troops be supported or coming in behind you as a relief. Who knows? Maybe they're going to send these individuals back home for Christmas. And but the issue that I draw is that I do think of this as a point of weakness for the Russian army, right? Because they do have challenges on the southern side as well as on the eastern side. And I think that part of this issue that we need to kind of really pay attention to is so I look at the Ukrainian people. Do they have the necessities for life? If do they have food going in? Do they have groceries? I wonder how that conflicts sometimes when I hear about the restrictions on at the borders, and the congestion that takes on there. I do know of many Canadian companies that are working in concert with Ukrainian entrepreneurs, such as Drone. There's a manufacturer in my hometown that has drones that they are now using purposefully to bring
medications to the front line. And so I think that there's a vastness to this conversation, right? But the point is I guess I'm just trying to get a better appreciation and understand. I want to respect my foe, not be supportive of their direction. I do think that Ukraine will and hopefully will be able to defend its honor and be victorious. But I just wonder all of these steps that we move forward and how there's so many implications to it on the world stage. But anyways, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, James. We will take your comments under advisement. Thank you very much. And we're going to go on to Jim.
Morning, Doman. Yeah, just extraordinary news this morning. But I think Axel's exactly right. It's a distraction. It's not going to matter in the long run. So going to the previous speaker, what is it like living in Ukraine? I left a week before the war started, went back after the siege of Kiev was lifted, and been in and out ever since. So to answer your question, it's very different, and it's not different at all. So you can sit in your apartment overlooking Maidan, which I do, and not realize there is a war. You can go to a coffee shop every morning. You can go shopping. You can go to a bar in the evening, go to restaurants, walk down the street. You wouldn't know there's a war on, except for a air raid siren, once or 4 times a day maximum. But everyone ignores them. Unless you're in a major shopping center or a government building, then you have to evacuate. But otherwise, everyone ignores them. There's food on the shelves. The only obvious differences, and they are very obvious, is when you're driving across the country, for example. Every single, firstly, getting into the country is very difficult. There's no flights. There's huge queues at the border. I waited 17 hours to get out last time. It's a total pain. You can take a train, which normally takes 6 hours from Lviv to Kiev, which now takes 15 hours. Every village has a checkpoint outside of it. No matter how small, no matter how large, there's a checkpoint there. Sometimes they're manned, sometimes they're not. But there are heavy fortifications around every village, every town, every crossroads in the whole of the country. There's lots more to say. Can you still hear me, Damon?
Loud and clear.
So, yeah, those are the obvious things which are different. Every government building has sandbags outside of it. Every police station, every government center has guards outside it. There's a curfew, right? In the evening, it's all very normal until 10 o'clock when all the bars and restaurants close, because at 11 o'clock, if you're still on the street and you don't have a military pass or a journalist's pass, you will be asked politely to go home. If you refuse or are caught again later on, 2 in the morning, for example, you'll be arrested, kept in a jail cell until morning, while they check your bona fides and find out if you're a Russian saboteur or not. Very unusual. Mostly they'll just gently ask you to go home. The policeman will probably give you a lift in his car to get home if you're lost or if you just arrived in the country. So yeah, everything's the same, but a lot of things are very different, and it's very easy to get used to it, right? You after a while, you just don't really notice there's a war on. The internet works, the electricity works, people are very friendly. There's more soldiers on the street, a lot of khaki around, but you see that in Israel. You see that in other countries which have been mobilized for 20, 30 years. So it's the same and it's not in different ways. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you very much. See, this is I think what a couple of people ahead of you, Jim, we're trying to kind of ask around. And thank you very much. Let's go to Shaggy and then to Rika and then to Hildebrand. Shaggy.
Yeah, I'm kind of reading what Shogu was writing, and he's even more hawkish than what Putin said. On the entrepreneur side of things, there was a report from Fedorov from the Ukrainian ministry saying that small people who are selling things out of Ukraine are now going to be paying 0% in referral fees. So that's going to help the Ukrainian economy a little bit. But Shogu was basically saying that, Russia is at war with the West and NATO now. So he's upped his rhetoric a little bit on that. Yeah, so it's quite interesting what he's saying compared to what Putin's saying. I know the pinch of salt and bucket of salt is to be taken into account. I'm trying to figure out what the immediate consequences of this are going to be. Kind of whether there's going to be some kind of immediate escalation from Russia, or whether they could do. I mean, they're talking about the decision centers and NATO commanders all being in Kiev, 150 of them, and blah 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 blah. So I'm wondering whether this is going to this signals kind of an escalation in missile strikes on actual Kiev or not. I guess we'll wait and see on that one.
So there simply aren't that many standoff missiles, standoff weapons that they still have in stock, and I think that's a really big factor here. They simply don't have the capacity to do a whole lot more. They will do some more, but they don't have the capacity to do a whole lot more. And one really interesting thing that some people have highlighted here is, look, yes, they have missiles. They don't have enough missiles to do massive barrages anymore that would really overwhelm the air defenses like some previous barrages have. The immediate effects, what are the immediate effects going to be? There's going to be an exodus of people who might be called up under the new rules. That's going to be that's going to happen immediately. It's already happening. I was looking earlier at the prices of flights out of Moscow to anywhere the flights still go, so Tbilisi, Yerevan, Istanbul, etc. And they went up by, not by 50%. They went up by 500% because there's sudden spike in demand. Looking at stuff like Google Trends, for search terms, everybody's like, how do I avoid getting mobilized? Which is one part of it, but there still is going to be a very large mobilization. That isn't going to be seen on the front lines immediately, not at all, because they need to, get together. They need to form units. They need to get trained. They need to, right? That's going to take quite a while to get through all of that. So we'll see how it goes, but I wouldn't expect it to be particularly swift.
Yeah, I think airports are going to be kind of one of the conscription centers. So as people who think they're going to be conscripted because they've got military experience, try and leg it from the country, they're going to be nabbed at the airports.
Very likely, very very likely indeed.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Shaggy. Thank you very much. Let's go to Rika and then to Hildebrand. Rika.
Thank you, and nice to see you again, or hear you and see you little round pictures. And regards from Finland also. But what I wanted to talk about was it Joanna who was thinking about this propaganda piece what Putin was telling the world today. And based on that, I actually just wrote a new piece, a new tweet on my profile about Vladislav Surkov and his propaganda that he has been designing for Putin for 20 years. So if you are interested about this, so you can read it from there. So it bases itself to Dada art movement, which is a very nice and one of my favorites art movements. And maybe to clear my background a bit, so I am both analyst. I have been working in oil and gas, for example, but I'm also a fine artist. So I understand the both worlds quite well. And I've been analyzing the areas of Caspia Sea region, which means that I know something about the networks which are connecting people around. But this propaganda, so the base for Dadaism was created already by Marcel Duchamp and his artist friends a long time ago before Putin. And the main point for it is to mix the real world and the imaginary world, and if it's worked and used in a good way, so it kind of refreshes your brains very nicely and funny ways. But like Lavrov, Putin, and Surkov have been using it for 20 years, so their meaning is just to kind of shake your world, shake your life, shake anything what they are doing, and this allows them to do next whatever, because you can't really trust them at all. Nothing what they say is true, or it might be true, but you can't know. You can't know it, and this is kind of an intelligence behind all this propaganda what they have been using for a long time. Thanks.
Thank you, Rika. I see that if you've posted the thing on the top of your timeline, I'm going to be reading this later when I can, because this is very interesting. Thank you.
It is actually very. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Hildebrand.
Good morning. Yeah, I wanted to respond to one of the earlier speakers who asked about the corruption going on in Ukraine and how bad it is or how it is getting better. And I mean, this question has been asked many times before in this space. And I've seen several comments on it, and I think most of them were very accurate and right. But one perspective I haven't heard, one reply I haven't heard so far, and it's actually coming from Jonathan Haidt. I don't know if you guys know him. I think he's the most famous sociologist in the world. And he has this very interesting reading on the Second World War and how it united the United States mostly. So what you see is after the Second World War, new laws in the Congress and in the Senate were both supported by way more votes and way more seats than later on. So right now, most of the laws are passed with like 51% of the seats in the Congress and the House, like with a very small majority. But after the Second World War, you saw that like laws were passed with a lot of support, and it showed, and you can also see it in like other indicators, that when a country is really like into a fight, when it's get really how do you say, under pressure, that people tend to unite, but also the politicians tend to unite. So it really changes a country, and it changes to a big extent, and you can really measure it. It's hard for us to say from the outside, like how this is happening in Ukraine. I think even if you're there, I mean, when you talk to the people, you can hear more unity already. But if it really translates into the political system, but you can really see this from the past, from previous wars, where people are really under pressure, that they come together and act more united. So I think this also will. On top of the other things mentioned already, that, for example, people see Poland, people see the Baltics and how they develop. So people in Ukraine themselves want to go there too. But on top of that, there is this huge threat that unite people and also politicians, and you can really measure it and see it in the data. The second thing I wanted to ask also regarding this, another reason why people think that the corruption, which was really there in Ukraine, will like drop mostly, is because a lot of money is like flowing into the country right now from external partners, from, I don't know, like the European Union, the World Bank, people trying to help Ukraine. But this money is, of course, there are strings attached, and most of the strings are, connected to corruption. Of course, people want to see that this money is spent well. And this also will bring, I think, a lot of more control on how the money is flowing in Ukraine, because we're talking about billions of euros or hryvnias. And this is also my question a little bit. I hear about these sort of strings attached and the way they want to control this money, but does anybody know how exactly they're going to do it? Like how they really going to see how this money will flow that is coming in from the Western world, and how this really might change the corruption that was going on, that might still be going on.
I think that's a very difficult question, Hildebrand. Depends on which bit you're referring to. So a lot of what's coming in is coming in kind, right? As opposed to cash. The vast majority of the big ticket things are rolling in on the backs of trucks. They're not coming in cash. And if you get a Polish T72 in, that's gonna be difficult to flip, right? Because it's gonna be kind of obvious to people where that should go and what that big machine is doing, or a HIMARS truck, or artillery or whatever. The money that's coming in is money into Ukraine is almost entirely going straight to the government, right? And that's going from governments to governments. That's relatively easy to track. Where it gets dispersed after that, right now there just isn't the spare capacity. Where does corruption usually occur? Corruption occurs where you can like fudge things a little bit, right? And now it's really difficult because the government's really strapped for cash in the first place. There isn't this buffer amount of money that can be spent a little bit more discretionarily, because what's coming in goes for pay for soldiers, pay for pensions, etc. Right? So that's a lot easier to deal with. Now, this is during wartime. During wartime, there's also, to the best of my understanding, and maybe Slava or Elaine can speak to this a lot more because they're there. There seems to be a particular level of even higher unhappiness with anyone who might engage in any corrupt things, right? Okay, Slava's hearting me. That means I'm probably right saying that. There were plenty of videos of Ukrainian servicemen kind of taking offense at anyone trying to extort even the smallest bribes, let alone anything larger. And that, I think, is going to be kind of crystallizatory. Yep, that's a word, and going to be helpful somewhat in that respect as well. The last section is what comes afterwards. What comes after Ukraine is liberated, after Ukraine is freed, and once it comes to that, I think that those reconstruction funds are going to be coming in a pretty clever way. So, what I think is going to happen, and I don't have evidence for this, but an educated guess on the basis of what we've been seeing. Things that are going to go into reconstruction on a public basis are going to be coming from governments, from the IMF, possibly places like that. My thinking is that the Lugano approach, the one that was discussed at a conference in, when was it, June, July, in Switzerland, whereby you would have nations adopting a city or an oblast, right? I think that's going to be taken. And now imagine, Hildebrand here from the Netherlands. Netherlands is a famously country that takes great issue with corruption anywhere, right? Say, for example, the Netherlands adopts a city or an oblast. So, for example, I think that Denmark is going to be adopting Mykolaiv, if I remember correctly. Mykolaiv has been under shelling for more than 6 months now, every single day, right? They're going to take up responsibility for it. They're also going to take up the controls of it. What does that mean? That means that you're going to have Danish civil servants who are the most diligent people in the world when it comes to making sure that everything is trackable and traceable and done properly and done according to rules, in charge of how where the money is going to go for the rebuilding of the public infrastructure of the city of Mykolaiv, for example. I think it's going to be done excellently. The other part is, of course, is going to be done in concert with Ukrainian accession to the European Union, right? With fulfilling the acquis communautaire. And a large part of that as well is inviting a whole lot more political will within Ukraine because of this big prize at the end that's good for everyone, which is accession, right? That will make it a lot easier to pass whatever changes to rules or whatever else is going to be needed to make sure that things are done better or at least pretty well. Also, the European Commission controlling a lot of this will be helpful as well, because again, what are they good at? They're good at doing things slowly and correctly. They're good at doing things by the book and investigating whether things are done by the book. Is it going to be perfect? No, of course, it's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be a whole lot better than than anybody can possibly fear. It will go. And lastly, a whole lot of the rest of it is going to be private money, right? And their controls are more obvious because there's someone standing behind that already. Hildebrand, I'll go back to you in a second. I just want to go to Slavo Kodini first, because I think that, you know, he being there and wants to probably add a little bit of color to what I was saying, or maybe correct me on something. Slavo Kodini?
Heroem Slav. Yes, Doman, you, as always, brilliant. You explained really well. So, as I am not government servant, so I just wanted to say, like, from the citizen view, that previous speaker was right, Gildenberg or someone, and I'm sorry, every time's revolution or war or the 2014 on Orange Revolution 24 or Maidan, every time it happens, citizens, people of the Ukraine get united, and again, totally understanding that reason for this, what happened, for the war, for the, well, maybe not reason, but against what we got united, against the corruption. So every time we get big jump in united to fight all corruption. What is happening with Yanukovych was big corruption head, puppet, Russian puppet, Kremlin puppet. So we just united, and every time we get a lot of the changes for the future to fight corruption, because we as Ukrainians don't like corruption. Who loves corruption? All Russians and Russian Imperial, because they like trying to export this corruption to Ukraine. We reject it and send it back to the Russian, because we don't like this corruption in Ukraine. And how it's gonna be from now? It's gonna be better, because digitalization in Ukraine is really well and serving pretty well. And everything is gonna be accounted. Every dollar, every cent is gonna be accounted, and anyone who gonna be found embezzlement or just stealing is gonna be found. It's gonna be prosecuted according to the law. So this topic about this corruption is like getting into under my skin, and just like a short redirection. Adrian said that he's like traveling 8 years toward Ukraine, from the Ukraine. And the question, like for the Adrian, did you witness corruption in these 8 years? Because for me, I did not notice it. This corruption, we know that exists because it exists everywhere. But on the level of the citizens, it's not existent for me. So, question for Adrian, maybe you notice it. Can you explain? Thank you.
It's a good question, Slava. Honestly, not more than I would notice it in Romania, to be honest. I don't want to lie. So there was one instance. So there was one instance where I could have gotten something if I paid a bribe, and I didn't, and I just had to wait more. So that kind of thing. But I still got what I needed to get. It's just like if you're willing to give a little something to a certain person, you would do things a little bit faster. But that's like super fucking common everywhere in Europe. So maybe in Norway is not common, and I doubt even that. So yeah, it's a very valid question. On the level of the regular citizen or what you do, you don't really see it.
So this is why I did my discussion, because previous people who ask about the corruption, for me it seems that they think that we have this global corruption, that you come, you leave your house and right away you should pay. No, corruption, this is like a not existent. You go your life day by day. You solve just services everywhere. Almost everything is digitized, and you got whatever you want. There is no problem with the food. There is no like a problem that you're gonna stuck somewhere because the corruption. We don't have this for years. We had this before, but since the Yanukovych, since 2014, a lot of the improved. So just wanted to clarify for everyone: Ukraine is democratic. Corruption is not existent in this level. This like nothing special for us. So this is like we hate corruption and we do everything to make it better. So just wanted to clarify because this corruption questions is just nonsense for me. Just as Ukraine, just as explained Adrian, he come to supermarket buy avocado, no problem. This is like a if the corruption we do not. When we had corruption in the Soviet Union, we had to go into black market to buy pants, jeans, or something. This is the past for years, for 20 and 30 years. So just forget it. Don't corruption, non-existent in Ukraine. So and everything in accounted. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Savokrin. Hildebrandt, did this help?
Yeah, although I've lived for a while in Ukraine and I'm not fully agreeing on there not being any corruption. I've seen it myself. I see it happen a lot. What I, for example, saw students saying to me that they were proud of getting their master's degree without having to pay any of their teachers, for example. This thing telling like we needed a lot of papers to help some refugees in the Netherlands, and then like you could speed up the process quite often indeed by paying extra money. And I mean, from a Ukrainian perspective, this doesn't look maybe that corrupt, but from a very Dutch perspective, this is like we are one of the most high trust societies, as they call it. And for a Dutch people, this looks different, you know. And from an international point of view, I see this like I traveled a lot. It's quite normal, but from the Western sort of perspective, this people can be like this might really this might impact the support for Ukraine.
Define Western. What do you mean by Western? You mean basically
the high
Dutch and
trust
Nordics, right?
The high trust societies ways.
But you're really when you're saying that, you're really talking about maybe 6-7 countries. You're not talking about the whole.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But these are countries, of course, that are quite essential for the support. Don't you agree
I know.
with that?
I agree, but I just want to make sure that when you say Western,
right.
you will most people under Western would include let's say about 35 countries.
Yeah.
You're maybe talking from a perspective of maybe 6 or 7 countries, but using the word Western. Just you see the disconnect.
Okay, right. Okay, you're right.
Okay.
You see what I mean? So we're talking about high trust society, and that's where I wanted to come back also on your point. So I see that the European Union is fighting corruption and knows how to fight these things. Like it's not easy and it's complicated. I also see like certain international institutes have been doing this for a long time. Like you said, private money is always backed. So like getting private money in is quite often the right way to fight corruption. But then you said a thing about cities and also Dutch cities like supporting Ukrainian cities. And to be honest, this also worries me a little bit because Dutch people are completely naive about how this money flows. When they hear, for example, that half of the salary in Ukraine is quite often paid unofficial. Like anybody in Ukraine knows this. Like you have like an official part of the salary and an unofficial part of the salary. Like if they hear things like that, they don't even know like how to weigh this, how to come around with this. So to be honest, that doesn't really calm me down in that sense. I would prefer to have like institutions who know how these countries function and have not this sort of naive perspective and this, like you said, there's only 8 countries in the world where we think like the Dutch and the Norwegians and the Danish people to deal with it, who knows how corruption can go and how sly it can be to let the money flow in than sorry to say, the naive Dutch people.
Okay, let's hear from Ferlane, another Ukrainian who not that long ago got her master's degree sorted. Ferlane.
Yeah, good morning, guys. How is the connection?
Excellent.
Perfect. So I do understand the desire of Slava to explain that Ukraine is fighting corruption, and it's somewhat non-existent to people who don't deal with it on daily basis. But, and everything that was said before, but it kind of vanishes into the fog. So Ukraine has been fighting corruption for as long as this exists because of the obvious reason, because the USSR has encouraged corruption within the higher governmental bodies, even though it wasn't obvious. Let's call it what it is. And corruption, unfortunately, isn't just limited by the borders of Ukraine. It also goes with people who are corrupted enough from Ukraine, unfortunately, to where they are going. And we are trying to eradicate it as much as possible. And that's why it's getting less and less obvious that there is corruption. But it is, and you have to admit that we're not perfect. We've never been perfect. And I say it again and again. But at the same time, within the special and security structures of Ukraine, we have the NABU, which is National Anti-Corruption Bureau, that is the sole purpose of existence of this agency, of this body, is fighting corruption, explaining how successful we are, where are our lackings, what has been done in this field. And we're getting there. Like, we do have corruption in the, I'm sorry guys, but once again, it happens in every country. You just have to admit that it is there. The question is, what percentage is there and how successful is the fight? Yeah, right, we're getting there. Once again, not perfect, but we're getting there. And this is one of the actual requirements of the European Union, to show that the level of our corruptions within the country is getting lower. And there are good people and there are bad people in very basic terms. There are honest ones and there are the corrupted ones. They do have corrupted governmental officials who, once they are spotted by the NABU, are just getting rid of, jailed, banned, whatever. We do have some cases of the corruption in the judicial system. Mostly, we had corrupted MPs in the Russian-backed parties. We had US Hildebrand, I suppose, mentioned. We do had and still have some levels of corruption within the educational system, but not entirely. Those are separated cases, which we as a society spot, then reveal, and then as a democratic civilized society, discuss, B, investigate, and C, make our final conclusions and lessons learned. It's just the judicial system overall has had more cases, if you think about it. But if you just visit this, the NABU, its official acronym, the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, you're gonna see a lot, just tons of their articles of how successful is the fight, and how the NABU is even cooperating with whistleblowers, how they are sharing the data with the international investigations and international agencies. It's there. We admit it's there. We're doing whatever we can to solve it, but right now it's really hard because of the war, and the attention is a little bit unfocused. This is my point. I don't know how successful was I to convey this meaning.
I'm also being reminded, sorry, just one second, I'm being reminded by people from the Netherlands about problems in the Netherlands, such as the Netherlands being a giant tax paradise. for lots of big companies, and
True,
the amount
true.
of cocaine that gets in through the port of Rotterdam by paying off the handlers, right? So it shows itself differently in different countries. There was also notes from Adrian earlier, right? Look at Schröder. He used to be a chancellor of Germany. He's getting money from whom, right? Look at the money that got into Mecklenburg-Vorpommern off of Nord Stream and Nord Stream 2. Hundreds of millions of dollars or euros or whatever going to non-transparent so-called non-profit organizations straight from the Russian government and Gazprom, and that's with the highest ranking politicians around, right? The state what is it? The state prime minister is it called? In Mecklenburg-Vorpommern being implicated in it. And then the worry is how somebody in some village in rural Ukraine is getting by. I think that makes that worry a little bit more misplaced than correctly placed. As Slava and Verlaine have been saying, right, they're trying to work on it. They've made massive progress. As Ursula von der Leyen said, Ukraine has made about 70% of the progress they needed to make in the first place since 2014 till 2022. That's a breakneck pace of getting stuff sorted, and I think that's that's really what's the most important thing here is getting stuff on the right track. What I wanted to say earlier is there's about 6-7 countries where there are things that would be unconscionable that are matter of course in maybe Spain or Portugal or France, right? Does that make those 6 or 7 countries represent the entire Western world? God, no. Does it make Spain or Italy or France not Western countries? No. But it's just as present there, or hell, even Germany, right? Say we brought up the case of Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, and it's not just Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, right? There's the Kretschmer from Saxony is implicated in this as well, apparently for different reasons. It's important to understand what's meant by corruption, but honestly, I have to say that a whole lot of bringing up corruption in Ukraine has been more of a fake concern from most people who bring it up. I'm not saying from you, Mildevan, specifically, just generally. Right? More often it gets brought up as an excuse by people who want to find a reason against, who don't also want to realize what's the bigger picture here, or also don't look at one type of corruption and don't look at other types of corruption that can be a whole lot more insidious, such as Schröder, Schwesig, Kretschmer, etc. Because that honestly affects things a whole lot more than the lower level stuff. But hopefully between Slava Ukraini and Verlaine, you heard quite a bit. I think we should go back to Slava Ukraini and then to Jim and then to Knuth, who also worked with Ukrainians a lot. He's from Germany, as you can see from his Pickelhaube and his Fella, and maybe get a few more points on this.
Can I say a final thing or
go ahead?
Yeah. So I came in to say specifically that when countries are in a big threat, they do the right things, so to say. So this is what I want to mainly highlight. So it got a little bit off track because we discussed the extent of corruption, and I mean corruption is of course on a scale and on an index, and of course I see that, and I think that's what I mainly wanted to say. There are indicators and there are real reasons besides the perception of individuals to believe, systematic reasons to believe that Ukraine will move in a more democratic and less corrupt system, where there's corruption in every system, but where there are even scientific reasons to believe that in situations like this, corruption gets less and might be less for a longer time. And that's what I mainly wanted to say. And I agree on there's a lot of distraction discussing corruption, but it's the main argument populist parties around here use, of course, to not send money, not send support to Ukraine. So it's also not a topic that you can entirely avoid. But I just want to contribute to this discussion mainly by saying that there are really systematic arguments to be made that the corruption will become less in Ukraine.
Oh, there I completely agree, and this is what I meant earlier when I said, right, when it gets brought up, I meant exactly the sort of parties that you're referring to, right? What people who already made up their mind, who are just looking for an excuse to explain why they think that way, if that makes sense. And because such parties that you mentioned, they already made up their mind; they don't want to help Ukraine. This is just the excuse that they make to be able to go through with it. That's kind of what I was referring to. Thank you very much, Ilhan. Okay, I'll ask people to keep their comments kind of short on this, but let's go to Slava and Jim and Knut and Adrian. Slava.
Thank you. Yes, just so shortly, as Adrian said, there is he proposed to speed up some process, speed up some getting services, but he have a choice. He can refuse it and just wait it. So this is in previous years, in the past, we had this, that you cannot get services until you pay. This is how this Russia. In Russia, total corruption. We know that this is mafia. In Ukraine, you can just wait and just according to the rules. And this is just some examples that happened. For me, I don't see all this stuff, all this corruption that we get blamed for this. This is not existing. So you get some providing you services to speed up some things. But Ukraine's reacting to this. News services got better, streamlined, and this is again digitalization helping a lot, because not allowing to get in contact with the people with the power to ask from you for the money. That's it. Thank you, Adrian, and everyone, and Domen and Fairlane. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Salvakarini. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of part of the point, right? Our systems being put in place ever more to help combat that as well, systemically, not just on a case-by-case basis. Jim.
Exactly, Diamond, and thank you, Slava, as well. Look, in Ukraine, there is corruption like there is in every country. Yeah, you can still bribe people at a low level, but people are going to start taking the decision not to, particularly after this war. And there's a video I just posted on from MriyaReport about those policemen being arrested by soldiers about 3 months ago now, who are just not going to put up with this crap anymore, right? And I think that will happen at every level of society, from people on the street up to politicians. And going back to your point, Diamond, I mean, the UK, we didn't mention that. The UK is arguably the greatest money laundering operation in the world, whether it be drug money, illegal weapons, cash, Gazprom money. There's lawyers and real estate agents and politicians who've been taking money in the UK, supposedly the bastion of civil society, for decades. It happens everywhere. And again, as has been stated, this is a Russian talking point that don't help Ukraine because it's corrupt. Bullshit. It's no worse than most countries. There have been problems. The High Court, the Supreme Court of Judges, the High Council of Judges, has been a problem. If you were doing very large real estate deals, for example, there was always a concern you might get your property confiscated. But that's being fixed as well. It's one of the main requirements of the European Union, which will be fixed. I mean, Zelensky has just introduced last year a reform of the High Council of Judges. Civil activists, very respected people, are being appointed as clean judges. I'm in Hungary now, right? Viktor Orban's judges are corrupt. I'll be driving through Poland next week. The European Union is considering kicking Poland out of the European Union because its judges have been corrupt. So let's put away the Russian talking points, and let's get on with fixing Ukraine, kicking Russia out, because Ukraine will be in the European Union within 10 years, probably much sooner, and we can stop worrying about this stuff. Thanks.
And Jim, when you say Russian talking points, let's highlight one more thing, right? Last week we heard from, I think, was it the Department of the Treasury in the US, about over $300 million or euros. It's the same thing now. It doesn't really matter. at a minimum, having gone to certain political parties across Europe that Russia supported, right? Directly to parties. Which parties? The ones that keep bringing this up, as you said, he'll defend, right? Those are exactly the sort of parties that got direct financial support from Russia to now proliferate such talking points in a number of European countries. So basically what they're saying is, don't look at how we got our money, look at those people over there, look at all the problems that they have. And I think this is possibly the most insidious part of it all, right? You're having complaints levied by people who, oh Knut, please do come back. Complaints levied by people who have the least moral capacity to speak to all of this, exactly because they got literally directly funded by the Kremlin and are now using this as an excuse with respect to Ukraine. I think that's a very good point to cover as well. Okay, let's see if we can get Knut back up, and let's go to Adrian.
Yeah, everybody had excellent points and went through it thoroughly. Look, again, there are things that need to be improved in Ukraine. I mean, quality of life, but that also was influenced by the fact that Ukraine was at war for 8 years. People don't like certain services. There were days when I didn't have heat in my apartment when I lived in Kyiv. There are problems, and they might be up the chain connected to some corruption that I don't see. I've heard stories from my friends. I'm in my 30s, so my friends are in their 30s. So when they were students 15 years ago, yeah, that someone mentioned this, getting the paying your teacher to get a diploma or something was common. But again, Helena, who is, I told you about, who is in the military, she finished university in 2007, I think, and she was valedictorian, or what's it? She was the first in her class, so to brag, but she didn't pay a single bribe. She said it happened, indeed, but she didn't. She just worked hard, and this, problems like this are absolutely everywhere. And Jim pointed out correctly, it's like essentially, and who else did it? It's essentially a Russian talking point. Don't help Ukraine because they're corrupt. It's like referring back to Putin's speech today. The West is nuclear threatening us, the West are Nazis, la 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 la. They're accusing other people of being exactly what they are, and then trying to do this manipulation game. Don't help. And also, it sounds ridiculous to me to say don't help a country that is undergoing a genocide, is suffering under a genocide, because, I don't know, some official somewhere asked for a bribe and somebody told that story and it's corrupt already. It's an overblown talking point. It's like calling all the Azov fighters Nazis. Okay, there were 4 or 5 Nazis 8 years ago in Azov. And then they tarnished with this label a regiment of thousands of people, of heroes essentially, who saved Ukraine at a crucial time and defended Mariupol for 40 days. These are just talking points. It's like saying in 1940, after France fell, being in America, saying we shouldn't help the British because they have a colonial empire. And I think their voices all should. It's just like the people who don't want to help, who want to close their eyes to a genocide, are easily being duped, or easily not duped, are trying to trick people by using this, well, they're also evil. It's essentially an insidious language, because it says, to some extent, well, maybe they deserve it, so why should you spend your money? And then they tell you, but you'll freeze also, and what about your country? And there's a lot of Russian bots who are pretending to be British people and Americans, saying, oh, they're taking all our money away, or oh, what is my granny gonna hit her house with in the winter in Sheffield? But that guy writing that doesn't live in Sheffield, he lives in fucking Moscow. I'm sorry, I'm ranting. But it's like, it's completely bullshit and irrelevant. Even if Ukraine was more corrupt, does that mean we should let them let the Ukrainian people suffer under a genocide because there is a corrupt class? No, not at all, and it isn't. So it's like a mute, stupid talking point. And whenever it's not against the person who asked, because he asked in good faith, and we had a nice discussion. But whenever I hear this talking point from Westerners in general who say dismissively, but yeah, Ukraine is so corrupt, my answer is, so 44 million people deserve to be exterminated because that's what Russia wants. Because you heard there is corruption somewhere. It's really stupid to me. So it should be laid to rest.
Thank you very much, Adrian. So we heard from two Ukrainians. We heard from Adrian, who worked in Ukraine a lot. We heard from Jim, who lived in Ukraine for 7 years and did a whole lot of investing in there. And now Knut, who's German and who runs businesses in Ukraine, or with Ukraine rather. You can tell your story, Knut.
Good morning. So I'm working with Ukrainians for the past 13 years, and I think I was in Kiev the first time 2010. And I have a company there for the last 8 years. We have around 80 employees in Kiev and in several other cities in Ukraine. And I think when you talk, I hear that a lot from I don't want to say in the West, like from our not from our clients, but when you talk to people about Ukraine and Germany, there's this there's corruption, there's this, and then always telling the people that there's corruption in Germany as well. It's just a lot better hidden. I guess that's a big difference. It's more on a different scale probably. But in Ukraine, when we started our business there 2015, beginning of 2015, it's totally back then it was totally possible to run under the radar, to not have a company there, to go through this private entrepreneurship where you don't even need, it's like a special tax code for freelancers. And we opened the company there. We rented different offices. We bought equipment and all these different kinds of things, what you do when you set up a company and grow a company. And of course we've come across corruption. So so first thing I remember sitting in a meeting, I think it was 2015, in the Foreign Chamber of Commerce. I think it was the German one, the Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, and maybe the British one. I don't remember. There was like a podium discussion, and there was someone from some big German company, I think it was Bosch, and they said that they actually put reserves into their balance sheet in Ukraine for bribes. So he just openly said it, that if you make earnings in Ukraine, you have to put aside like 1-2% of your earnings because you have to bribe the tax auditors and blah blah blah. And I was shocked to hear that openly on the stage. That was 7 years ago. So in the last 7 years, I mean, when you look how Kiev developed itself, how Lviv developed itself, you see tons of small businesses growing up. You have restaurants everywhere that weren't there before. The whole country has changed a lot in the last 7 years. And when we started, we were actually considering to not open the company in Kiev, but in Lviv, because we were told that in terms of taxation and tax audits, the western part of Ukraine fought corruption already a lot better. And of course, we didn't listen to the people, and we never had problems with the tax authorities. So there was actually also in Kiev no problem ever. And then 7 years ago, Slava might remember that when when Klitschko became mayor of Kiev, and they exchanged the whole police force, and you saw they hired a lot, like only new people who had like no connection to the police before. I don't know exactly how they did that, was training and everything. They hired like 30-40% women. For a year, it was really cool to take selfies with police people all over the city. They were always driving around with the lights turned on so that you can see that there's a presence. And it was really interesting to see because the whole system changed. When you were stopped, you were not afraid that you have to pay someone to get out of a ticket or something. So it changed. And then we several times we had problems with, or when you were negotiating with landlords, they were asking you to, they told us, oh, we need to increase the lease or the rent because the banks ask us, because we need to make more money per square meter, and then they ask you to transfer the money to the British Virgin Islands, and it's like, yeah, that's not how we can't do that. And these things disappeared. I honestly have to say that it's maybe also probably due to COVID, because there were less audits and stuff like that. That's maybe also a thing. But I remember that we were checked by the fire police, and they wanted to close down the office if we don't have a fire extinguisher in each room. And just by coincidence, the brother of the officer there was selling fire extinguishers. So that was like a funny level of corruption. I always said, so we just bought fire extinguishers and we were fine. But in the past years, it has vanished. You don't see that anymore. And even if I don't know if you've ever discussed this Dia City here before. It's a campaign by the Ukrainian government that was actually started last year in the fall to push all IT companies like into a virtual space where they can, there's a lot of companies hire people on this special tax code for IT people, where you only pay 5% of income tax in Ukraine, and they want to move all those into a completely legal space where it's all virtual, where it's all transparent. And the interesting thing is now it stopped for like in February and March and maybe April, but it's all ongoing now. So we're actually talking with our lawyers in Kiev right now how to go into this. You register your company not on a, well, of course you have a postal address, but your company is registered in this virtual space, and you're completely transparent. And this is something I would wish for in Germany. We don't have something like that, and they're doing that during wartime. So, and the level of corruption has just gone away. I do believe that especially in real estate, there's still maybe something going around, and in taxation. So I believe if Ukraine wants to join the European Union or will join the European Union, taxation will be a big problem. As far as I remember, there's this minimum taxation across the EU, and of course, almost every Ukrainian pays his rent in cash, which is most likely not registered anywhere. So that's there's. I always smile and say that the Ukrainians are probably the most versed in tax evasion, which is a funny thing. But that's probably something that will go away down the road as well. So I do believe they're on a very, very good track, especially in digitalization. The many Europe, especially Germany. I can't talk for France or Spain or other countries, but especially here. When I talk with politicians, I always tell them that if they want to learn how to do it the right way, they should talk to Ukrainian people. So that's.
Thank you very much, Knut. And I don't want to belabor this point anymore and talk about corruption, because as Adrian said, it's really a nonsense thing. I just want to ask you one little thing for personal assessment. In 2015, could you have imagined this rate of improvement, this fast an improvement over the next 6-7 years?
No. So if I go back a little bit further, first time I was at 2010, they were like, when you visited Kiev, there were not many like Western style hotels. It was then for the European Championships 2012, there many hotels were built. Now, when you went to Kiev, like when you looked at the Champions League final 2018, I think there were like 100,000 Brits alone in Kiev, which was a huge party. And 2015, you had like probably 5, 6, 7, 8 nice restaurants. Now on every street you have 3, 4, 5 nice restaurants. So it's a lot of people. I believe that the Ukrainian are very entrepreneurial. They like to take risks. They open stores. If it's not working, they just close them down again. You see a lot of pop-up stores. You see a lot of people selling stuff on Etsy and other. They're trying to do a lot of things on a private level or on a business level. So I would never have thought that it would go that fast. And it's, if you were in Kiev 2010 and 2020, you would not have recognized the city again, because it was just it just looked like any other Western city. It was advertisement everywhere, stores everywhere, people everywhere. You have malls, which are the largest malls I've seen probably, and I've lived in the States. So it's very, very impressive what has developed, or what the people have developed there in the past 7 years. And also on the political level, I know that many people were not friends of, or well, whatever, if you like Poroshenko or not, but I think it started there, and then it was continued with Zelensky, and especially in Kiev with Klitschko, a lot of improvements were done. I mean, I never had any problems with police or authorities or anything, so I was never like looked inside the system. I once had to report something stolen, and then you looked at the police office and said, "Well, I guess you need some computers," and it looked like German police station in the 80s because they're but it's that's something that will come as well in the future. And I guess if Ukrainians learn that they have to pay a fair share of taxes as well, the government will have more money, and then it will even become better.
And then on the other hand, as governance further improves, there will be a greater willingness to pay taxes on the other hand.
Exactly.
Right? So it all goes hand in hand
Yeah,
to kind of tie it back to the high trust societies like Hildebrandt.
Yeah, my
Thank you
colleagues
very
told
much.
me- Yeah, my just last note. My colleagues always told me that once the government will become better and we see that there's something that we get something for our money, I guess everybody will be more willing to pay taxes as well.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Knut.
You're very welcome.
I think we've had a perfect panel on this now, and we shall go away from this topic because there's much more interesting things to discuss that are going on in Ukraine, or that might be coming to Ukraine. Less good ones. Thank you so much. I've had Smurf and then Shaggy waiting for a really long time. Sorry, Slava, but I want to go to them first. Smurfy.
Thank you. Yes, it's I've had way too long to overthink my own thoughts here. But I just wanted to say, given the previous speech on the partial
mobilization.
Yeah, exactly. Regarding that, I just wanted to put my thoughts out to Verlaine and Slava in particular and let you know that my resolve for the cause personally has only tripled in the last 6 hours, given that my ancestors were Black Sea Germans who kind of went through some of the same things, and there's no comparison at all. But it kind of made my genes boil when I heard some of what was said during Putin's speech earlier. So I just wanted to say that, and especially for Lane, I will be getting a $100 donation to the MriyaAid in your name, just because it really pissed me off what he had said. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Smurfy. That's very kind. And at this point, I think the correct thing is to plug MriyaAid a little bit. MriyaAid is a Canadian-based non-profit organization run by several Canadian Armed Forces officers, including Lieutenant Colonel Melanie Lake, who commanded the last Operation Unifier mission in Ukraine in 2021 to 2022. They're very well plugged in to Ukrainian Ministries of Defense, Veterans Affairs, Ukrainian military, and Ukrainian Ministry of Health as well, and figure out how to best place donations into kit, into equipment, into material, and send it to Ukraine very effectively as well. So they're a very good non-profit organization. That's why we here at MriyaReport collectively support them. Verlaine, if you have anything to say as well, go ahead, and then we'll go to Shaggy.
Thank you so very much. That was very kind of you, and actually we do appreciate all the help, whether it's donations or just helping to spread the word and raise awareness. If you're doing something for Ukraine, we are really grateful. It doesn't matter how you're helping in terms of whether you are just assisting someone with the logistic, or if you are helping other organization who you trust. If it comes to Ukraine, we support you wholeheartedly. If you know that it helps, we encourage you keep on doing this. We have decided to support MriyaAid because we know the people behind the organization. We trust them. I trust them. Might find it even a privilege to be associated with them and affiliated and help as much as I can here on the ground. If you take a look at the reports, sometimes you might even hear my voice in the background of the videos from the actual handovers. We have been working 24/7, on a willful provision of service kind of terms, because we know that it matters. And if you're here thank you for being with us. And if you are new, welcome to join. If you've been with us for a while, it's good to have you still. Delron, would you like to say something as
Yeah,
well?
I just want to note very briefly that the current drone drive is something like 80% there already. So any donations coming in now will be very welcome to complete that drone drive and send another 8, I believe, excellent reconnaissance drones in for into Ukraine. And that's the sort of drones that actually Verlaine was helping train, with interpreting at the very least, helping train Ukrainian frontline troops on only a few weeks ago during Operation Fury 2B, I guess. And now Operation Fury 3 is going forward. Fury, because that's the name of one of the drone types from the excellent UK manufacturers and engineers. So there's that. Thank you very much. And thank you, Verlaine. And let's go to Shaggy. Hi, Shaggy.
Hello again. Hi. Just a couple of bullet point snippets that I found while I was googling away. So the ambassador to the Russian Foreign Ministry has said that if Turkey wants to join the SCO, then it can't be a member of NATO, which is kind of amusing. Regarding Adrian before about recruiting for this part mobilization, there's going to be a draft commission set up in St. Petersburg, headed by some bloke called Beglov. So it looks like it's not going to just be in the Far East. Okay, granted, whether they actually recruit people from St. Petersburg is a different. Setting up a commission doesn't mean to say they're actually going to recruit everybody, but it looks like they are. And Olaf Scholz at the General Assembly yesterday was basically said that Germany is prepared to assume greater responsibility and wants to be a permanent member of the Security Council, initially as a non-permanent member from 2027-28. So there's just 3 perhaps talking points for everybody. And I'll drop down.
Thank you very much, Shaggy. So Turkey and the Shanghai Cooperation thing. I think it will be very easy for Turkey to make that decision because, well, one will be a lot more beneficial to them than the other, and I think we all know which decision that is. Fantastic, good job, good job, Russia. Make it easier for your would-be somewhat allies to decide to not be your friends after all. I think that's really what they've achieved with that. I do wonder what will happen at the General Assembly in New York in the coming days. Honestly, I'm very curious to see what we're going to have done. But yeah, it's undoubtedly going to be an interesting time. I'm glad that there are moves to the positive. I hear some rumbling about Leos again, more rumbling about Abrams, rumbling about the clerks as well. All of that armor put together, I think, has a good chance of really well benefiting Ukrainian forces in liberating the country.
Yeah, that was actually another point I was going to make. Kind of what immediate effects is Putin's speech going to have on? I mean, I think it's going to push Finland to actually ban Russian the visas, the tourist visas, and may even push Germany to actually give tanks now. That's the hope, anyway. My hope.
If only, I would be so very happy if that were indeed to be true. Slava Ukraini, thoughts on that?
Thoughts about different things that Knut reminds me of. Just wanted to share, so I can wait it.
Sure, go.
So thank you.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. So Knut reminded me one thing that he's mentioned that he's like a witness this like a situations that some people came to check some systems and find out that there is no fire distinguisher, and that way there is like a corruption working. We want to share some good news. Just 2 weeks ago, some group that doing exactly the same thing with the fire extinguishers, like trying to take bribes for making the documents flow, was big crackdown this group was tracked for several years. This like on the west of the Ukraine, and I think in the Kyiv. And this group was captured, and like this, like how Ukrainians fight corruption. Just want to highlight it because we talk about the corruption, but this is great fact. 2 weeks ago, this group was totally everyone in this group was that some government officials was working this way, that taking bribes for like helping, like they exactly what Knut say, fire distinguisher. And this is like how it works. And documents, they preparing documents, like making this service work. And right now, no problem. Fix it. Corrupt officials was captured. They gonna be prosecuted according to the law. So this is Ukraine's fighting corruption. Just wanted to like put a
bow on it.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Slava Karini. Exactly, right. Progress has been made at a great pace, and it will keep on being made. And I really don't think we need to belabor this point today any further, because I think we've treated it literally as well as we possibly could have. I like Wendy. Good morning.
Morning, Doman. I hope you're feeling better.
Somewhat, yes. Carry on.
Good. Oh, good to hear. Yes, I just thought it was remarkable to see the dictator of a country sitting, having as our resident Odessian on here, Olga pointed out in one of her posts earlier, having already declared war on a country he claims not to have existed. Sit behind a desk, which I mean, I don't know about you, but I question whether he was actually. Whether he was doing one of those lockdown Skype calls where people actually wear their pajamas, or maybe even not underneath, with a couple of 80s era phones next to him, which is kind of symbolizes the decade that he is currently stuck in. Call up a group of his populace just to send them into a war which he started against a highly motivated, trained Ukrainian warrior army,